stop it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Challengers Elite. We are in our final week of Stage 2, and that means we're going to be eliminating even more teams today and sending teams into our grand final. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, Brycey, very excited to get into our final 2 days here in EMEA Challengers Elite. Before we head down to Birmingham, going to be an interesting old time, but we do have to crown our champions over these next 2 days. Plenty of games to get through, though, Brycey, and plenty of good Call of Duty.
They certainly do. It's going to be a stacked one for us, but this is how we'll go through it on the schedule. You know where each and every game will be. Kicking off, we've got For Fun EU versus Orgless. That'll be our primary game here on the Alpha channel. Going on at the same time, though, CABAL Esports versus Majin. That'll be on the Bravos. You can watch that one the entire way through. Then we've got Alpha, our winners final. Rock Esports versus Project 7. Flawless in the groups, but must be flawed from now on, really. Only one can win like Barcelona. Only one can lose like Newcastle, and then the winning teams from that one from our Alpha Bravo games will go into our very last game of the day, Ton.
You just didn't need to dig that in there. We're already 1-0 down. I don't want to hear it. Me and Steve-O aren't going to be paying any attention to our games. No, that's absolutely not true at all. Let's see how it is going to go down, though, between all of these teams. I'm really looking forward for that winners bracket final game. But we've got some crackers to kick things off today.
We certainly do, and we're going to take a look at it as we go through, but every single one of these games very, very important. As we've got to this stage in our bracket, obviously right at the top there on the right-hand side, winners final Rock Esports, Project 7. That is 2 teams ready to go to the grand final. Then a little bit lower down, elimination round 2 for these ones. You can see Majin versus CABAL Esports. That's our Bravo game to see how they go in. For CABAL Esports, obviously they dropped in after losing to Rock earlier on. And for Majin, they've been here since losing to Project 7, but beating Decimate. So a win under their belt, at least in this bracket before they go forward. But let's talk about our big game. Orgless versus For Fun EU will be happening very, very shortly. But I know what you're asking. What are they playing for? Well, we can show you where the teams have fallen so far. And you can see at the moment we have populated half of it, Ton.
Yeah, our top 6 yet to still be decided over these last couple of days. But yeah, to see those bottom 4 teams, if you like. Obviously, there are 6 in there, but the bottom 4 placing. Yeah, not too much of a surprise across the board. Treaty 1 Gaming maybe would have expected a little bit more, to be honest with you. Decimate maybe. Look at these teams who have potential to go a little bit further down there, who will want to fill those 5th and 6th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st spots when they do have an opportunity potentially in EMEA stage 3, but that is a while away. We have our teams to be crowned champions here in Europe this week, and tomorrow should be very, very interesting, but 3 games or 3 sets of games to get through today. And honestly, I think the first game is as entertaining as any of the others. We've got Orgless taking on For Fun, and it's going to be a really interesting one, Brycey. I'm sure we're going to delve into the weeds a bit, but we've got some really, really interesting games coming up this evening.
They certainly are. Let's talk a little bit about Orgless, one of our favorite teams coming into this to take everything. Have fallen a little bit earlier than we thought they might do, but this team of Cobra, Lins, Brezzy, and Melko has been impressing, but has certainly shown some weaknesses, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely they have. They have looked a far cry away from the team who went on to be the champions in EMEA last season, of course, online, and then struggled in Dallas, and since then have just outright struggled, to be honest with you, Brycey. Orgless need to step their level up.
They certainly do, especially against our next team. For Fun EU has stepped up to the plate. Detain, Sleeps, Mighty, and Sykes. This has been a team that a lot of people have had their eye on. They have certainly been looking pretty good all the way through this.
Yeah, and for them to be down here will be a disappointment from their point of view, to be honest, but going up against P7 in that winners round 2 or winners semi-final, it is always going to be a very tough one. But having a look at how this one's going to go down between Orgless and For Fun, they have not played up against each other this season, so there's no head-to-head to really delve into the weeds about here. One thing I would kind of look at, I really do like the play on exposure specifically For Fun when I have kept an eye on them. Orgless, again, look, they've got all the talent in the world, Bryce. I think for me, this is very much of the fact that I think if Orgless show up and on paper do what they should be able to do, then all of a sudden they're probably going to win this one relatively comfortably. But the question is being all season whether or not that's going to happen. For Fun have looked a very, very solid roster. I think they probably have a bit of a better fundamental mindset, probably a little icier if you like, going into this game, have it within them to win this one comfortably as well. That's why it's set up for such a good game, because you don't know what Orgless are going to show up, and it really is going to depend on that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're expecting, really, coming through this one. Like, I think For Fun EU have been a very, very good team. They've certainly pulled some results out that we maybe weren't expecting. If they can take down Orgless here, of course, a massive tick in the positive column for them. For Orgless, here's the thing. I don't really know what to think of them at the moment, because I was expecting this team with the talent that they have to almost be like at the forefront of my mind, like top 3 guaranteed. They haven't felt as strong as I would have thought in my mind to justify that yet.
Not quite, no. I think, you know, there's still a lot to go for them, realistically. But look, I mean, here and now, the present is the time to do it realistically, isn't it? So let's see if they're going to be able to do it here up against Orgless. Very much a battle of two teams with different fortunes kind of end the season. For Fun, kind of being put together somewhat. Orgless stuck together, performed great last season, but obviously haven't necessarily done brilliant since then. So it's a lot of work to be done for both these two teams. But I mean, look, realistically, Bryce, this is still in the losers bracket, right? Both these two teams do not have any more mistakes to make.
No, they certainly don't. So while we're waiting for this lobby to get underway, quickly just want to talk about our other game going on, right? It's an interesting one, right? Because Majin have looked bad. I'm not going to shoot.
Yeah.
Majin have not been performing as well as I thought they'd do, especially with the players that are on this team. I was expecting a little bit more. I mean, they're still in it, right? That's the most positive thing we can say. Still in it, still able to do some work here. On the other side of it, you want to talk about ABLE Esports, a shock team that has shown us that there is more talent than we may not have seen before, right? In fact, kind of in the background here, I'll tell you the truth here, some people have been talking to me about some of the players on this team. You know, DK and Side have been so good that people are looking at them, right? Whether or not that's, you know, we're gonna look at them over the long term, and, you know, probably when they get to the major, that's when the real scrutiny will be on them here. But hey, if it's starting to pop on somebody's radar, that's certainly a good sign.
And the thing to look at as well for Majin is I think they probably will get better as the season has kind of gone on. They were thrown together, didn't necessarily have too much of a time to play up against each other, or with each other, I should say. But both these two teams went up against each other in their group. And just having a little look through, it was a Majin 3-0 loss, as far as I'm aware here. ABLE Esports taking that one pretty comfortably. So I think they'll be feeling confident heading into this loser bracket game as well. But I think Majin have a lot of talent, and they just don't know how to put it together quite yet. Whereas I absolutely agree with you with some of the player on ABLE looking very, very solid across the board. Really excited to see how they go. I think DK in particular has looked very good as well, and I think, you know, you're right. I've heard rumblings as well, and so like I think a lot of these players have a point to prove, and they'll want to prove that today to continue to advance.
I mean, I'm looking forward to, you talk about, you know, Majin and ABLE playing each other before. I think Majin have been getting better. And I think you're right here. I think it's really like there's just a lot of veterancy on Majin. So we have high expectations, and the talent is 100% there, right? So we expect them to perform well at all stages. I mean, they are still in this tournament. They are still in the playoffs, so they've done pretty well. The 3-0 against, you know, the 0-3, I should say, against ABLE, that is worrying, realistically, because ABLE have looked very, very good as well. So whoever comes out of that is in a pretty good position moving forward. I'm just kind of curious to see who actually does so.
Yeah, having a look over towards the bracket, I believe that this is at the stage, you know, I should probably know this, but at the stage where the two losers bracket team go on to play each other. Yeah, that is right. So the winner of both those games, which are happening in Alpha and Bravo for our first slot, will be going over to play against each other in the next round, and they will go on to play the loser of the winners final. So it does all set up quite nicely in that sense. So we get an idea. We're going to get an idea for both these two teams, see how they're playing. We'll see that at the end of the night, I believe, in elimination round 3. So that should be an interesting game. There's a lot of different storylines for these teams, though, coming through, as you mentioned. But for a lot of these teams, it's kind of trying to apply your trade, get as comfortable as possible, see how you're looking on a competitive aspect before we head to Birmingham next week. It's going to be so exciting. I've seen the floor plans and everything like that. That's been tweeted out. Brycey, excited to see how the event goes down.
Oh yeah, it should be a very, very good event because it's in the UK, and
Well, yes, I mean,
it's got a reputation to uphold. So should be a very good time for all of you who are going and all of you who wish to attend. It should be a good show from everybody involved, really. I mean, and that's kind of, I mean, the Elite Stage 2 is looking pretty good for all the teams involved, and obviously we're getting through our playoffs now, but once you win this, it's kind of the next step, right? You go straight into a major, you go to try and do it again. Where do you step up for that? And for some of our teams, you know, you've had, if you go back to stage 1, you know, Rock Esports, their ending to their stage of the Elite wasn't great and then went on to win the major. And the question is, can they do it again? And if anything, I would say they're in a better position now than they were before.
No, I would agree. It's curious to see how they are going to do when we get there. But I think, you know, we always ask those questions of whether or not, you know, the teams are able to translate that. We've seen the evidence they can. But it's going to be a weird atmosphere, I think. You know, a lot of European teams there. There's going to be a lot of teams coming over from America, of course, as well. Different situation to what they would have faced up in Dallas. But let's have another look at how things are going to break down here. Orgless taking on For Fun. We are just about getting ourselves ready into this game. You know how it be. Online Call of Duty Challengers players. This is how we roll. Blackout Hardpoint to kick things off. Exposure, Search and Destroy, and then Exposure Overload. If we need to see it, we'll stay on Exposure. We'll watch Hardpoint. Then Search and Destroy will be what we close things out with. Let's see how things are going to go down between these two, though. Excited to jump into things. Map number 1, I kind of do like it for Orgless, but we have seen a couple of occasions that they have struggled with a couple of rotations on this one. For Fun, if they can get their fundamentals in, we'll have more than a good enough chance to take the Black Heart. But yeah, a lot of questions to be asked in this series, Bryce, or a lot of questions to be answered, I should say.
Yeah, I think, well, here's the thing, you know, I was kind of thinking about it in terms of the 4 teams we have in the elimination bracket, right? Orgless, For Fun, ABAL, and Majin. Which team do we really expect to go the furthest? And the answer, you know, if I was going to put my money down right now and say this is the team or these are the teams I think we're going to match up, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Orgless ABAL game at the end of the day here. That's kind of where I would be pitching it here. But For Fun, you are definitely in that mix, and Majin have had another week of scrim, so it's certainly not a clean-cut race.
No, absolutely not. I think it is one of the more interesting games today. I'm really looking forward to that winners bracket final game, though. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be super interesting. Bit of bad blood there as well between P7 and Rock. And both these two teams went up against each other, albeit slightly different roster for P7 when we went over towards Dallas. There's a couple of different permutations around that one. Seeing if Rock can get the win after what was a disappointing finish, arguably, for them in their previous EMEA season in Elite. Hopefully, we'll be jumping into this game very, very shortly. Orgless For Fun is the one that we're going to be kicking things off with.
It certainly is. I know that we're just trying to get all these players into a lobby. If you're wondering why you're listening to us for so long, it does seem that they're just having a few hiccups getting all 8 players ready to go at the same time. It can be a bit difficult. It's like herding cats, except the cats talk back to you in TeamSpeak and aren't very polite sometimes. But realistically, we will get this game going as soon as possible. While we do that, though, and get these lobbies working, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The first game will be coming up on the screens right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into this hard point. Fortunately, it's only been P1 and that normally goes back and forth, but what we can tell you is that P2 is alive and well.
Yep, kicking off into things here. And I think this is the last time that we've seen specifically Orgless over towards this backside. P2 is a hill they've typically struggled with, so to be inside of the hill and pretty much everybody dead is a nice position to be in. 35 seconds remaining. Nice start for them. Linz, so often the catalyst for everything that goes right on this team. If he is playing well, then Orgless are a very, very difficult team to beat.
Yeah, Linz here, I mean, just making sure that the back lines are clear and goes back to slaying out as hard as he can here. Just a really good start for them. Orgless now looking to flip these spawns if they can, and well, if you kill everybody, you've got a very good chance of doing so. Linz knows there's a player out here somewhere and has been looking for him at all angles. Eventually he's going to go down sights, outplaying them.
He's done well to find those 2 kills, and that's a rotation that you needed if you are for fun. Not going to get a hold of it, and they are going to. Let's see if they can find a bit of a lock here over towards this backside. 55 seconds remaining over towards P3, and it's all very crucial that Denza stays alive. Manages to find one. Steven's still inside the point, but you can see Orgless now just finding their way around the back, just making sure they get those spawns, get a little bit of control from this side. Detain trying to fight over that, should be dead to right. Great shots out of Detain. Takes down Cobra. And now it's just a bit of a fight over towards the front side. F4Fun have defended their backlines just about. Oh, you need to finish your dinner if you're Sykes. Just about in control though. F4Fun, not a bad hold so far.
Yeah, with those spawns, going to get the bodies back into the fight a little bit quicker, and you can see now, Orgless trying to take a little run at it. They have a few kills going down, but this is all going to be more about the rotation fight. You might see Brady try to jump in here, try to get a bit of a contest, and hasn't gone well for him. If anything, F4Fun are you cleaning house, flipping spawns. It's a textbook rotate from them.
Yep, and doing it at the right time. You forced them out. You give Orgless a little bit of time back over towards P3, and you say thank you very much, and you take P4. Really good job by them, and yeah, again, this is just kind of these things where Orgless, for me, you would expect them as a real elite level team to be able to deal with that kind of situation against F4Fun, but full credit towards F4Fun. Detain having a good game for him, 7-7 right now, but finding the important kills, and the important number is at the top of your screen. A lot of that ticking over towards F4Fun. 30 seconds or so remaining here over towards P4. It's been a wonderful transition from 3 to 4, and a great hold so far.
Exactly what they wanted after a tiny bit of a slow start with that P2. They're going to try and do it again. Orgless will have a bit of a better time, though. They should be able to hold this against the push. You can already see the split coming through. They've got players out here as well. Mighty in a very good position. He might have slipped the net here.
Nice. Well
This
played.
is where it gets tense.
Yeah, they've done really well just to bait and switch this one, to be honest with you. Fantastic work. And Cobra managing just about to hold it down. Hold towards the backside. 55 seconds remaining on this hill. And I think if you're Orgless, though, you do need to get some good time out of this. You're set up so early for it, if anything. So make sure you do something with it. Sykes, big gunfight win up against Brezzy, and is that going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Everybody else trying to find a way through. Melko can't find the second. Cobra's going to have to defend over towards the back. Sykes has just been so impactful time and time again, but there is the player who so often is the man for the side of Orgless, being Linz, but Mighty will clean that up. Nice break coming through for F4Fun.
Well, they've really just took them the task here, just winning massive gunfights all over this map, and it's turned game on its head. F4Fun are you not only have this one locked down, but already trying to push this one out, and, well, Detain's going to hit the back, finds 2 as well, and they might even get the first bit of time on P1 when it tips.
It's just about getting the setup, though. They've been late to it for the most part, haven't they? Like, when it has come down to those moments where you really do need to find those kills and you do need to find the setup, they have not been there. This time they will be, though. 55 seconds to play for. A lot of this time over towards P1 can be so valuable, especially in the position they're in. 45 seconds to go, but we've got P2 to think about as well. They're in a good spot for that. It's the kind of swing that they need to find. Lynn's on a 4 spree. Not going to be able to make it a 5. Nice gunfights coming through. For me, it's been about Sykes for fun. He really has been finding way throughs. Just gunfights like that. Melko with his pants down. Thank you very much. Can we find another one? Not quite. Linz does so well to bring it back. Now Mighty pushing forward, trying to get a little bit of control. They do that, and Orgless once again will crumble. Their holds have just not been great. They found themselves in a couple of decent positions, Pricey, but as I said, crumbling.
Yeah, no real confidence since maybe the last P2. They've got a chance here. They're looking for Mighty out towards the back. He's backpedaling, will be caught before he can do anything here. And last time around, this was good for Orgless. They are going to need to do so again. Not even to tie the game up, but just be back in with a fighting chance.
Put themselves in a better position. 50 seconds to go here. Let's see how they're going to manage to try and actually find a hold. Linz. To deal with a couple of players trying to come through the front. It's just brute force through if you're for fun, and that's what can happen if you just direct yourself in one position. Too easy for the side of Orgless. They'll hold this down, no problem whatsoever.
Well, P2 seems to be the key. Orgless, they have this one pretty well practiced. Nothing able to come from For Fun EU on it. The issue's begun, though, on some of these rotations. They are going to be looking to try and make it clean. Detanger's got 3. Massive weight, only going to be a little bit of scrap time. I'm not even sure For Fun EU will really bother to fight it. And they aren't. They're going to try and overextend and get through, but Mighty is holding the door closed.
This is where things started to go well for Fun. I'm just going with For Fun. I'm not putting the extra 4 in there anymore, Brycey. I've given up the ghost. It was over towards P3 and 4, and are they going to manage to hold it down? They've got the back spawns. It's going to be a big fight. 2 versus 3 on the point. For a little while, Sykes and Mighty are here, though, and they've just been indomitable so far. Melko, though, he'll find 2, no problem. And that should be a really nice break coming through for Orgless, but they still need to clean up.
Just going to get that player out towards the back here. Spawn's still going to be better for them. You can see the spawn now coming from For Fun. And that will have cleared the lines here, and they really did need this time. They needed to make sure they broke it early. Couldn't have a repeat of last time. Big hit coming from the front here, though. For Fun EU trying to stack this with numbers. Resi spraying Cobra coming in from the window, and well, that'll be a full wipe, and they might even pull off the perfect flip themselves here. Look at that back spawn. For Fun EU will now have to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments that you just can't let happen if you're For Fun. You push through, you try and go for one last dance at it, but there's so often players will come through the middle of the map. Brezzy might not be having a great game at 13 and 24, but those are massive kills to be found through the middle. Kills not being found, though, from the side of For Fun. Just trying to find a breakthrough here pretty much immediately. Denza, he can find one. He's on his own. Might be no longer there either. Cobra dealing with him through the middle of the map. Big kills coming through for the side of Orgless, and that has been a big swing potentially coming through. Detain has snuck through the back side, so is this potentially something they can work on? Spawns are still going to be close for the side of Orgless, but For Fun here, going to try and do something about this hold. Sykes over towards backside. Nice hold so far, and Orgless starting to run up that time. They break 200.
Yeah, it's really been just a massive turn for them, and now they have an opportunity. 18 seconds of scrap time. It's going to be chowed out towards the back here. Detain is going to try and stop them. But this rotation could be everything. Already you can see it's a setup of For Fun EU. They have the map controlled.
Hellstorm incoming. Malco turning it around for their team. It's For Fun starting to get themselves set up over towards P5. He can only do so much setup when the Hellstorm is incoming. There is one. So not a great deal found, and 3 players on the side of For Fun finding plenty. Linz, oh, going to try and squeeze them. He knows exactly where they are. They're trying to make sure they have these back spawns. Linz just dealing with them, my word. Absolutely deletes Mighty. And now all of a sudden you don't really have a hold. You've got to try and find something if you're Sykes. Anything if you're Sykes. Well, Melko does well. Is this the break going to come through for the side of Orgless? It looks that way. That next kill would have been good, but it's so mixy. A pinstripe kill feed across the board. For Fun just trying to get a hold, and Linz again with another 2-piece and a 3rd. And that might seal the game.
Unbelievable play there from Linz. Not a bullet wasted, not a person missed, and now the lion's share of time. Here comes a break. It might be able to get into it. They're just going to push on the outside, try and contest it as much as possible. Guns towards the front here, and already 2 go down thanks to Brezzy, and that's just going to end. It's going to be nothing more, and For Fun EU, they had a good middle spree, but that's all it was. And Orgless, what a wonderful time for them, really going to another gear.
Yeah, they found out of the gear, and from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 pretty much dominated. Find themselves quite a healthy lead behind, but when Lynn started to warm up and find moments like this, those moments were more than enough to carry them over the line. A fantastic performance from the side of Orgless to bring that one back. Honestly, after the first rotation, and even towards P1, when they got broken pretty much immediately, in the second rotation, I was worried for Orgless. I really was, but they started to find that little bit of class that we know they have. We've seen on multiple occasions where you have those players, you know they have talent, who can find a break and do something on their own. But is the downfall really, as you can see, of course, our leaderboards were just a little bit the wrong way around, but either way, for me, it was that moment over towards P3 where ForFun went to fight for it over towards the latter stages of it. And the amount of times you see teams send a 4-man push for that, and then they get pinched through the middle of the map, honestly, it happens every single week. And so many teams fall foul to that. And immediately they did. They pushed through, nobody watching over towards mid. Wonderful, wonderful flank comes through. And all of a sudden, Orgless have got the reign of that side of the map. They can push in towards P4. They can get what they want. And that's where the game was probably won or lost, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay, a mixed P5 went their way in the end. But realistically, have the damage already been done? I would say so. Great start for fun. Absolutely. Orgless, sensational end.
And I was worried for them for a bit. I mean, they really were struggling to get much going. ForFun EU looked like they had it locked down. And, well, the game kind of changed around that P2. They used it as their anchor and got some really good rotations off. It made it so difficult for ForFun EU to kind of slow down their roll.
Really good performance coming out of Orgless. And that's a really good start to the series. But then that's the kind of moment that Orgless have got in their locker. Honestly, I want to say that on the other side of things, for fun, you've got Sykes, you've got Mighty. When they started to slow down, Orgless started to speed up. Exposure Search and Destroy is incoming after a 250 to 200 win for Orgless on map number 1. We'll see Exposure offload, and then we'll stay on Exposure for hardpoint if we need to, with then Search and Destroy following. But I believe Bravo is very much live with Majin taking on Abel. Abel with a really, really good start. And this is kind of something I would expect to see. Majin have struggled somewhat in the hard points. They have been finding plenty through Search and Destroy and Overload, but hardpoint has been their crutch. And for Able Esports, I mean, they're feasting right now. Feeling good about this matchup, no doubt.
Oh, 100%. And like we already covered this before when we went live. Majin, an incredible amount of talent and experience kind of condensed into this team, but a lot of people are looking at Able Esports and just how well some of their key players have been playing, and we're going to find out. Is it veterans or new? That is the real question.
It's going to be difficult for Majin up against Able, to be honest with you. I just think the slaying power is going to be too tough for them to deal with. DK, I mean, this is, isn't it really? Oh, nearly finds 5 in a row out of absolutely nothing. And that is a very, very convincing scoreline for Able to kick things off. Alpha, I believe, is nearly on its way as we're heading into map number 2. But I do want to keep it up with this game. This is going to continue over on Bravo. Nice 90-second lead after 1 rotation for Able.
Very, very good time. And hey, I mean, realistically, players like DK and Sight have been just incredibly consistent across their game out here. The slaying's not even that far away at the moment to kind of justify this point, but you will see Majin get back onto it, and they really desperately need to get their score up.
How are they going to do it, though? That's the thing. 5 and 13 out of Legend. He's a player you need to be able to count on. It's just going to be difficult. I mean, if you imagine you're going up against 4 cracked kids, essentially is how it's going to line up, right? And that's such a hard thing to deal with. You need to be able to kind of keep up with that pace. And it seems like a bit of a struggle right now. But I tell you what, they have done well over towards P1. They found some decent time. 73 and rising. Closed that gap from what was 90 down to around 60 or 70.
They are trying, but it's a hard break into this. Henry gets that just in the right time. I don't know if he would have landed so fair, to be honest with you. Bit of an early jump for him, but this is crucial. For Majin, they have to try and break this early. They have an opportunity to really get back in this game. Unfortunately, Scythe has said no. Cut down 3 of them. There's 1 more here. It's Henry going to be in couches, and he's trying to get the spawn for his team, but time is burning.
Some great time coming in here for Able. And that 90 point lead has been restored. Will be helped out, though. That Scythe managed to take himself down. That doesn't seem to matter. Well, there's Legend Twisted. It just all is a little bit slow, isn't it? It's a little bit slow. And that's what's costing Majin. There's not really a great deal of pace being set, and if you're going to try and find a break, it needs to be from so many different angles. And now Henry's going to be having a look for 10 seconds. You need to be with your team and rotating. Wheeler's going to try and catch them on the back end of things. Twisted will find one over towards P3. Coming over to help is Legend, and that's a nice rotation for P3. Fantastic work, but that lead has grown for Able. Nice wipe, though. Opportunity to get some time on the board.
Twisted just trying to hold these players at bay as long as possible. They're in a bit of trouble. There's going to be a pinch coming through. I'm not sure if they know this, that Blade is in a perfect position to cause some trouble. Eventually they will do, and they lock him down here. They're still getting really good time.
This is these kind of moments where you do need to get that good time, don't you? 20 seconds or so. Can they manage to do it? I'm not too sure. They're going to be quite far behind. Still 25 seconds now for Able. Continuing to wrap up this time when they can. DK on a full spree. And this, it almost just feels like it is a given, this one, isn't it? DK on 5. 8 seconds to go. They've got the rotation over towards P4. DK is absolutely beaming.
He is throwing bullets at anybody that looks at him. There he goes, more. And to take 2 players to eventually shut him down, but damage has been done. Right now, Majin are not close, and they will have to run through. Already pushed out towards the outside. Henry's going to find one, though. This opens the gap a little bit. If the rest of his team can pile through, going to start winning the trade. Henry wants to chow. He's waiting for somebody to come and help him. Nobody going to be there as Whalers goes for a 1v1 and does win it. Will eventually give them some security.
Trying to break 100 points. That's another way through. It just feels as if they are really chasing their tails a little bit, aren't they? Esports a step ahead right now, and that's 4 dead, and that may well be the game. One more opportunity for Majin to break. If they don't, that's going to be a map 1 win.
Oh, there they go. Couple of players in every conceivable position to go through here. Clutch already finds one. DK finds another. Whalers tries to dive, but will get nothing else, as that is a cleanup for them. Really easy time for Able Esports in their first hard point. Not quite in the 100-point club. Majin will not go into that illustrious position, but hey, for Able Esports, looking good.
Good performance from them, but that would have been expected heading into that one. They would have thought to themselves, map number 1 is going to be a confident one. And as I mentioned, a 3-0 win over Majin in the group stages. There's a good reason as to why Able Esports were able to advance on through, so they'll be feeling confident in this series overall as well. But 1-0 up would have been where they expected themselves to be. And both these 2 teams, well, I mean, map number 1 wins over on Alpha and Bravo. Are they expected? Probably. It's the rest of the series, though, that you've got to question. Able Esports, brilliant starts. We'll be jumping back over towards Alpha in a second, but you can continue to watch that game over on Bravo. Orgless still 1-0 up, and we are starting map number 2 imminently. The players taking their time, as they so often do like to do, Brycey. We will continue to batter them every single time they do as well.
Yeah, a few issues going on in that lobby at the moment today. Hopefully that'll all smooth out as time goes forward. But while that happens, we're just going to have to wait here. But let's kind of recap everybody for that first hard point as it went through. Realistically, Orgless, a little bit of a good first start, and then 4FunnyU took over for probably 150 points. And Orgless then turned it on and got some really good back-to-back relays here, but Mighty with the sniper on the S&D, opening proceedings for us.
Yeah, nicely done. Finding that opening blood. Can they keep it up? Seal find one to detain. Lins with one back in the round will go 4Fun's way. Just traded across the board after both these 2 teams kind of went at it throughout the middle of the map, but the opening snipe from Mighty gives the advantage straight over towards 4Fun. Great start.
Well, let's see. 4FunnyU want this one to get back into the running. And we did say coming into this game, you know, we had the choice of which game to kind of cover on Alpha, as we do normally pick the schedule. We thought this one was going to be very, very close. We thought, you know, 2 of the big teams here, 4FunnyU, have certainly shown how good they are. Obviously, Orgless has been one of the kind of the key teams we've been keeping an eye on all the way through the stage. And right now, not to pat ourselves on the back too hard, but this does feel like a very tight game.
You're only saying that because it was you who picked it before I even got on the discount on the inside. Oh my word, Mighty! He lined Cobra up before. Give him a little bit of a haircut. Well, that's the short back insides, that one. Incredible shots coming in from him, and now they're going to have to back on down after this bomb goes down. Brezzy and Co. trying to find a way through. Lins just with an absolute freebie through the middle of the map, though. Does make it a 3v.
Oh, my goodness. Well, they've cut them all down aside. There's only going to be Sykes left alive here. And he's probably expecting somebody on this bomb, but nobody actually is. And now he finds one up top as well. Lins is going to go down. If he had found that second, it was doable, ton, but it's not to be.
Malco defuse comes through, and that was a situation where they did not have the numbers, but thankfully Linz was able to give them just a little bit more pressure around the map, a little bit more presence. Really good job, one apiece now. Needed to do that work, to be honest with you, with the opening pick. It's a wonderful shot from Mighty, but ultimately does not really run you a great deal of anything. Continuing things on. One apiece. The snipers are being important here, though, Brycey.
I was going to say, I mean, realistically, you thought after that first pick and bomb going down, they might have it, but Linz finding that gap to take down Mighty early, and then a second. It almost kind of just ended the round for us here already. Mighty out there, and a little bit of timing, and he just doesn't find anybody. That's so unfortunate. Could have been a couple of really easy picks for them, and if anything, I would criticize Orgless. They know he's sniping here, and they almost gave him a couple of free kills.
Yeah, and he's hit a snipe every single round so far, albeit there's only been 2 of them. You don't want to give them that threat. Give them the opportunity to do something. Melko could be dead to rights here. Benza. Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see him again. Oh, and they've seen him. Denza in a really, really tough position, but the fact that he's got shots there just trying to find the pick, it doesn't work out. Denza will be able to get away, and Sykes finds a kill on Brezzy in the meantime. The net positive here for Fun even further, with Sykes finding Cobra 4v2 in their favour.
Well, they've now just got to play patient. That's all they've really got to do. Can't lose every gunfight, but for Orgless, where do you run, where do you hide? And, well, Linz will find one and a second. He's got 20 seconds to pull some magic out of his bag. Surely he's not going to be able to get here to this A plant. He's going to go for it, but they've got players on every single one. He's going to find another one. Linz takes them down. The last player? Surely not. Oh, my goodness.
Tight.
It felt like they wanted to give him it.
Tight. You can't give him those opportunities. The shots are there as well.
If Linz had his gun out, that could have been an unbelievable 1 versus 4.
I wonder if that's just for fun in a nutshell. So clean, 4v2. And then all of a sudden you give the opportunity. But Linz just about shut out in the end. Just about.
Well, horrifying if you're watching that. That could have gone the other way. Now, Mighty again. Sniper in hand, and there's a double stack coming through the stairs. Expecting part of a push, but it is a passive play here for Orgless.
Maybe scared of the sniper. Just not wanting to give anything up. You can see them both sitting low and up. Just expecting the push to come through. You're just not offering any opportunities over towards Mighty. It has to be influential. It just means 4Fun have to come to them. No real eyes on the bomb site. That's your problem. So this could be getting planted. They have a little check across. Denza will see them. You go straight for the plant, but this is a double nade coming over. Do you have a trophy? You don't have enough of one. Denza, he gets taken down. Well played by Orgless.
Oh, they're expecting something. Bomb going down here. Mighty will try to get out clean. Oh, it's not that clean, but Mighty gets a kill.
Oh!
Almost gets the second. Now Detain will try and clutch this up here. Did he just see a heal? I think he did. There's one on the Cobra. He's waiting, still waiting. It's going to be too late anyway. 5 more seconds. May have been a miracle.
Nelly. August now. Find their way back into this one. Just too late for Detain. That was unfortunate, though, because he positioned himself really well. And it was just a case of getting himself across. Not enough time for that bomb being defused for fun. Being pegged back a little bit here now. August looking just a little bit more solid.
Well, here we go. Still 2 versus 2. Slight passive setup again here. Full Fun EU this time. Mighty is on Overwatch, expecting something to push here. Realistically, they don't have a ton of information.
Shots coming in. Mighty having to back down. We'll go down from Brezzy. Shots from Cobra as well to deal with it. Now all of a sudden it's a difficult task for Fun. Sykes is going to have to be the one that breaks this one open, but Brezzy shuts it down. Orgless, clean round.
Yeah, they would not have expected Brezzy to still be there lying on the bomb, and obviously must have slid out, and he just got a good angle on him, but Cobra will close proceedings as well. Says, all right, thank you very much. That's a advantageous gunfight that I almost lost.
There's opportunity now for Orgless starting to stretch their legs a little bit. 3-2. Can they keep it rolling? Starting to find a little bit of pace, starting to work out what 4Fun are doing. 2-0 lead in this series would be absolutely massive. Starting to perform in this final week of EMEA challenges. Brezzy holding down, awkward little angle. Seeing nothing, so information should present itself over towards Orgless, who are not wanting to go in this 50-50 fight over towards the bomb site. This bomb will go down over towards B. Orgless going to have to find a way through in a 4v4 retake.
Good positioning as well. They have something here, maybe a little bit compressed, but it's not actually going to matter here because Orgless are all going one way. They might hit this with numbers. This could be chaos with the smoke already getting let down. And, well, Vince finds the first sight, firing through the smoke, but doesn't get it. Cobra finds two. And Mighty left alone all the way out of this one. The defuse already coming through. They have the advantageous position. And, well, Mighty will get Brezzy, but that'll be defused regardless.
Nicely done from Orgless. Wonderful retake once again. They just seem to have 4Fun's number, don't they? Really do. After what was a great start from 4Fun, Orgless starting to show their prowess now. 5 in a row from Cobra. They're finding plenty of picks through the window where Mighty really had been pretty dominant over towards that side. Still not necessarily having a bad game, of course. Then Cobra finding the picks to help him get back through. 5 in a row from him, and Orgless are running rampant.
Well, this looks like an aggressive push out towards B here. Either that or we're going to take mid-control, but I suspect B. They've really left Melko to try and cover their flank. He will need to try and get in position before too long here. Linz is just going forward. Not really a tradable position there for Linz, and that's costing them a first blood.
Opportunity here now for 4Fun to try and bring this one back. You kind of give up Orgless here. Trying to get Cobra online with some more kills. Not far away from the Hellstone. The pressure's going to come through, though. He's going to be able to back on down. Brezzy will be there to just hold down the angle that was coming through. Can't find the second. And 4Fun get a big round. One that was much needed. 4-3 now. If they went 5-2 down, it's a different story.
Got to be somewhat careful. But yeah, I've got to give a good amount of credit to 4Fun AU. Not only did they shut down that push, but they had a position. Linz kept going forward, and like it just wasn't tradable. Like when he got caught in that position, yeah, if you got first blood, maybe you could do something, but he was in kind of a very high risk, very low reward position to try and get something there.
Attack down for 4Fun. And a slow and steady one at that. Just trying to find a little bit of information. None being presented. Orgless just very passively once again, just not offering themselves up. Oh, Mighty, a bit of a dead side there as well. Not ideal. Get himself out though. Still, a bit of a stalemate. Until then, Mighty will find Linz, and then all of a sudden, 4Fun have the numbers.
Sykes to get chowed here, but more than equal to it, and almost takes down Melko as well. Well, last one left is Cobra. He knows where one is. Well, he's going to get the bomb carrier, but it kind of puts you in the middle of the map. 4-4 ton. Neither of these two teams willing to give up even a little bit.
Surprising, honestly. I really thought when Orgless found themselves in that position 4-2 up, I thought they may be able to start stretching their legs. Not quite. 4Fun bring this one back. Mighty now on a 5 spree, starting to give his influence into this map a little bit longer. A little bit more, I should say. Continues on. 4-4 now. I think it's a massive, massive map for For Fun. Go 2-0 down here. The reverse sweep up against Orgless will be tough.
I'm certainly going to try. Denzer already backing off. The call will have gone in. You can see players For Fun moving already. Denzer now going to try and watch the top here. Already the long flank's coming in, but Sykes is a million miles away if this bomb goes down. Brezzy, they have a trophy guarding him here. He hasn't planted yet. He's still waiting. And that has allowed Sykes to get closer. Keep an eye on that minimap. He is not far away from this fight here. Fight already kicking off. Brezzy gets one, though. Advantageous position, and they now have somebody watching the flank. It's Linz. Oh, timing. This is timing everything. And Linz will find one on the flank, and it's detained now in a 1 versus 3.
A big round for Orgless. Unless detain. Find something. Hard gunfight immediately against Cobra, which he wins, but very weak. And Child immediately. Orgless put themselves on map point. Just all about Linz on the flank, as you mentioned. Him finding that pretty much secures the round. Just nice steady player once again. You've got every box kind of ticked if you're Orgless as far as what you need to watch when that bomb does go down. Pressure comes in up top. Plenty of bullets put down by Cobra so the cleanup crew can come on through. Prezi, he'll find 2 in a row. And a 5-4 lead now for Orgless. Can they convert this to a map win? Or do we go round 11?
This is where it matters. A lot of control here for this alleyway. Brezzy moving forward. Got to be careful. I will say this. Orgless, this is probably the most aggressive we've seen on them on defense so far.
Good shots from Linz again. That's back down, and that's information, though, right? Allows the rest of the team to be able to push up, and that allows Brezzy to put himself in this kind of position. Linz putting those shots in just makes you kind of understand that there's not really many players up top mid. First blood was there, 3v3 though. Sykes will find Melko. Doable still For Fun.
Look at the way they've distributed themselves here. They have seen the bomb here. Brezzy's pushed out. They knew where the bomb was. They've given For Fun back the opportunity here to do something with it, but they are going defensive. They're hoping for a push to try to get that bomb out of where it's fallen. Lindy's wondering, we haven't seen anybody in so long. Surely they've got the bomb out. Cobra's still waiting. He's got 2 players he can see. Only finds 1, though. Linz, this is all timing for him. 20 seconds to go.
Don't think he needs to do a great deal here. He just needs to sit tight. Can't really check it. He doesn't really know. 12 seconds. Knows he's there. Doesn't know the other player is, though. And For Fun send us to around 11.
5-5. We knew the game was going to be tight. We didn't know it was going to be this tight, and... well, once they got that bomb down, I thought it was over.
Here we go, then. A really important round 11. Both these two teams, no lives remaining in the bracket. And round 11 and map number 2 is extremely important. And either an Orgless 2-0 lead, or we go one piece heading into the Overload, where For Fun may well be feeling confident. It's a massive round. Little tag. Information.
Bomb down. Huge now for Fun.
Good catch from Cobra, though. And Sykes has kind of been taken out of the equation here. He's going to either have to get lucky or unlucky, and that bomb's being defused as well. He's got to make his move.
Cobra's just standing over him. They've already cut them down as well. One less, they're just going to fuse in their face. An easy round win there for Orgless. One single smoke cut off the angle, and all of a sudden For Fun were like, I don't know what to do now. Where do we go? Sykes was played out of the game here. They jumped straight onto the bomb, and post plant for For Fun EU has let them down.
Yeah, one of those situations where the smoke kind of works really well, whether or not it's intentional to the point of where it actually did smoke off. Stopped Sykes really finding any picks as players are trying to flood through the mid-map. They flood that mid-map and jump straight on the bomb. They have the number advantage absolutely straight off the bomb plant, but even if you're For Fun in a 3v4 scenario with the bomb down, you say to yourself, okay, well, we can potentially do something here. Unfortunately for them, they get cut down in pretty much a 4-0 fashion. I don't think anybody from Orgless pretty much dropped after that bomb went down. Great work from them to take themselves now 2-0 in the lead in this series. And it's a big lead as well. For fun with plenty of first bloods. Slightly in their favour as we head into that round 11. And that just has to be something you have to do a little bit more with. And they, unfortunately for them, do not. Yeah, Lynn's nearly made this doable, didn't they? It's doable, I should say. Denza there with the trade. But an interesting game, honestly. Back and forth. I think it was credit to For Fun for finding some way to come back. At certain times where you sort of question whether or not Orgless are going to be able to bring something to the table, and they have done. Questions I've asked of them all season are starting to be answered. And a 2-0 lead up against For Fun, probably deserved.
I mean, it is every bit as close as we thought it was going to be, though. And that's one of the things here. Like, coming into this game, we said Orgless are the favourites. But For Fun EU have been consistently good over the games that we've seen them on. And Orgless have not been unbeatable by any stretch. And this game is really showing us why here. There are flashes of brilliance from Orgless, right? There are moments where we see how good this team can be. But it's not every time, and it's not every gunfight, and it's not every play. There are gaps in it, and For Fun EU have done a great job of taking advantage of those. Whether or not they can now find a little bit more, like an extra 5%, to get them past here, 2-0 down, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's look, it's not far away For Fun, is it? For them, realistically, that 50 points on the hard point. Look, they were in a really good position and kind of did just crumble. I think if you look, obviously, towards the Search and Destroy, it's one round. It is really small margins. So for both these two teams, Orgless will be feeling very, very confident. But For Fun, we'll be heading into an overload where they'll be feeling confident as well. Orgless have not looked too hot in that mode so far this season. I didn't look too hot at all, and they're 2-0 up though. So we know which way this one potentially could go. But let's find out after this break, Bryce.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We jump straight into our game here. Overload, a must-win for For Fun EU. This is an elimination game, and Orgless currently 2-0 up in it.
And a must-win for For Fun. They've set themselves up really, really well to get themselves a cap here, which it should be unless Melko can go nuclear. He will not. And this is kind of was one of my worries heading into this. For Fun, for me, Denza is so good at Overload. He just seems to understand it. He just these wise old head on him. It just seems to work very, very well for them, specifically on exposure. So Orgless, typically last Challenger season, they were pretty solid at it across the board, but I wonder if teams have just caught up a little bit. It hasn't necessarily been plain sailing for them this season in this mode from when we have watched them. So let's see what Falcons can do, just creating these plays. Detain, they're constantly the lead blocker. Can he find a third over towards the backside? He cannot. Big kill coming through from Brezzy as Denza gets a little bit of control in the mid-map. That's fine. Orgless did what they needed to do towards the backside. Detain had to die.
So far, they're really controlling the tempo of this game. Here comes the big push already. He's going to struggle with that one, but there's been enough done. A walk through already. And this is looking so good for 4 Fun EU.
It's been a brilliant start. Been working down that side extremely well. Both sides, to be honest with you. Orgless don't seemingly have an answer, and Denza is running this game at 8-2. I mean, if that is... Oh my word, Denza! Okay, well, just the nades, the shot, the nades, everything is absolutely perfect. And he does everything for his team that he needs to. And now he's spawn trapping them. Linz is 3-7, Denza's 11-2. What ulterior universe are we living in here, Brycey?
Well, the one we're about to get into the second half, and truthfully, we might as well get a map 4 if this continues for much longer. In with the back step, still looking like they have control of the game here. Mighty tries to take 2 down as well as both teams fighting for it. Detain, trying to hit him as he danced around. Wasn't the easiest.
Then trying to get something going for his team here. Possession of the EMP and moving forward. There's actually a wide open gap here that they could run through, and Linz is going to be the one that maybe set up for it. Is he the one to open the door? He may well be. Denza might have just opened it for them. Denza doing incredible work in Overload for maybe both two teams, Brycey.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate team. He'll go through Melka trying to push forward, but gets a little bit of timing against him here. You could tell Orgless were trying to move the tempo of this game up. They wanted to go straight for the relay, but Brezzy, a little bit of a shake there on the shot, and well, they've lost control.
Some good shots. Here we go. Once again, the setup. That's a cap. That's the 4th. And we will be seeing the second round a smidge early, Brycey. A minute and 45 to go. And they just completely ceased proceedings in round number 1. What a performance from 4 Fun. Put themselves in a really good spot to try and bring this series back. We may well be having the hard point sooner rather than later.
Well, still a lot of time left to go here. I've always found the fact that this half ends early a little bit crazy, because if you kind of have a bit of a roll on the other side, you can score more going one direction. So we'll find out just how they regain from this. It's not untouchable, much like some of the players on 4 Fun EU have been just hammering them in the slang department.
This one forward for fun. Cap or 2. I'll pretty much solidify this game. And honestly, they don't need to necessarily get aggressive, but I'd also encourage them to probably just do the same as what they've been doing. Denza just kind of creates, and a player like Sykes can do that quite often as well. Brezzy with 2 important kills though. Detain trying to get a little bit of a read here on Orgless. He's pushed quite far forward. Can't do anything about Brezzy though. Great shots from him. And this could be the start of a decent attack for Orgless. It's the one that they need to secure.
Falco going deep. He wants to try and find another one here. I don't think he's going to, and too many blockers. Just not able to get that one over the line. That was a bit of a hope play. Detain, there's a huge go take back mid-map control.
Yeah, but that's the kind of realm they're in, though, right? I mean, I suppose 3-0, well, 3 down, I should say, is not necessarily the end of the world. You can bring this back. So-called easier side to find the caps on, isn't it? So we'll feel at least embodied by that. Let's see if we can find something. They're doing well throughout the middle of the map, but 4 Fun are just shutting the door. They're playing relatively passively, but yeah, they can. They're 4-1 up.
Not quite parking the bus yet, Ton, but
no, not quite.
It's certainly a more defensive style. They don't really want to get aggressive with it and leave open some gaps here. just slaying around the middle of this map will keep them in good stead for a while. Even with that, you see a couple of players going down, but because of the trades, there still isn't an open pathway yet.
Well, that's fine. For fun can kind of sit tight. This isn't tight though. Melko, he might be the one that breaks this defensive setup. Knew he was there. Oh, and he wasn't able to snap onto Sykes. Honestly, it was kind of lined up. Now Brezzy can be here to just try and defend his player who's finding a way through. There's one back. Orgless put themselves in a position to do something here, and they've got the EMT spawning over towards the solar panel side, so it has to be a mid-map flood for fun, who are making their way through, but they're a little bit late. Yeah, this is another capture. Far too slow. Can't get there. Freebie. 4-3. Just like that.
And this is a massive turnabout here for Fun EU. They are going to need to try and steady this ship. Mighty will be on this rotation here. Can he find anybody? He's going to be a little bit outgunned from everybody here in this one.
This is a good spot.
Oh,
Brezzy isn't able to get one, but they are just relentless. Orgless right this second. I didn't see this one coming, honestly. I know For Fun did well on this side, but Orgless are making it look easier. The benefit for them, they've got 2 more minutes on this side.
already plays in the backfield. And it's Linz. Oh, he's going to go down. Huge kill from Detain. Takes so much pressure off the water spawn here. Malco going to try and punch a hole. Hasn't worked out. Cobra, he's now worried. He's like, I don't want to give this away yet. Not with my team already going to be down here. We're not going to be in position for a second. But Linz comes off that respawn from that early death on the other side of it and says, all right, I'll hold them at bay.
He's done well just to survive those few seconds longer, allowing the rest of the team to find themselves in a position to do something. And that was all really about Mighty finding the gunfights through the middle of the map. Cobra had to chal it. And get it done. Brezzy finds one, and Ellie finds Sykes as well. Linz will find one through the middle of the map as well. Feels like one team are the one in the ascendancy right now. Sykes is in a good position in the middle of the map to maybe try and slow this one down. He's going to find a flank, and this is going to disrupt just enough. Takes down Melko. Brezzy will just try and pick this one up and get it away. He cannot. Big plays from Sykes.
Oh, just done every bit of work he needed to here. And oh, they're just holding them at bay here. You can see how frustrating it must be for Cobra. He's been in a blocking position for the entire length of that play. But the flankers come in and stop them dead here. August had an opportunity to put themselves in the lead.
And honestly, I really liked it from Cobra. I seen what was happening on the minimap, and now all of a sudden this could have developed into a counter-attacking opportunity, especially if Detain stays alive. The nade will go down. It'll start blocking players off. Is this the moment for Fun to take the lead again? And just like that, after 4.5 minutes of pressure from Orgless, For Fun steal one away at the death.
2 down already, though. This needs to be grabbed and moved. They're going to go for it. They have a run. Brezzy, very, very weak with it. Going to try and get across here. Players all around him. Down he falls. Linz going to try and get ahead. He sees player, sees one. Goes for the second. It's a dance around the car. He goes back out for it. And Mighty takes down 2. The bomb's in no man's land. Melko has to dive for it, but he doesn't get the jump in time. Oh no, what a way to lose.
And as soon as it goes down up towards top, it's a big worry because nobody else from the side of Orgless is sending themselves on top of that solar panel. It's not just as simple as just hopping up immediately. You have to consider the gunfights. You have to do everything. If you put yourself in that position, you die. It's such an awkward spot for it to go down. But Mighty going absolutely ginormous for Fun. Incredible work. They put themselves now in a position where they can come back in this series. Still 2-1 down. They're going to map under their belts. Wonderful overload from these two.
Yeah, getting that one in. I mean, the massive blocks from earlier on as well. Sykes, 26 and 16. And truthfully, we've got to talk about that block earlier on when he managed to hit the flank and stop them from moving the EMP forward. That was crucial. That turned this game around because Orgless had been running that second half almost back to back.
It was so crucial when they got that counter. Just 1-4 dead, and they opened it up. And honestly, I think it was Detain. He survived on like 7 HP. I mean, this was wonderful from Denza. He was the catalyst for this win, really, for Fun. They set him up, he set their team up in so many different positions. He was the one that was doing the capping as well. And a very quick half for them. Played extremely well. Melko was also influential. Orgless had their moments, no doubt. But they'll be disappointed. They pretty much dominated that second half. And one decent counter-attacking opportunity is all For Fun needed. Really good job, though, from them. Defensively, I think especially when we seen Orgless was setting up, it was Cobra who was pushed up as the lead blocker. This was the moment where Sykes, he finds those defensive players, finds one, finds the second here on Abrezi, did so well. And it's just about surviving in those moments. And that's exactly what they did. They survived and then thrived as the counter-attack comes through. For fun, just about seal the deal. Mighty. This is outrageous, this, by the way. The first gunfight's one, but killing Linz and Cobra at the same time. Utter perfection. And for fun, force us to a map number 4. Which, once again, Brycey will be staying on exposure.
And another exposure for us to watch here. And I'll tell you something, the last two were pretty good, so I don't mind this one. We'll see how this one goes off. But while we wait for this game to load up on Bravo, well, it's exposure again. We're going to go straight into this one. And this is the second half as, well, Able are well and truly in the lead.
And this puts them in a sensational position in this series. Majin were able to take the search and destroy pretty convincingly, a 6-2 win. And that is a weakness of Able's, absolutely no doubt. But the Overload, not so bad at the moment. DK 25-9 out of him. That's absurd. Ridiculous numbers when you look at everybody else. 12, 13, 18, 12, 25-9. Incredible work. Able Esports looking to just try and defend on this lead. Henry could have done with that one landing, but good gunfights coming through. Blade doing well, and Sight's going to find one off the respawn as well, so they can start to create a little bit of pressure. It was 4-0 on the bad side as well. Ooh. Tough viewing for Majin.
Oh. This is going from bad to worse. DK just got 3. Sights was dancing around in their spawn, and DK, will you pack it in? 30-9, a 5 streak. He's in their spawn still. Eventually will be taken down, but the damage might be done because the rest of Able Esports are now, to use a euphemism, putting the boot in.
Damage well and truly done. 5-0 up, 3.5 minutes to go. I just don't see a way back for Majin. It would take something quite brilliant to bring this one back, and honestly, Able are just going to keep this pressure on sight. He can find another. As Able are just cutting them to shreds.
Is there a mercy rule in play? Oh, DK. Look at him run. Scrabble to try and get out of here. They will already be called out. You can see the players now moving every single direction. They're not even moving the EMP. They're just taking people down. It's TDM in their spawn. It's 5-0. It's bullying, is what it is.
Completely not a bullying. If you want to continue bullying, well, we're going to stick about until Alpha is ready to go, but you can keep an eye on Bravo. Map number 4 is going to be incoming, another hard point, and I would expect similar scenes. To be honest with you, this is ridiculous. 34-13. This kid's really coming onto the scene this year, isn't he, DK? Albeit, look, I'll give him his credit. He's been doing it against absolutely everybody. He's doing it against Majin right this second, absolutely running through them.
What is going on? This is not okay.
It's not fair.
He's about to drop a 40 bomb and he's died 13 times.
7 in a row will no doubt continue. Make it 8. 14-13. Another one on the board. Mercy rule is in. And that is that. Able Esports absolutely cruising to a 2-1 lead. Loading in Alpha, if you want to keep an eye on that one, that is going to continue on Bravo. But with the way that the respawns are being going, I would imagine it will be continuing much longer.
I didn't really want to talk about that game. That was horrible to watch. It's just unfair, if anything. I've never seen a player just look like they were outnumbering the enemy team 17-1. But anyway, we'll go on to this game, which I assume will be the complete opposite of that one because it should be close.
Let's see how this one's going to go, because honestly, the hard point in map number 1 was relatively close. Let's see if we can have another game just like that. 250-200 was the score on Blackheart. Well, we're in the lead. Well, pretty much the entirety of the first rotation, but a brilliant comeback from Orgless. Ended it on the second. Good start, though, for fun. Getting a little bit of control throughout the middle of the map and looking over towards P7.
Wow. This one matters. For Funny You will certainly be feeling good after that last map ton, but as we know, this is all point-by-point based. Rotations matter. In the moment, Orgless will have this first one.
Get some decent time over towards P2. The setup. Maybe thinking about the P3 rotation. Big wins coming in from Sykes. Doing well though, and that's a nice break to come through. Sykes left on his own. Which way is this gunfight going to go? It's Melko's way 3 to find the break pretty much on his own. His teammates there to back it up, but he's the one that finished his dinner. 5 and 3 from him. All of a sudden, For Fun need to try and find a way back through. They've got the spawns that they want, but keep an eye on Brezzy as well over towards window. They'll be happy to hold that position for now.
Just waiting. Looking for somebody to get into his vision here. A lot of time burnt from him. If he lost that first gunfight, he'd be really upset, but he's going to go down. He's not going to be able to hold it for too much longer. Leans to the rescue, finds 2! Almost the 3rd, but they're not going to be here on this rotation ton.
Not there. He's done really well to put himself in that position, and Orgless going to go from the front. For Fun over towards this backside, and this is not an easy break to find. Detain. Gonna have to try and find a route round, to be honest with you, just to try and keep them off guard if he can. And now is everybody else going to flood in from the other side? You need to find unfavorable gunfights in your favor. Orgless are going to run up this 35 seconds. Linz and Brezzy defending well. For Fun can't get through.
8 seconds to go. It's still a good amount of time. Both teams will challenge this. Brezzy is waiting for a player to jump up here. Everybody else is stacking. For Funny You have put everybody forward, but Denza gets a team kill as well, so it's not the best trade for them. And, well, Linz now breaks up and they get the perfect flip spawn. For Funny You did not want to be that side.
Find a way through. Orgless have done so well, though, just to keep them in that position for as long as they did. Probably don't get as much out of it as they wanted to, but sets themselves up very, very well for the next hill incoming. Now is the setup here for Fun. They can try and find a way through. Linz take down 2, one of them and being his teammates, and For Fun likely going to get a route through here. Yeah, they are. Nicely done. Goes towards this backside. Can he hold it down? Just about. He is going to get taken down, but the rest of his team are on the way.
There's 3. And even though you can see on the mini-map, Melko just waiting, knows that there was no real opportunity for him to move forward yet. Couple of bodies might go through the front here, and Sykes gets caught off. He sees the other player, goes to move and gets cut down for it, and that's a full wipe with 17 seconds to go, and they're going to be first to next.
Everything working out for Orgless so far, but I mean, honestly, it does feel as if it's them, the ones kind of dictating the game somewhat, but the scoreline tells you, well, not a different story. They are in the lead, but it's only an ever so slight one. I think they'd be disappointed with some of the positions they've been in to only find themselves in this spot. Probably something to do with Mighty being 13-7.
Linz. Oh my goodness, another wipe from them. And this has echoes of that last hard point. Orgless came alive and started really putting For Funny You to the sword. Now, mid-control here for Funny You. They'll be trying to push this out for both sides. Melko's on a 5 streak, though, so isn't going the best for him. Brezzy's in a forward position. It's actually going to be a spawn out here. Sykes on the other side of the map will be looking to try and get the pinch, but Brezzy pushes that one out. They're going to know now as Cobra already gets 1. And, well, Denza, another little bit of a push here, but Cobra is inviable.
And this is now where they start to extend to what they feel they should be in the lead with. Really nice hold over towards Dirt. Sensational work from Orgless when needed. Been so confident about themselves, they're taking each other down as they fall into the hand of Melko. But now For Fun, I think, you know, they've battled really well, but they've been constantly on the back foot. It feels as if they're not really winning a rotation. They're not putting themselves in a spot to really succeed. If they can find themselves one good rotation, they're well and truly back into this game. Whereas Orgless maybe need to be a little bit more clinical than they have been outside of P5.
And right now, a bit of pressure from both sides, and I feel like we just keep finding Orgless wiping. And for Funny You, that kind of just puts them in a bad position. It means they've got to try and reset every single time, and that always means you get a bit of a bad trade moving forward, and that's what's happening to them again here. Because even with it going through, they're on the worst side of the trades.
Some good time for Orgless, albeit scrap towards the end of P1. And P2. Really fought over. Majin needs to stay alive here if he can. The rest of the team are going to have to do something over towards P2. They cannot. The spawns now fall Orgless's way. They're starting to stretch their legs, Pricey. This is a little bit more like it.
Like I said, it kind of felt like this in the last hard point, right? Orgless just moving forward with pure skill. Here comes the push, though. Good stack here for Fun EU. They're going to try and get into this one as well. Detain. That's a massive 2. It opens up proceedings for them, and Melko is last alive. Nobody found him yet.
It's a whitewash at this moment in time. Orgless cannot do anything wrong here on exposure. 21 and 12, looking pretty solid. And for all that, they were kind of running that first half and didn't capitalize on a couple of really good positions and a couple of really good rotations. They are very much capitalizing now. Resi finding 2. And Orgless have hit the 200-point mark. 106 for the side of For Fun. Not in a good position for P3 rotation. Bricey, this one might be done.
I think so. I mean, For Fun EU, maybe they can find a miracle. Lins tries to back off here as well. A couple of players going down here. For Fun EU have the numbers temporarily. Here he comes, already getting a couple of kills down. Bressy only finds 1, and they will take that heal away from them. Gonna need more than just a perfect hold here.
And they continue to hold it though. 30 seconds to go. Plenty of good kills happening through the middle of the map, though, and this is the kind of moment that For Fun needed. Oh. Can't find a way through if you're Orgless. Can you get something done? 220 is still the score, and For Fun have done well to keep themselves in this spot. 10 seconds to go. It's all about the rotation, though.
Almighty. Bit of an issue. They're still holding strong here out towards the back here. Surely. For Fun EU can't hold this perfectly. They are trying to, but numbers paid. And Orgless just wiped them out of it. Detain is going to have to try and break this again quickly here with the rest of his team. He finds 1 as everybody streams forward.
No. 15 is all that's needed for Orgless, and with that wipe, that might be that as well. 156 For Fun. You need to find another break. 10 seconds away at Orgless from sending themselves to the next round, Bryce.
Looks for 1. The rest of them going through the front door and into the kill feed just as quickly. There's another wipe. It's been happening all the way through this hard point. What other way to end it? Orgless take down For Fun EU. They will be eliminated out of Elite Stage 2.
Wonderful, wonderful performance from Orgless, and a little bit more like it. A lot more like it, to be honest with you. We haven't really seen a great deal of this kind of performance from this roster, all elite stage. But that was ruthless when they needed it to be. Outside of a couple of moments here and there, look, I mean, they managed to win the round 11. Brilliant in the hard point when they got those opportunities that were presented to them. They looked fantastic. Really, like, honestly, impressed with them, because that is not an easy game to come into. Now, on a few in a row in this losers bracket, Brycey, and starting to look like the Sharks down here. Incredible, incredible work from them, and that is a convincing map for.
Yeah, I think so. And it kind of turned in that game, right? You felt it. Orgless started just feeling like the better team over and over again. Consistent wipes, better rotations. And For Fun EU, at the last hurdle, just looked outclassed.
I think it was just a really impressive hard point in this map in particular, to be honest, from the side of Orgless, just as far as rotations go, as far as map manipulation goes, execution on a couple of occasions where, you know, they put themselves in the spot to score a lot of points. Didn't really happen in that first half. Second half, it absolutely did, though. They started to find the kills, started to find their flow, have to put themselves in positions. And For Fun just looked a bit desperate, didn't they? Always finding themselves kind of chasing their tails, put themselves in poor positions, having to fight out of those poor positions. They did a great job of that throughout the first half, but yeah, as mentioned, Orgless stepped it up here in that second, as they kind of did in that first half point. Slow start, fantastic second half. And just not much for Fun could answer for. And on paper, that's the result you would have expected. Orgless take that one 3-1. And that is a lot better from them. A lot better from them. And now they move on towards the next round, Brycey, and we'll be feeling confident that they could potentially send themselves to tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. You can see now on the bracket where Orgless have run so far. I mean, a big 3-2 versus Trinity game. Orgless 3-1 against 4Fun EU now puts them into it. Of course, we've got to talk about Majin and Enable Esports here. Enable Esports looking pretty good, apart from that S&D, Tom.
Yeah, no, not necessarily the best in the search and destroy, but they'll be feeling confident about the map number 4, I would imagine, which we're going to have a little peek at in a second, potentially. But Abel will be feeling confident to get through up against Orgless, and that'll be a really interesting game, considering both these two teams met each other in the very first round of the winners bracket. It was a 3-1 win for Abel, so if they can get through to that losers semi-final, I believe, then they'll be feeling very confident to see a losers final as well.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I did say the most likely scenario here for me would probably have been Orgless versus Abel, right? As we kind of got into it. Majin did manage to take an S&D against Abel. Obviously, when we're talking about the overload, it was a little bit more than one-sided. It was kind of wild, actually. But what we're going to do now is go to a quick break. When we come back here, more action from Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time for our games to continue. Every single one of them very, very important time, and we've already said goodbye to 4Fun EU and moved Orgless forward.
Yeah, and deservedly so. Much more like it from Orgless. Kind of performance that what we expect to see after we've seen them in stage 1 take the whole thing, and that has been a little bit more like it in their game up against For Fun. Fantastic performance from them, but we got more games to get into, right?
We certainly do. Our big game right now, Rock Esports versus Project 7. One a titan, the other a giant, making them both seem normal sized, but certainly dominating in their groups. That run of wins has to end here, but who is it going to be, Ton?
It's really, really hard to say, because Rock Esports will probably be the favorites just based on how things have been going. Obviously, Dallas was a sensational performance. Project 7 lost out to them, finished top 3 at that event. You'd say Rock are the favorites, but this is online Call of Duty. We know how this kind of works. It's not necessarily cut and dry between these two teams. Project 7 have made improvements to their roster. They also went flawless in their group. It is a very, very even game. It's anyone's on its day.
It certainly is, but before we dive into this one, we're going to Bravo. Majin versus Abel is in the hard point, and it's not a million miles away here. Majin have an opportunity to get back into this if they can find a break.
Better scoreline than I maybe expected it to be honest with you, but it is probably a little less pacey of a map. When you talk about Blackheart, it is really more fundamental, making sure you're making those rotations, which is something Clutch is trying to set up for his team right now. So, Tuna point has been broken by Abel, and they're trying to get a little bit of control over towards this backside. It's just one that I didn't think would suit Abel quite as much as we've seen on Dent, and I suppose it's kind of true, but they're still 75 up, Bryce.
Well, unfortunately, with that rotation, it's not gone particularly well here, but Legend out towards the back. This is going to be a potential. Tries to turn a burn, not going to be able to as well, but the team will grab it away. And now for Majin, opportunity beckons. Well is already on the back foot. Somehow had no health. Gets his life regen back as the rest of the team going to work, but that is unbelievable. DK almost shut them down here as well, but they've done just enough.
Yeah, DK is becoming a bit of a walking highlight reel up against Majin. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to, well, presumably do up against Orgless when we do go there once again. But Majin have closed this gap. 20 seconds to play for here over towards P4. If you can get a hold of it, within touching distance, and a gunfight on the other side of the map, though, doesn't go their way. Scythe will take down Whalers. Rogue spawn over towards P5. You see that one? That was a bit of a dodgy one. Either way, Electricity will get taken down. Blade will be here. Great nade, though, coming through from Henry, but the setup by Able Esports just about here. The spawns should be as well. 8 seconds remaining on this hill. They can close it out here over towards P5.
Yeah, Majin to the wrist. They try to flip the spawns back so they could get this, and just lost the rotation fight, and now find themselves having to run the gauntlet. No real time to spare either. 20 seconds, all that stands between them and elimination, and, well, over they come one by one, straight into the guns of Scythe and Blade, and, well, that's a full wipe with 10 seconds to go. It's Majin's last hope.
Last roll of the dice, 5 seconds away. There's Hellstorms, there's everything that you'll have to get through if you want to. DK on for his 45th kill, 44 and 28. Yeah, just tell them to get out of the hill. We want to try and get this 50 bomb. Incredible numbers out of DK. And honestly, they might be giving them the opportunity to do it.
Well, time to bend this missile a little bit, catch who he can, and Scythe only gets one here, but it outnumbers them into the point, and that will be game. Abel sending Majin out of this tournament. And of course, it's another world-class performance from DK.
Incredible performance from Abel. They will advance through to losers round 3 when we get there. And they will be taking on Orgless in our final game of the night. It's going to be an incredible watch when we do get there. Pricey, but we've got a winners bracket final to get through first of all, which should be incredible. Really good performance from Abel. So, small word on Majin before we just jump in. I think the top 6 finish is, I think, relatively respectable. I'm curious if they're going to stick with the roster, see how things will go. I'm curious to see how they do, obviously, over in Birmingham, but I think that's kind of where they were expected to be. I don't think it's too much of a disrespectful performance by any stretch of the imagination. The top 6, decent placement.
I would say for Majin, it's actually silver lining. I think they're way better than they looked 2 weeks ago. The level of improvement over 2 weeks is certainly something, but improvement only gets you so far. DK dropping 5,300 damage and 44 and 30. You can hear the frantic scramble of agents trying to sign him just echoing through the world, but I'm joking. They're already doing it. They've already been doing it. I mean, it's an interesting one for Able Esports. I mean, we spoke about it before. We really are hearing rumblings over eyes starting to swivel over towards that Able roster. We'll find out how that plays off, of course, in Birmingham. But before we get there, our two big teams, let's say our number one teams, but Rock Esports versus Project 7 is the big battle. Winners final. Scar Hardpoint, Raid Search and Destroy, Scar Overload, Den Hardpoint, and Colossal Search and Destroy is about to kick off. Ton, one of these teams goes to our grand final.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to really decide who does go that way, to be honest with you. Rock Esports will be feeling very confident about their chances, no doubt, but Project 7 are, I want to say, relatively improved. Aspect has done well on this roster, and that's a nice start for them to kick things off here on Scar. People in control will go their way, but Rock Esports are just, time and time again, just seen them keep improving. The gunny has never been questioned. It's the fundamentals that they need to still improve on, but is arguably that a little bit more terrifying? It might be, Bryce.
Let's see. I mean, this really has been the game that we've basically been looking forward to since this elite stage, right? We said, you know, how good Project 7 is. We also know that Rock Esports, being the Major 1 winners, still want to prove it in everyone else's mind. This evaded them last time. They could not win Elite Stage 1 and went on to win the Major. Can they do both?
I mean, that's going to be the question, right? That's what they want to do. I think there was a lot of disappointment that they didn't really, I want to say, perform on that final day when it came down to Stage 1. Really outperformed themselves in Dallas, if anything. So now see what they can do online. They would really like to get this win, but ultimately Birmingham coming up, their eyes will be set on that as well.
Both these two teams still trading blows at this point. 6-7 going to be in the hill here first, and a lot of pressure coming through. But here's the thing. Realistically, I don't know who, in my mind, is pulling ahead here. For Rock Esports, obviously, legacy of the Major. But Project 7 have looked pretty inviolable, and we've been talking about some of the players on this team just looking so good. In fact, Lucifer, just last week, was being talked about on Twitter with how well he's been this stage.
He's been incredible, hasn't he? I think outside of the drone game, I think his KD would have been absolutely ridiculous, wouldn't it? I think after, what was it, the first day out through the group stages, I think he was only behind kicks. So that kind of tells you about the levels that are being brought from Lucifer this season. But it's what we expect, though, Bryce. I mean, look, he's a very well-storied competitor, and his team alongside of him. Some very good players who are, well, not quite putting Rock Esports to the sword here, but they're keeping them at bay, and that's all they can do right now. F-Dot, some great shots coming through. 6 spree for him. Not going to get a hold of that Hellstone, which would have been handy. Big flank comes through. Obviously, Rock Esports not done a great deal yet. They struggled to get through, but now they have done. Some time potentially on the board.
Just trying to get these points down, also having it in a good position. Kicks on his 4. He's again been really good here for Rock as we go through. He's in clutch moments, and well, Dom X not able to get that first kill down, and this line they've thrown up ton has crumbled really quite quickly here. Dom, the superstar for Rock Esports a lot of the time. Well, that goes down. That's basically about as perfect of a break as you can get.
Incredible work from Project 7, but Rock Esports will be here pretty quickly after. Killing the mythic F-Dot here just for the freebie, and now the back spawns are something you have to worry about. Rixel will find 2, one of them being his teammates. Lucifer, awkward gunfight, but they'll find it. Really nice work from Project 7. And they continue to run it up here. Something I do want to half mention though, Project 7 will host maps 1 and 2 and 5, Rock hosting maps 3 and 4. Bear that in mind.
Oh, here comes a bit of a break for the scrap time, but F-Dot will grab that off from here. Opportunity for Rock Esports, though. They're already backpedaling, setting up the defenses, ready for this rotation. And Project 7 are a little bit further away this time. This is actually a bit more of a hard break with the setup that Rock Esports now have. They're going to lose bodies whichever way they push this.
The hold from Rock is pretty much needed. Project 7 been running rampant so far. X finds one over towards the middle of the map, and we'll just try and hold down this field side. Gonna worry about the one play over towards the backside. That's Dom's job. Aspect does a really good job. And we'll take him down. Lucifer through the front as well. It's a really hard defensive position now. Rixold can't find the gunfights. Domex could, but he will get taken down. Nice break from Project 7. Spawn to Rock are not favorable. And that's 25 seconds potentially going to go on the board here for P7.
Getting a full up. Right, but that and a hard point is always going to struggle. Looking for this 1v1. Does get stunned and he's going to be taken down because of it. Just couldn't get the aim locked on where they wanted to. But as we go through into this second set of rotations, double score for Project 7.
This one's threatening to be done pretty quickly. Rock Esports trying to get themselves in a better position, but they've been struggling. Dom at 9 and 17. That's really, really unlike him. I think, you know, there's been a lot of talk about the Saudi Arabian players and who is really going to bring themselves to the table as far as the CDL goes. Well, Kicks is obviously a name that has been mentioned plenty of times, but we kind of know the scenario there. But honestly, Dom is really been the second one for me. I think, you know, QK gets a lot of props because obviously he's over North America, but this guy in Dom, this Rock Esports roster, he looked ridiculous in Dallas. And they are starting to bring this back ever so slightly, Brycey. Tough ask for them, but Project 7 are bleeding points over towards P1.
Good from Rock so far. The transition is going to be what matters. And you can see that they're trying to apply pressure. Unfortunately, they've lost every gunfight but that one. Kicks giving them a toe hold back into it, but they are going to have to run the corner as well. Aspect holding all to mid here. Already going to go down. Rock acting in concert to break that forward. And now the rest of them going for it. F-Dot. Laser.
Opportunity to re-establish the lead over towards P2. May well be taken. Kicks on the flank. Lucifer, 25, 23, and 16, I should say. And some kills coming in from Dom yet, which should help them on the way if you're Rock Esports to get yourself inside of this one. Great shots coming through. And P2. Now looking like it is going to be in the favor of Rock Esports, but still find themselves 70+ points behind Brycey. They need a good hold here somewhere. And only 20 seconds on off. I need to be thinking about P3 very, very short.
Over the top here, Kicks trying to get into the fight. Finds one. Not able to lock onto the second as F-Dot gets his second as well, but Lucifer winning the final trade of that point. I don't think they're going to push it too aggressively here. Domex taking a very good position all the way across here. They're splitting the map horizontally. Trying to make sure there is no easy push for them. And so far, so good, but nobody actually collecting time.
Let's go time on the board. Project 7 kind of keeping it at that arm's length difference right now, aren't they? 70 to 80 points is more than enough. Lucifer F-Dot doing a really, really grand job of that aspect. Finds another. And it's a smoke show now. Some really good time on off here over towards P3. They've kind of got them pinned. Rixold's going to bait for the team, but then it's just a little bit... I want to say it's a little bit stop-start from Rock Esports. Feels like players are working for the trade. Pacing's maybe off a little bit. Project 7, well at the races, though. Convincingly in the lead.
Rock Esports. Hope is dwindling a little bit as this carries on. They will have an opportunity here if they can hold on to this rotation again. Big kill by Rixel. This is important. Lucifer looking for this fight and, well, drilled him again. And that's why, at the moment, he is the player everybody's talking about on Project 7. Back across his 30 bomb. Mythics gets a bit of bad timing. A player has slipped through.
Mythic's just keeping an eye on the flank, but unbeknownst to him, everybody's just flooded through middle of the map, but he'll be there for the flank. Lucifer's the only one who can find anything. Mythic's have to do it on his own. Can't. Nice break coming through from Rock. 35 seconds to go. Seems to be pretty much perfect now. If they want to take this one away. Aspect off dot, combining well. Kicks now left on his own. They should know where he is. They should have a read. And they do. Nice break comes through from Project 7. 20 seconds to play for him. Yeah, Rock Esports, you have to float for it.
Oh, here they go. Trying to get forward and, well, they're just not winning the gunfights to really make this as big of a contest as they should. Kicks will find two. Scrap time to play for, but Mythics shut down any imagination about that. And now Lucifer holding them at bay for as long as he could, but they won't get the rotation off of it.
Oh my word. Domex does very well.
In a game where that feels brutal.
Yeah. And then you look at the score and you're like, oh, okay. Just haven't been able to... Yeah, more brutal indeed. Project 7 have been fantastic hit. done everything they've needed to do. Aspect now on the flank. This should be dangerous. They'll find that a little bit of church control as well. One more player towards the backside. Oh, Aspect. Disgusting work. 8 HP in a dream, and this one may well be done. Project 7 come out roaring in this winners bracket final. Mythics with 3 to kill this one off. 1-0 for them.
An absolutely one-sided affair. And I'm not talking about the football game. This has been a great opener from Project 7.
Don't know what you mean. Is that game going on?
Oh.
Not that I knew of, anyway. No, I'm wearing black and white for any particular reason tonight. Anyway, really, really good performance from P7. And honestly, I think coming into this one, we weren't sure which way the hard points are going to go. I think that was a big one, but to come out with a performance like that, 250 to 135, that's a real stamp on this series to kick things off. 4,000 damage from Mythics, who has improved tenfold, honestly, since the first stage. I think he had a bit of a slow start to that, ended it well. And since then, when we went over to Dallas, he was absolutely incredible. Kicking off there for his team, 4,000 damage, and that was a walk in the park, though. On Scarf for the side of P7, 250 to 135, absolutely cruising.
And it just kind of continued with the same tone, right? Like, the entire way through, you saw Rock Esports have a few moments of breaking it or winning some kill feeds, but truth being told, at no point was I convinced that this was going to slip the other way. And it's plays like this, Mythics was just on point and wasn't even the biggest player for them, realistically. Lucifer again doing his work that he's done so many times in this elite so far. And even magical plays from Kicks couldn't overcome that mountain.
No, not quite. P7 played that one really well. Honestly, again, and is their host as well, which does help along things, but I think they would have won that anyway, to be honest with you. The way that they were kind of just flowing around the map and just making life very, very difficult for Rock Esports. P7, dominant map number 1 win. Raid Search and Destroy incoming. Scar Overload will follow. Den Hard Point if we need to see it. Colossus Search and Destroy if we need to see it. I believe we will, to be honest with you. Wouldn't surprise me if this goes all 5.
No, it wouldn't surprise me either. These two teams have had such a good performance throughout our group stages. Matching up here kind of felt preordained. But it does mean an awful lot of matches to pick from, a lot of VOD to watch, a lot of strategies to move forward. For Search and Destroy, we don't get to see Raid an awful lot, actually. It's usually one of the ones that doesn't slip through, but these two teams will be more than well practiced on it.
I've seen it quite a few times, I believe, actually, between these two, and it's going to be about this mid-map fight. Which team wants to force it? The scope's obviously going to be a little bit more prevalent. Let's see who's really going to get on top of that, because Domex is the one for Rock Esports I really want to keep an eye on here throughout this. Very, very influential this time. But look at this aggression coming out of Project 7. They are feeling it. Pressuring over towards A. They find the first blood, and they've got so much control over this bomb site right now.
Well, this is where snipers might be everything they need. Can he find a pick out towards the back here? They're worried about the plant. Plant is going to be for Laundry side, though. Advantage slides back to Project 7 with it.
Dominic's going to try and find a pick here. Needs to do it pretty quickly. Mythics are being found by Kicks. And now all of a sudden, Kicks just clearing out his spawn. And clearing out the flank. Domex, that's a huge win. Absolutely massive. F dot now left in 1 versus 3. Kicks is on the way. The shots are in. He's dead to rights. Lovely retake from Rock. And honestly, I mean, Domex will get the plot. It's there for 3-0. Absolutely. But I think Kicks does a really good job throughout the middle of the map. Finds that. Keeps that pressure on. Just making sure the spawns are covered. Obviously, we can see there's nobody there, but just doing his job in that sense. Domex does great work over towards that side and the collapse. Playing it safe from aggressive positions, if you like. 1-0 to Rock now in the Search and Destroy. This is an opportunity for Rock. If Rock can find this map, it puts him in a great spot.
Oh, truly could be everything about it. And you thought Project 7 had an opportunity there, but Domek's winning that gunfight. It just completely collapsed the line after kicks and put the pressure on. They wanted to turn for him, couldn't do anything here. Domek's trying to wall bang. But they've got B control done.
Well, let's see if they can do something with it. Could I go for the stretch here? Not really an angle for Lucifer to challenge this one either, so this moment is going to go down. Big basketball here potentially going to come through. Mythics will get his stuns up, or Kicks is going to find F-Dot on the flank. And that's a dagger. Mythics will find one. Dom is there for the trade. Big fight in the middle. Mythics finds another. 2v2.
Mythics. Oh, they know where he is.
Dom's got to survive as long as he can here. Because Dom X is Overwatch. Yeah, he's done so well. Dom just running for his life. Dom X is going to be there for the cover. Lucifer in the water. A couple of shots in. He's fine. 12 seconds. Should have it done.
Oh. And check. Oh, okay.
That's a 90 ping, by the way.
Oh, my goodness. This is outrageous. Spinning around, just jumping in. Drag snipe. Catches him.
Mom, get the camera. Dom X.
Quality reference.
Yeah, very good reference. I don't know if I do say myself. 5 in a row for him, and Rock Esports starting the search and destroy extremely well. How can they continue it? Don't want to say it though, Brycey, but I did call him out as being the catalyst for something for Rock. He's deadly with a sniper in hand. Number 6 potentially in the cards if Aspect isn't careful. It could be.
The issue they're going to have right now is they've got to avoid Dom X. A hot sniper, it cuts down a lane, it causes all kinds of issues. At the moment, they're looking for mid-control here. Here goes. It kicks already, takes a bit of a shot here. They're not going to double challenge him, though. Decide to back off.
Trade shots from Dom. Take down an advancing F-Dot. Dom X tagged back here. And they're looking for a route to get over towards him, but Aspect's done that with the bomb. Less than ideal. Good shots from Lucifer. That's going to get rid of Dom X and rid of that spree. Relevant of what happens in this round. Kicks now. Should be able to get this one and does. Much better from Rock once again. 3-0.
Absolute hammering so far. Just very well practiced. They know exactly what they want to do here, Rock, on the S&D. There's been very little Project 7 have been able to counter them with yet. You see them try to play around it. They weren't trying to give Dom X the kill. But for all that they've done that, it hasn't really mattered.
Distraction, if anything, in that round, wasn't it? Over towards B again. Rock Esports trying to get the search and destroy over and done with nice and quickly. Alex down to 20 HP. Dom probably wasn't that much healthier. Going for a swim though. Into Tiki we go. Aspect will find Kicks though. Out in the middle of the map. So that's that pressure that's going to come in. Rock Esports probably thinking to themselves we could do with getting this one down pretty quickly. But maybe just don't feel safe enough to do so. Alex is not being offered anything up top, and that's kind of what they'll be relying on. Him trying to find a pick, because it's difficult for Dom to do so from this position. Okay, never mind. Mythics is going to come through, though, and pick them up. Incredible shots from Dom X. But this should be the first round over towards Project 7 now.
Oh, Rick's running for his life. He's got Chalice. Supposed to get out of there. More players going to be finding him as well, though. Too many enemies, not enough routes out, and I mean, Rock Esports had almost stalled there. They knew once they lost a player, they just didn't want to go for the bomb plan, and it allowed a player to eventually slip through.
Wouldn't mind seeing that shot back from Dom X on his POV. I seen him up top bedroom, and he's like, yeah, screw this, let's just move forward and see if I can play something with it. Finds a shot, but unfortunately for him, really nice flank came through, and that's when you lost that mid-map pressure, when Kicks dies there. Puts B in a really, really awkward spot. Too many angles to watch, too many different directions for Project 7 to come from. Rock now 3-1 to the good, the start of something special for Project 7 potentially.
It's just backing off. A little bit of play here, Rock Esports. do have that map control to play around with. Project 7 trying to work it. They know that there's somebody there. Knowing and actually digging them out of this position, it's a way different game.
Max finds one on the Mythics, and he will absolutely go for that retrial as well. His teammates are there to pick up the pieces. Hold on a second. How on earth did Aspect even get one? 3v2 now. Bomb is down, though. That's been a couple of occasions that... Alright, in this scenario, FDOT will be able to recover that pretty easily. But Aspect being entrusted as the bomb carrier, dying in a couple of awkward positions. But FDOT gets a snipe shot off. Dom will fall to Lucifer's gun, and over towards B they go. Rexel gets awful, awful timing, but there's the information gained. Bomb will be going down at B. Rocky Esports, no.
They're going to have a bit of timing onto this one. They know where the players aren't going to be much more. But here comes the flank. It's a very powerful flank for them. The issue for Rocky Esports is going to go fighting two ways. Lucifer knows a little bit of a shoulder from Rocky Esports. He's trying to get the information, but doesn't see Lucifer on the floor now. 1 versus 2 for Dom X. Looks for the first as Lucifer breaks his ankles. Gets out of that camera sight, and, well, they get another round on the board ton.
Yeah, it's a little bit slowed on the trade. They kind of both need to move together, but, I mean, we have the benefit of knowing exactly where Lucifer is. It's time to re-establish himself. Dom X doesn't exactly know where he is. Goes around the corner, some great shots coming through. Lucifer actually, if anything, taking some off his teammates in the midst of that. And still winning the gunfight. 3-2 now. Rexel needs to get himself off this donut because Project 7 are coming back.
Here comes some pressure for them. Out towards A instantaneously. Rixel on the flank. Dom X waiting for any pusher coming through here. But we can see that Project 7 have gone towards the middle. This does mean that a lot of this round will probably rely on Rixel when he chooses to move. He's the only player not currently pinned in.
Dom X trying to influence as best as he can here. Sniper's back in hand. He's looking the more likely, and Rixel is kind of playing that role he has to play, jumping between two different positions. Dom, yeah, he's seen find here, needs to find the first gunfight. He may well do well to find the second. He can't. Mythics is there for the trade. Dom X just not where you want to be with a sniper at all, and Mythics will say thank you very much. Rixel now in a 1 versus 3, make it a 1v2.
That helps him out so much as well, cutting the numbers down. Little bit of time to play with, but not as much as he would like here. FDOT watching for the sign here. Rixel might just get the right timing. Looking for it. Just not going to give it here, surely. And they actually go for the challenge. I was expecting more of a shouldering before he came in.
Not much you can do in that situation if you're excellent. Difficult one to try and find. To be honest, that's the kind of moment that Dom X just kind of gets caught off guard in a bad position. As soon as he falls. Very, very difficult round. I actually seen I missed one kickstart, but we talked about the comeback. Project 7 starting to show a little bit of teeth here. They've done more than show teeth. Actually, they've made it 3 apiece. Rock were absolutely cruising. It's 3 back-to-back rounds for both these two teams. But Project 7 doing it the latter way. Big push through the middle of the map here for Rocky Esports. Lucifer, though, shutting it down, if only momentarily. Trade comes through, 3v3.
This is difficult now with that bomb out. Rixel will be calling this out to his teammates and wants to stay alive now. The longer you stay alive, the better. And, well, that's about as easy as you're going to get. You can ask if the comms were there as heavily as they could have been for Project 7, as they didn't really react to that threat.
Now the bomb not in an ideal position, but it should be recoverable. It's even just going through the process of, okay, having to check corners, having to get a hold of it, wasting time. 35 seconds. Mythic's on a 3 spree. He'll be wanting to add to that. Zefdot will go for this stretch. 2 players going over towards A. Now this becomes doable because Rixel's on his own, just holding the tight angle. That bomb will go down. He'll check it. Has to hit the shot and does. Nicely done from him. And now all of a sudden, if you're Mythics, you're left in the middle of the map. Entirely on your own. Nicely done from Rock. Rixel had to hit the shot and does.
Easy cleanup in the end for them. It was always going to be an uphill fight for Project 7. Done an awful lot of work, but one wrong movement and down you go as well. Snipers dominating this game mode so far.
They've been very influential. Mostly in the hands of Dom X, of course, but those are the kind of moments that you absolutely need to come through if you're on Rixold. Easy shot, but a pressure one. All of a sudden, if one of the other players, I think it was Efto, gets out towards the middle of the map, then maybe you're laughing. Maybe you can get something going. You find a gunfight or two in the mid, and then all of a sudden, it's a very doable position. Next, anything from this angle. Going more so tried and tested. 7 and 5 out of him is still good with a 4-3 lead.
Oh, yeah. Dom just jumping straight in the window, and well, what he's done there is basically secure a site for them. That's going down here. It's not going to be laundry side. It's going to be the other side. Got to be careful with the push that now comes in here, but there's a bit of a trade going through. A 2 versus 3 now going. Rixel, get over there.
Well, the thing is, was Rixel who found one of them, so now they'll have a good indication as the other player's probably just pushing through laundry. Finds Lucifer over towards that side. And you'd like to think there's probably only one of them on the flank, so the collapse will come through. Some great shots from Mythics. Put the child through in the middle of the map and find it. This is for the 1v3. Shots ringing out with 15 seconds to go. Dom X misses the sniper. Puts another one into and another one for good measure. I think Dom X will be questioning why it took him 3 bullets to kill him, but either way, he'll get it done, and Rock Esports are 1 away from tying it up.
I was gonna say, I think he was going to use the pistol. 1, 2. And Mythics did really well. I mean, the shots were very, very crispy, but time and health just went against him. And Rock, now, on that map point, they'll be looking for this. Huge if they can find it. They hold the host for the next map on the Overload as well.
Domex has really been the MVP for them, though, hasn't it? 9 and 5. Kicks out in the middle of the map. That's a shot that Domex would like back with Dom. Now he's got a little bit of company here for Kicks as well. He'll get taken down, but Kicks is very much still. A presence in that middle of the map. Squeezing Project 7 into the sights of Domex, who can't hit his shots. His aspect will find him. He's hit those all day long, and now he has to back on down. He should be dead to rights, to be honest with you. Gets aggressive. He's doing brilliantly to find one. Has to be traded and is. Did they get a read on Rixold, though? And 1v2 for him.
Just a gap he's looking for here, Rixold. Neither team entirely sure where the other is. Rixold probably thinks this is a rotate. That's where he's going. But Project 7, they don't want to plant. They don't know where Rixold is.
Sometimes you just have to commit to something, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Bombs down. Difficult position now. Works up with the drawback as well. M15 here would have maybe made this a little bit more simple. Has to close the gap. Can't look for any angles to gain information. Just has to put his head down and make his move. I'll tell you what. I would have fancied the fuse to come through. Aspect's going to go for the Chal. A brave one. But trusts his gunny and he'll find it.
Well. You know what? That was bouncing just enough there that Aspect was in trouble.
One round away. Project 7 found 3 in a row before. Can they do it again? That was Aspect for the ace, by the way. Down over towards kitchen. Esports looking for a little bit of aggression here. Mythic's just happy to sit it back and will invite Dom in. And find it, no problem. Yeah, F-Dot back down. 3v4 in the favor of Project 7.
They've lost a little bit of map control here, but with the numbers, they're still very, very confident. Question for Rock will now be, do we rotate? Do we have an opportunity to rotate? That bomb is not available to be planted here, and F-Dot somehow survives again. Lucifer gets kicks down. It goes down to a 2 versus 4. Rixel is now trying to fire through about every single gap and eventually allows himself to be seen. And, well, Domex will have bomb. And he is on the flank, but it is a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, needed this 20 minutes ago, sadly. Just no time to do anything with it here. If he can find Aspect, that would be a bonus. He ain't going to find a thing. Round 11 we go, and it's a big one. Project 7 just will not lie down in this game. 11-7 from Mythics. He really has stepped it up when needed. And all the rounds that Project 7 have won have been very much down to him. Big plays being made at the right time. A massive round 11 incoming.
Here goes for Rock Esports. Tie the series up. Put yourself in a great position going forward in the next 2 maps. For Project 7, this feels a bit more must win. Already, great opening there. F-Dot going to get 1 and a second as Slow Chow comes around the corner. Dom X has been picked out of it, and while they have a bit of mid-control here, they're going to give F-Dot 3. The ace is calling. The player's in mid here. Bait out for him. He's behind a rock. F-Dot looking. He's going to try and get something going with a pistol, but no. Dom shuts him down. The rest of the team for revenge. And Project 7 will win the S&D.
And find themselves 2-0 up in this series. That felt all the way through like it was a Rock Esports search. 3-0 up, 5-3 up, and back-to-back 3 rounds in a row from Project 7. Find them to win. Incredible work from them, and honestly, just a never say die attitude all the way through. F-Dot will get the plaudits for the final round, but Mythics was incredible. Lucifer was incredible. Aspect found himself an ace in that 7-7 that he found. And they get the job done. Dom X will be looking around saying, look, I did my job. How are we not closing out some of these rounds? But maybe it was in that scenario where, you know, look, you're hitting some good snipes. You're finding some good shots. That's helping you get rounds, but you can't keep it up. Mythics and Lucifer managed to 6-5 win and a 2-0 scoreline for the side of Project 7.
Well, you were right. It looked so good for Rock Esports. Project 7 didn't let this one go, and I think one of the things we're really going to take away from that is Raid is dominated by the sniper. It is always lethal. It is always good. And I think we even saw more than a couple of players running it from both teams. A little bit of a switch up. Mythics was really hitting with every shot he possibly could in some of these fights.
I put himself in the spot and Nelly win this one. Don't quite get it done, but I think if anything, if I was to comment on Rock, it seemed as if they had an island player. Typically was Rixeld quite often, and just maybe a little slow on some of the rotations. I mean, this one just comes down to F-Dot finally finding his sniper, because for the most part, if I'm honest, Dom X did really have his number. But F-Dot does it at the right time. Doesn't get the ace, but Project 7 get the win and find themselves 2-0 up, heading to a Scar Overload, which notoriously is being, well, more so recently Rock Esports, but had been in the past a very close one between these two teams. And Project 7 will have the bit between their teeth now, Brycey. They'll be wanting that 3-0.
Well, can they do it on Scar Overload? I'm not fully as confident. We've still got this one going to map 5. But if Project 7 can put down Rock Esports in 3, it will be an upset. It doesn't sound like it should be, but Rock Esports after that land win, oh, our expectations are sky high. You're just going to have to deal with it.
Just looking over some stats from the Able Majin game, just to take us back ever so slightly. 114 kills over 4 maps from DK in that series. Wow, that's mental. Incredible work from him. We'll be seeing him in the losers round, semi-final actually, coming up after this game, which, I mean, could be over after this map. Actually, Scar Overload incoming. Project 7 2-0 up. Rock Esports need the bounce back, and they need it quickly.
Well, will it happen? Is this a dip in form by Rock Esports, or are Project 7 hitting their stride? I think one of the positives I can always take away from Project 7 is that, in my opinion, Lucifer has been way more consistent this stage.
He has been, and honestly, I think Mythics has stepped up as well. Aspect arguably does improve the roster as well. Denza won't like me saying it, but I feel like he does. Let's see what Rock can do. Small mention again, I'll keep you guys up to date. Next 2 maps included, sorry, and the next one are Rock Esports host, and already seeing them put the pressure on over towards A here. We'll be shut down by Project 7, who'll have to fight out with this one.
Bit of defensive play going on. We see them hold the battle line as they try not to let anything go here, but a couple of kills. Reset to the point as well. And they know he's going to be on the flank here. Ritzel should go down very, very shortly and will do. Already defense is going to be up here. Rock Esports are in position. F-Dot to come under an awful lot of pressure. This is going to be more than difficult here. When you get the other team able to kind of spawn up and take position, punching the actual EMP through, it almost never happens.
Traded kills. Actually, not too bad for Project 7. You just got to be careful not to get wiped in that scenario. And Kicks makes that a possibility. Mythics put every single bullet he can in. Incredible work, to be honest with you. Now it's starting to run it forward. I tell you what, this is a good position now for Project 7 as they can start to put themselves in a spot where they can maybe get a cap here. F-Dot just ran through Church. Found one. Is that going to be what opens it up? Not quite. Kicks will shut this down. And Lucifer, yeah, probably the best idea. Just stay alive as long as you possibly can. Allow your team to reset. Go searching.
I don't think it's the right idea. If anything, my rank teammates showed me that you should just run it straight at them and give it away.
That is the typical by-the-book play you need to make. This is a bit more like it from Dom, though. Being that lead blocker, that can be so influential. Lucifer's done really well, though. And Kicks will just continue to survive here. Just be a pain. That's all you can do when you're left in 1 versus 4 in this scenario. Try and prevent Project 7 from taking up so much pressure, but your teammates are going to do that for you. But find the kills up first.
Both teams really applying pressure into this one, but nobody able to get it clean here. F-Dot with 3. That's pretty massive. They've got to move this EMP fast as they want to. Lucifer going to try and get in position. Can he win this gunfight? It's not going to happen. Aspect trying to get over as well, but it is an absolute bloodbath. You really have to dig in and grind your way forward in some of these scenarios, and it is difficult.
It's really hard to try and get it through on this side. Very, very difficult. Rock can now try and set themselves up for a little bit more success. If I'm honest, I think Project 7 are pretty happy with how this half's went. 2 minutes to go. You haven't bled yet. Sometimes you can do well in the first half, and the second one doesn't go too well. If you know what I'm talking about, Newcastle fans. Let's keep it going. Project 7 trying to set themselves up for a little bit of success over towards the P side. They've been brilliant in this first half.
This is big. If he can stay alive, that is an unbelievable shot for him. But the EMP is still in no man's land as Dom X goes to work to cut down. And for Project 7, it's basically the reset. They do get to play offense here. If they can find the kills, they will start to move it. Dom dives into the middle here. Needs to make a kill. Finds at least one. Battle line's being set up again, but this time Project 7 have numbers. Aspect trying to dive through, but Rixel for the stop. And again, Project 7 batter their heads against a wall that will not go down.
And I think that was maybe a little bit of a dead slide came through. It was either that or the stun came over. Couldn't quite tell from the POV for a second, but they really have battered Rock Esports back here. Domix with some good shots, but honestly, these good shots are coming on a very defensive angle. 1 minute to go. Overload, of course, will have the extra time that we'll head into. If one of the teams can pick up the EMP before, or when that time does run out, I should say, where the partner coming very, very difficult. We've got a really good job here from Project 7. As said, they're on the worst side. Side that you usually would think to yourself, a very evenly matched game, you're going to concede. Hasn't happened at all. They've defended well, they've attacked brilliantly, and have looked the more likely to score.
Problem is none of the great play that we've seen from either team has resulted in a score. Rock Esports could be up. They had a few opportunities. Project 7 in the second half of the first round have had their own opportunities, but they have just not been able to move it. And they're going for this fast. Dom X already going to try and get this stun out here. Technically, this is a free play when it ticks over.
Oh my word.
Never mind. Never mind.
F-Dot got the movement. And that is a wonderful, wonderful lead to take into the halftime for Project 7. I think it's one of those scenarios that it'll feel like more than 1 point. You're now going on to the better side, and if you can manage this well, this very much could be a 3-0. Highlights from the half, Mythics performing well, and just every single time they needed to find those kills in the middle of the map, Project 7 did. Multiple different occasions, they got it done. They just put that pressure on consistently. Rock Esports maybe had one half opportunity. They never really created anything. I must say, it's been a bit lackluster in this series, Bryce. Project 7 have been fantastic.
Is this going to be a 3-0? I would have never have guessed it walking into it. Project 7 definitely having the better half. But, as everybody knows, there are two of them. And this is the second opportunities for Rock Esports.
Can they get something going now? Mythics and Lucifer just don't want to be too passive. That's what I would say in this half. You want to make sure you are being aggressive. A 1-0 lead is not enough. If Rock get one opportunity, they will no doubt take it. For Project 7, you need to create opportunities on this side. Domek's just doing his defensive work here. Project 7 will move this one through field, and Rock have some defensive work of their own to do.
There goes the first. Project 7 a little bit hesitant to move this yet. They've got a couple of kills down, but punching through here is always going to be different. They know they're going to lose players as well. Domex finds one. Trying to get through the middle of the map, but with the loss of the second again, this will not be a moving EMP.
Work on Rock. Moving forward, Rixel. Nicely done. Finds a few here. 8 opening won't be there because the regular spawns will come through from Project 7. It's going to be difficult though. He's the furthest forward. My word, the Shazam aspect. Going through buildings to take down Rixel. But the pressure is still here. Rock Esports keeping it on.
Only really Lucifer in a position to block here. They're trying to go for it as well. And already moving into it. Try and just put it over the line. 15 health he got that one in with. Tom stayed alive, but that EMP respawn is not on the side they wanted it to be.
He's having to do some defensive work here. It's been a strange game, hasn't it? 4-2 teams on the side that's typically the more advantageous. I've struggled. Mid-map though, both these two squads. Right
the EMP in Project 7's hands, son, is basically keep staying at that same that same ridge line. Still not looking to move it.
They can't. Honestly, Rock are defending really, really well.
Slight gap in the defense here though. Here comes the issue. Rock Esports have left the EMP second. Boxer are going out. Rixel to the front here, and that's a big gunfight to lose. Domex will have it. Gonna hope that the two of them can find Magic. Knows where it's gonna be as well. Does go down, and well, Kix will have an opportunity to grab here himself, but he is in a sea of trouble.
Dead rights, and absolutely is. So now all of a sudden, Project 7 need to try and fight their way out. It's been a very strange game, honestly. I think it's been all about the mid-map, and right now, it's the team who are attacking the least favorable side that seems to be finding it time and time again. Lucifer having to have a look, but there's so many different angles. Oh, the trophy doing the work for him. Dom will find two, doesn't find the third, and that's a wipe now for Project 7. Opportunity, a minute and a half to go, plus overtime potentially. To try and find a cap here for the 3-0, that would be something. Big fight this. A big one won by Aspect, and start to put the pressure in over towards field. Big fight from Lucifer through the middle of the map as well. Is this now coming together for Project 7 as they continue to find kills?
And now players are even out here. Mythics are pulling that one out. Lucifer will find it as well. Fights on the other side here. Aspect only finds one though. Domex finds his second, and this has got to be one of the greatest low-scoring games I've ever seen. Both teams absolutely immoving. Just will not let this defense go at all. Opportunity though for Rock Esports. Bit of a wipe coming through. Dom will grab. He
didn't. Didn't pick it up. Just pushed forward, which is the right thing to do. The rest of the team here had to follow it up. Big defensive hold needed from P7.
So far, not a bad run from them as well. Rex will try to do the work he can here, but it's tightening a bit against him. They've got to be careful. There's only one player really defending properly, and that should be a score for them. I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. They have F-Dot! Oh, my goodness! Off the goal line. A run here for them. They're going to go fast as well, but there's going to be a player in the way. Mythics has not seen him as well. And there we go. Finds it. Grabs it as well. Mythic signs a second. Not going to happen. This is surely going to overtime.
To overtime we go. Sudden death, no more respawns. And arguably this suits Rock a little bit more. They've got one more gun on the map.
Advantage is that if somehow they can hold this, Project 7 have the bomb in hand. If it stays 4-4, as far as I'm aware with the rules, they will win the game. I mean, this is... The Rock have got to move. I'm sure they do.
Don't know, you need the coach and your team speaks in, lads. We need to move forward. And
This is what they are. Look, you can see it.
They're starting to get it done. That's got a lot of work to do here. Oh, that's so many shots at the dummy. Should have been weak, and Mythics is there to pick up the pieces. 4v3.
Oh, they're going to chow Mythics as well.
Unbeknownst to Project 7, they could actually just run this home.
Yeah, they have no idea.
4v2. Either way, Kicks has killed Domix, and this is surely Project 7's 3-0.
Oh my. They're going to get up top control. This is so dangerous. It's all on Mythics here. It's going to find him as well. Down he goes, and the rest of the team are in trouble. F-Dot needs to find a trade here as well, but down they fall. It's a 2 versus 2. Aspects backpedal. There's nobody to help out the player with the bomb. Oh, he's into trouble. It's down to 1 versus 2.
No way. There's absolutely
all they've got to do now
way.
is hide.
This is a 2v4.
As soon as they got up there towards the back of them, Project 7 didn't have control anymore. Aspect is going to try and find somebody, but this is going to be all timing. Oh, no! It goes so wrong! We're going another map here. Rock Esports clutch up in the overtime. And that is a choke by Project 7. That's all you can call it, a 2 versus 4. Rock Esports clutch up.
They just took so many 1v1 gunfights. I mean, look, we can see the minimap, and I'm just kind of screaming for them to go for the cap when you're in a 4v2. At that stage, they have to make the move. You are in that advantageous position. Yes, okay, you could look to hold it, but they just started going for 1v1 gunfights. It's an incredible fumble. Honestly, in a 4v2 scenario, to win the game 3-0, I'd have put my life on Project 7 winning that. I thought, honestly, in my mind, I'm getting myself set up for Abel against Orgless there. How on earth have they let that one slip? But now we go over towards a harm point on Rock's host.
Yeah, I mean, top green was their weakness. As soon as I saw it come, I was like, if they lose control of top green, they're in no man's land. You've got to remember, when Mythic's going down, I can't remember who had the actual EMP, but it means they technically have a gun off the map. The pistol is good. It's not that good at those ranges. And all they had to do was lose control for a second. They just did not have the information of where these players were, and after all that grinding, all those games going through, to lose 2 versus 4 on an overtime, of which I will give fairness, none of these players or teams actually trained for. It's difficult in that scenario to know exactly what to do, but they will be gutted.
Yeah, that's one of those positions that, honestly, they will look back at that one and be like, right, we need a serious talk of how we manage that a lot better. Again, look, I'll sit here and we have the benefit of obviously knowing where the players are, etc., etc. But you're in a 4v2. You've got possession of the EMP. In my mind, do you not just solidify it? Do you not just run for it? All four together, make the move? I mean, in theory, yeah, okay. Again, look, I could see the minimap, so I knew the positioning, and I'm thinking, oh, well, this would be a good idea. But you've got the numbers. You're 4v2. They're not respawning. Yeah, okay, you might not know where they are, but if you all move together, the trades are at least going to be there. They took 1v1 gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a spawn. Like I said, I think Mythic's going down first. We could kind of see it coming in. There's not a lot Mythics could have done. But after that point, they were in panic stations. It was a top green control. Like I said it before. I called it as soon as I saw it. I was like, this is bad. If they lose it, they're in essentially that horrible zone around the point where you can very quickly lose control. And, well, a little bit of frustration and a lot of being flustered is taking us into the map 4. So we get more Call of Duty.
You do indeed. How are Rock going to feel? I'd imagine buoyed by that performance in the end. 1-0 down, you're going on to the weaker side. Somehow manage to bring it back and don't concede anything, and then somehow bring a 2v4 overtime win your way. Mental. No, that's managed to happen. And they'd be thinking to themselves, how on earth are we here? At least Project 7 have overall been the best team in this series. Doesn't take a great Call of Duty mind to figure that one out, to be honest with you, but Rock Esports are still here. Find themselves 25 down, but P1 has been good so far to Project 7, and P2 is going to be theirs as well.
Hammering forward. They know there's pressure on here, Project 7. They're trying to hold it at bay. Aspect is diving around the pillar. How he's got a second one there. We know he had no health. Eventually he's going to go down, but players to the floor already. They're trying to get over these rooftops and make a bit of a beachhead, but Dom shuts them down here. Now a hard break for Project 7.
Dom trying to slow them down. He was on a 4 spree. Does really well through the middle of the map, but the team starting to collapse just a little bit. Dom, once again, though, will pick up the pieces. Kicks doesn't need to drop back, needs to push forward. Team should be inside down. We should just be able to slow them down. Plenty of bullets. Not quite able to finish his dinner, but we'll slow them down. Everybody pushing over on the roof side. Can Rock hold on?
Well, so far, not too bad as both teams really pile the bodies into this one. Mythic's left alone, doesn't have the most health and will be cut out before he can do any more. Over to P3 here. Technically, the advantage is going to be to Rock Esports. They are here a bit quicker. Even with Lucer going to be the first one on the point. Somehow they've managed to get to that mid-control a little bit easier than they should have done, but bodies certainly always wins the scenario, and Dom X going to work.
I think still having a good game here for Project 7. Who have ever so slight lead, which is about to, well, be decimated. Esports, that transition over towards P3 was so important. Not much in the middle of the map. Everyone else from Rock Esports pretty much chilling inside of P3. Spawn out momentarily, I believe, there for Mythics. Yeah, so you can see already that Project 7 had to back up just to try and solidify the spawns through the other side, but spawn out has kind of worked in their favor. The pinch comes through. You've still got the spawns. Nicely done from Project 7.
Finds one. He's going to know the second one there is the second guy he was shooting at. But holding this for as long as they have is actually quite impressive by Project 7. They will be behind in the lead, but the rotation is what they are now playing for. Lucifer shuts down that over the roofs play. Got to be careful. They've got to spawn out here, so they're going to be worried about blocking out towards the back, and that's why Mythics is backed up.
Great shots again. It's been a close game. Project 7. 45 seconds remaining here over towards P4. This is a really good opportunity to give yourselves a nice position and also a nice transition over towards P1. 35 to go. Mythics and Lucifer combining so well. The snipes, the ARs, I should say, have been brilliant. Aspect there to find as much as he possibly can. Tries to push out a little bit weak. Left up Mythics. Well, Rixel Dom don't find the breakthrough. So a nice break eventually from Rock, but that's going to be a first rotation win from Project 7. I'll give them a lot of confidence heading into the rest, to be honest with you. And again, look, a lot of people were talking about hosting, that kind of thing. I really thought after the first 2 maps, I mean, I said to you privately, I still think this goes map 5. It may well do so. Rock Esports have not looked as indomitable as I thought they would when we did switch.
All right, now, bit of pressure still mounting. Rixel trying to get back onto this point here, and, well, this game's about as close as it could be. It's just going to be a bit off the timing here, but Aspect takes a heartbeat. Longer to drop him. And for Project 7, who are now behind, they'll be looking to shut this down and keep the spawn. But shutting it down is easier said than done.
It's a great time. It's an absolutely fantastic time. Project 7, though, need to commit to this. Because they can't let Rock get so much time, but they've got the P2 spawns as well. If only for now. Rixel and Co. Rixel with a Hellstorm as well. That's going to be influential. Dom probably not too far off it either. Trying to find a way through. Mythic's F-Dot doing well. These are massive kills to find, and Rixel now on his own.
Gonna get his health back and find another kill. F-Dot get cut down before he can do too much for them here as well, and feels like they're on the back foot again as Rock starting to really take over this game. Aspect, nobody here to trade for him, and players at every angle. Trying to stay alive for as long as possible and just cause some problems here, and goes for the corner check. Nobody going to be there. Will be a trade out by Lucifer, but it feels like they are pushing water uphill. They are just not able to get the bodies into this point.
That's right, Gilfy, who's going to come out on top. Aspect has to go for something. His team's still spawning over towards this backside. Is anybody going to pick up the pieces? The weak players, they're not. And Project 7 are forced back. Rock will have the rotation over towards P3 and pretty much a full kill feed their way. Aspect now trying to find a way through. He's made a little bit of a dent as the rest of the team are on their way here. Project 7 can do with finding a break.
Already buried in. The player there onto the flank here, and it's Dom who does find it, and Dom finds a second. I mean, F-Dot is alone and outnumbered. And Dom's now on a 5 streak. This game is getting out of hand. Project 7 having no luck for it as well. Rixel just throwing bullets down the corridor. Who he hits, who cares? Everybody falling there for Project 7.
Rock Esports have found the gear that they needed to send us to this map number 5. Dom starting to hit a little bit of form. And everybody from Project 7, these gunfights were going their way. They are now very much not. With an 88 and rising, it's nearly a 100-point difference. Project 7 need a good hold over towards P4 here. Absolutely need one. Rock Esports have got so much time to press themselves out, to force those gaps to be quite short to that transition over towards P4. The Hellstorm's on its way through as well. This will help to disrupt this. Rock Esports will try to set up for a break.
Tree saved him. Still managing to hold this one. This is where it all started to go wrong last time. Don't manage to break in, but they have the numbers here, Project 7. They will know this spawn has flipped, especially with that spawn that's just coming from Mythics.
After trying to hold from the front. Rock Esports just looking to try and find anything on the way through. Honestly, a little bit delusionally confident, if anything. Will be some good time for Project 7 here. 15 seconds to go. .210 and rising. Rock Esports find a way through.
As we go back into this P1 ton, it's just such a mountain to climb. Almost a 100-point difference from the last time we were here. Project 7 have got very little over that last course of hills.
We're quieting down. P7 now put themselves in a good spot here over towards P1. A good hold here. And then P2 is looking likely, but Rock Esports. Yeah, we're just going to find a way through that easily, Brycey. Far too easy. 2-2-3 is what they're sitting at, and they may be able to get it done here. F-Dot though with the Hellstorm should keep them a bit.
Get something off of this. See the missiles coming down. Move them away from the point, but for Project 7, he's just a band-aid over the grievous wounds they've been dealt, because they are still fighting for survival.
Somehow, some way. Be quite the collapse, wouldn't it? I just don't see Rock letting them do it. Inside of the point now, 10 seconds away. 40 seconds on the clock. Project 7 need to find a break, and they need to find it now.
Well, trying to find anything they can, but this sounds like the last P2. Just nowhere to get through. Aspect trying to fight at all angles, and Rock Esports will take us to a map 5. Close after the first set of rotations. The rest of the game was Rock Esports. And now with Dom, who's 33 and 18. As we go into this last S&D ton, how are you feeling?
Honestly, I think if I'm Project 7, I'm still thinking about that overtime in the Overload, because that's kind of where I am with it. Honestly, I think not inexcusable, but one of those moments where you have to say 3-0, kill this one off before you give Rock another opportunity on their host, before you give them map number 5 on their host, kill it off in the Overload, game over, done. You then go in the realms of possibility of this happening, same as what pretty much you did to them in map number 1, pretty comfortable hard point. And now you go over towards a Colossus Search and Destroy. And it's all to play for. It is all to play for. Project 7, you could have been done 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's going to be upsetting for them, really. And like I said before, you have to give... to play devil's advocate, right? Teams don't practice for overtime and overload. They just... nobody does. Nobody really gives it more than a second thought of, maybe we should just play it quite well. Right? Like, there is no game plan. And obviously, in that scenario, it's a very, very unique scenario. There was a misstep. That's all you can really call it, a misstep. Or maybe a breakdown in communication. And that tiny little misstep has taken them now to a map 5. And if they lose this series,
that's all they're going to think
them a little
yeah,
bit.
that's all they're going to think of. Because that kind of moment is what the best teams don't follow with. That scenario, you just never ever can let that go. Never can let that go. 2-0 up against Rock Esports. 4v2 scenario and Overload overtime. Just got to play your numbers together. Do not understand how it happened. And by the way, 2v4 in which neither one of them died. 4 simultaneous deaths from Project 7 in that scenario is unforgivable. And maybe that is the feeling in the camp right now, Brycey, to be honest with you, because we're heading into a map number 5. They've lost the last 2 maps, the 4th pretty convincingly. How's the Search and Destroy going to go on a map that typically for Rock Esports is pretty solid as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, going into this last one, it's always magical, right? Map 5s, it could go either way. We've seen Rock Esports be very good in their S&D, but they did throw it away against Project 7. We've seen these two teams go back and forth for them as well. So, truthfully, this is just about who wants it a bit more on the day. But before we get to this final one here, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion to this one will be right after this.
I think you're still muted, sadly, for everybody who is wanting to hear what you said there, Brycey. But we saw it. Okay. Well, Brycey is apparently having a couple of mic issues, and we will continue things. I'll talk with you and you figure it out. No, we've got a big map number 5 between these two teams. Let's delve into it when we can. Yeah, Bryce, we'll get this all figured out, mate. We'll give you a shout when hopefully we're up and running. But into the search and destroy. And this is a massive one. This will be for the reverse sweep for Rock Esports Project 7. That scenario they were in the Overload. How on earth that has somehow managed to happen, I actually have no clue how. Well, let's see if we can continue things off here. In the search and destroy aspect, we'll find one, though. That's the first blood of map number 5 going the way of Project 7. And Domex and Coast gonna just try and figure something out. Because the search and destroy in the previous run of things, Domex did really run things with this sniper rifle, and we'll continue to try and do that. But right now, he's gonna have to do that in a 2 versus 4 because Rixold and himself don't have 2 of their teammates available because Aspect has dealt with them. Domex finding the round. Domex now over towards the backside. Going to try and find something. Rixel will find one, but Domex left now in a 1v3. It's a big round number 1 for Project 7 to find. And shout out to Aspect. At least 2 of those kills falling his way. But hey, look, I have a co-commentator now.
I don't know.
Well, I can hear you. That's a positive, at least for me. Oh, where is it?
Hopefully it's back to live. And I hope everybody can hear me here, including production. Yeah, they've got me. I really don't know what happened there. Well, we always talk about technical issues as it goes through, and truthfully, I didn't change anything, so just decided no.
Nope, it's your fault.
Yeah, obviously that's what it must be. Obviously, it's my fault, but let's get into this map 5 seriously this time.
Well, a good start from Project 7, and they struggle with the first blood. Domex not struggling this time. Finding that over towards the A side. Would have been a hell of a shot for the angle. I think it must have been a jump spot, so either way. Lucifer dealt with, and that is quite the bounty to take with the way that he's been shooting. Pushing over towards A, though. Still got to be the objective. The side of Project 7. They backed them down. Domex having another little look. You got to be careful left up.
And now, all the way around Mythics. Needs a bit of a miracle. There's one. Got the second as well. Huge to bring it back. Oh, Aspect strikes. A complete collapse off the back of Mythics. Kicks now in a 1 versus 3. Oh. Surely not. But he's found one. He's looking for the second. Tries to make his own magic.
Nearly makes it happen, but Rock Esports putting themselves in positive situations and fumbling them. Always going to be difficult for Kicks in that situation. 4-0 now for Mythics after 3 kills in that round. Actually, would it have been the ace alongside of it? It would have been. Don't think he found one in round 1. Incredible work, Project 7. And Mythics in particular with the ace.
Well, bit of timing, bit of positioning, and a wonderful play. Here comes the pressure. You can see they're trying to work the A angle here. Domex is very carefully looking, and he will call out where Lucifer is going to be. The question is, do they push this and maybe leave Domex to try and make a pick? I think that's what's happening. They do have an opportunity to wrap, of course, taking that middle channel here, but current scenario has got to be make a pick with a sniper, but with the smoke down, that becomes almost impossible.
Oh, nice angle. I think would have been Lucifer on the outside. It's put Aspect in a really good position, and an advanced position as well. Got to do something with it. He can only find the one. Kicks finding Mythics before that was massive. And F-Dog can't find anything through the middle of the map, so he'll have to back on down. They know that A is lost. It'll have to be the retake through hella high water. Oh, F-Dog put himself in a good position. Dom puts himself in a better one. And finds a free 2-piece in the middle of the map. Rock Esports are on the board.
Just what they needed. You can see him working the bomb side as well. Thought maybe with that smoke going down, there'd be a few more issues here, but Dom Also working really well to get the positioning to allow his teammates to survive, because give it a couple more seconds, they would have lost that bomb planter.
We keep things moving. Project 7 still be feeling positive about themselves here. Domex has caused issue over towards A though. They've had to slowly, meticulously make their way through. Hopefully Mythics hits an ace, which he manages to do in round number 2. B's the destination by the looks of things here for Project 7. 1 minute to go.
Oh, I've not lining up his teammates. Comes the work. Kicks all the way towards the back here. Has backup from Dom-X. The issue Project 7 are going to have here is they really don't have that much information. If they go to rotate this one away, they will have to start afresh and working this bomb side, and don't have a ton of time, don't have top control. Double chow up here. Mythics will probably stay here now if they go for this bomb plant.
Yeah, that's one of the boxes checked that you kind of need for this plant to go down. Dom-X, though, he's taking down F on the other side of the map. Now they're going to start to collapse here as well. You have to take unfavorable gunfights. That's exactly what Aspect tried to do. Mythics needs another ace. He can find 2. That'll be that. Rocket Esports now even things up. 2-2.
Really, just going to be a difficult one for them. You can tell, like, when they didn't have that control, it's a really hard kind of push onto it, and even though they got Mythics up top, they just weren't as confident as they could have been. Snipers and smokes really dictating the pace of play here in this S&D.
You will remember in map number 2 how to and fro the Search and Destroyer was. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds in a row for Project 7. Rockhans are back, put themselves on map point, and then Project 7 found 3 maps in a row, rounds in a row. Rixel has to be careful not to be blooded here. Has to back on down. Very aggressive approach from Project 7. So Domex is going to have to be the one that breaks this open. If you're Project 7, don't give him too much of an opportunity. I like their positioning though.
Trying to snipe from the back foot and looking for him to make a pick here. Mythics is dancing back and forth. It's never the easiest place to be, but Aspect makes one up to the top here. Mythics makes his second after Kicks gets his trade, and well, now they're going for Dom-X. Players running at him. Surely not going to get a 2-piece with a pistol, and does not in that scenario. Dom left in a 1 versus 2.
Just doesn't really have too much of a read on this, or does he? Oh, he's a dangerous man. Finds one. And the rechild comes through almost immediately. 3-2 to Project 7. That got scary for a second. 8-2 out of Mythics. He's having a hell of a game. That's probably, well, I think he is the most successful challenger player out of the European region, at least over the last couple of seasons. If he can keep this up, his team will be heading to another grand final.
Still, a good way to go. They've just not been that comfortable here on the attack. F'd up with an early snipe out. Oh, he's hoping for a shoulder. Oh, might have seen a hand there. But very quick shouldering coming in from Kicks on the other side.
Yeah, a little wave. Kicks not seen that time. So F not getting much luck, and Mythics is like, where the hell have I been shot from? Might have a look through the top here. Have to be careful. Yeah, Aspect throws enough of a shoulder that he sees Rixel. That's the child, to be honest with you. And Lucifer will take down Dom over towards the side. Dom-X needs to do something here. Oh, just caught him between a rock and a hard place. Now they can force their way out. Mythics, well, it's going to get taken down by Kicks here. Have to be careful if you're Lucifer. You find one, you know Kicks is towards this backside. And they've gone hunting. Kicks will find one. Surely the trade is there. It absolutely is. Project 7. Another round falls their way. 4-2.
Just that first blood off of Lucifer. It gave him the confidence to charge it down, and Dom X was half a heartbeat behind with that sniper. He wanted to take a peek, see who was there, and, well, he found 3 players running at him. After that, decided we're not going to just take bomb site control. We're going to push it out. And it just put everybody from Rock on the back foot.
P7 in a nice spot. Need to keep this up though. Next round's massive. You invite Rock Esports back into the game if they can take it. Aspect finds another. He's found a couple of first bloods. Hitting 4 out of him. Huge, huge round for Rocket.
Domex blind firing into the smoke. Smoke's up top as well. A little bit of a back off here. Project 7 have made a play call. The Wolf packing it. They're going to go for this. Is this the full flank or they're going through the middle?
But they can dictate so much of what they want to do through the middle of the map. Somebody instead flank. Oh my word, I actually think that Dom turned around at just the complete wrong time. That was Rixold, sorry. Got a bit of a reading, but F dot is here. Domex is waiting with his scope as well. It is indeed a snipe off, which Domex is going to win just with that Pika's advantage. Mythics will find another, though, in a 1 versus 3 for Kicks, or it's 5-2.
Kicks wants the bomb here. Aspect going back and forth. I don't think he saw him. Kicks will be able to get the bomb down here, which is what he's going to do. Also planning for the backside, so I expect that's the way he's about to run off the back here. No, he's playing it passive. He's expecting a quick chow.
Still so difficult. The project has got 35 seconds to take their time. I'll tell you what, Kicks has done absolutely outstanding to get away from where he was.
Just running. It's not even a gunfight. Kicks is just running for his life.
He's now got a 1v2. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, that was awkward. I don't know if he would have got to the bomb in time, but if he finds the gunfight up against Lucifer, all of a sudden it's very, very doable. Scary one for Project 7, but ultimately, a round that has resulted in them going 5-2 up.
Got to question how he got that far. He's got all the way over to P2 from bomb site. With 3 players around him, they also knew where he was. But you got to give him credit. You are right. If he'd won that second gunfight, it was no laughing matter. The problem they have now, though, is Project 7 are 5-2 up ton.
Can they seal the deal? Aspect and Mythics have just been absolutely phenomenal for Project 7 here. Aspect is just done so well throughout the middle of the map, finding first bloods. I'll be interested to see how many he doesn't manage to have. It's a minimum of 2 just to himself. Big gunfight. Rixold finds it. Takes down F dot, who smelt blood in the water, and now Dom X, there's a lot of pressure coming on, and he just doesn't have any help. He should be dead to rights. 3v3. Aspect finds another 2. Can't find the third. And a 1v2 now for Mythics. He knows where 1 is.
Oh, he's trying to get out there as well, but he hasn't seen it as well. Goes to the gunfire around the back here. He's going to be cut down. The player staying alive just off of the screen for Mythics has taken him in the end. And a round for Rock Esports ton that they so desperately needed.
Dom is just there with the majority of the kills. He hasn't really had much to write home about, specifically in this map in particular. There's 3. Now, can that be the catalyst for something? Still a very tall order. Project 7 still only need 1 round. We're pretty much out of the next 3. Round number 9. Domex hasn't been quite as much of an influence as he would have liked to have been with the sniper, but honestly, I don't think Project 7 have given him scope to be. That might. Oof. Aspect flirting with danger. Effort over towards the safe side. Oh, Dom finds 5 somehow throughout the middle of the map. That's 2 more in this round after 3 in the previous. He'll get taken down 3v2 in favor of Rock.
Kicks backing up here. Mythics just off his screen. He's going to be found as well by Kicks, but gets tickled, and wow, Kicks manages to find him. Lucifer, 1 versus 3. A million miles away.
It should now be 5-4. Rock finding another. They shut him down, and it is Rock Esports finding a bit of momentum here.
Here we go. Do Rock Esports have it in them to make an ever so glorious comeback? Theoretically, the reverse sweep is also on the cards. That overload will hurt even more.
Massive round. Project 7 will lead this one. I know where my money is for round 11. Push towards A looking the more likely. Aspect has been brilliant at finding first blood out in the middle of the map.
Oh, they really want this pick. Oh, he's seen a shoulder here. So the pause as well. They slid out. They've taken a little bit of control away here. Probably going to be close as well. They're stacking 8. Project 7 are going to have to be the team that moves.
Yeah. This feels like a team who have bled a couple of rounds and do not want to see a round 11. It's very passive. 2 players on the flank have got to do something. You can see number 8. He needs to make a move. They need to do something. They've lost gunfights on either side of the map, and Aspect has to get the hell out of dodge. There has to be something over towards B. Lucifer can create that, but still in a 2v3. They've got to get this bomb down very, very quickly. They need to fight for space. That's exactly what they're doing, Lucifer. You need to find it, Tom. Big win. Aspect now in a 1v3.
Players both sides of him as well. That's going to be the issue. He does not know where they are. Sees one already not going to win the gunfight. Down he goes. 5-5. We're going to round 11 on map 5 between these two teams. And, well, you've probably heard this one before, but that's where we thought it was going. These two teams, flawless. So much of this elite stage, they have been the teams to watch. And now one round of S&D will separate them.
Well, here we go. Map 5, round 11. It's a few rounds in a row for Rock Esports to send us here. Surely Project 7 don't fumble again. They've had themselves in so many positions where they could close out this series. And that overload will haunt them. X. Oh, isn't going to catch him! For all my life, I thought F-Dot was going down. He's had a really poor search and destroy, but that might be the most important kill of the lot. First blood, P7.
And this is going to make it different from so many of the rounds where Project 7 have failed to gain the toehold. Domex is off the map. You can even see, look how much Rock are moving compared to some of the previous rounds.
Yeah, they have to. Don't have anybody finding the space. Kicks. Trying to even the odds. He'll just back down. But he's created that space. He's created that claim of space for Rock Esports. They won't have a real idea of where he is now. You can see Mythic, Lucifer, they're all looking for him. They're actually choosing just to go over towards B. Kicks has got some defensive work to do.
Here he goes. Kicks. Finds one. Backs off. Gets traded out. Now a 3 versus 2. Oh, F-Dot. Another sniper for the round. It's a 1 versus 3. And Rixeld will have to perform miracles. All this fight back all this way comes down to this clutch scenario, and down he falls. Project 7 will not cry into their pillows tonight. They have wrested this one from the jaws of defeat. No reverse sweep, no regrets over the overload. They go to the grand final.
Oh, it's happened again. Project 7 do it when they need to. And they did it very much the hard way, Brycey. That was a series that they should have won 3-0. They eventually get it done in round 11, map number 5. And that is tippable. Honestly. I think a really, really good performance in the end. Yes, there was mistakes, but the mistakes allowed Rock back into the game. And you still took your chance. Mythic's an aspect absolutely huge for the team there. Most of the first bloods actually went towards Rock, but the ones on Project 7 were mostly aspects where it was 3 his way. F-Dot had a very, very poor game until round 11 where he finds 3.
Oh,
That's pretty much good for what, over half of his damage in that last round. Now you take the...
Oh, there were nerves. There were moments where breath was just caught in the throat and sweat on the brow, but these two teams fought to the very bitter end here in what could have been a reverse sweep. The difference, truthfully, was that snipe from F-Dot. They have been stymied over and over again, trying to break Rock Esports defense. And the time they do it with a first blood and push through to get Domex out of that sniping position, it gives them the round.
And it really didn't look likely, did it? From Domex's point of view, you seen F-Dot was creeping. Yeah, this is going to be it from his angle. Just reacts a little bit better. Domex doesn't react. Maybe blinked at the wrong time, and then F-Dot finds another. And he's the one that picks up the pieces. Good pistol shots to kill it off. And Project 7 will just about prevent the reverse sweep.
These are
so close.
oh.
Round between them, pretty similar hard points.
The overload is still nightmare-y.
Honestly, if Project 7 had lost that, I don't think there's much recovering, to be honest with you. The series, I should say. We get reverse swept after the position. The 4v2 and the overload. Not to harp on a negative on them because they've won the series. But my word, what a fumble that would have been. Either way, though, they managed to find their way through. We'll see them in the grand final. Rock Esports will drop. They will play the winner of Orgless against Able, which is coming up next.
Well. What a web we weave. Orgless and Able, that's our last game of the day coming up here as well, but we've already sent a team to the grand final, and Orgless are looking to join them, and so are Able. But who makes it? Who knows? We'll find out right after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a short period of time. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We move into our final game of the evening, but no lesser for it. It's going to be a big throwdown between these two teams, and Ton, this should be an interesting one because who knows how it goes.
Well, I think it should be extremely interesting. You got Orgless, who are on a hellish run through this losers bracket side of things. A loser bracket that they will, well, shouldn't really be down in there, to be honest with you. With the way that you would think this roster would play this season, you'd think they'd be doing better, but it hasn't quite been there. Let's have a quick look at the maps and modes between these two teams. It's Orgless taking on ABLE. And I just want to have a little look because these two teams did actually play each other in the bracket already, Pricey, and winners round 1. I'll do some digging for that and see what maps compare, and you speak some words.
Well, this series is really a little bit of the veterans versus the newish players, I should say, really. ABLE Esports looking very good. A lot of people hyping up their players as they go through. Orgless, well, obviously they are Orgless going into this, are some very big names in the Call of Duty esports scene. So for me, this is more of a benchmark for both these two teams here. If ABLE Esports do win this, it will be monumental for that squad. If Orgless win it, then they'll be trying to stamp their authority back on to the elite stage. Realistically, they have not been the front runners for some people for a couple of weeks now, and that's something that, with the names that they have on their roster, will be disappointing to many.
Yeah, well, but I honestly, I feel as if, you know, I've been one of the heavy critics, realistically, and I think rightfully so, but I think that performance on the other foot up against For Fun in the previous round was a lot better. Previous matchup between these two teams, though, was a 3-1 victory for ABLE. They were the one that sent Orgless down into this loser bracket. Are they going to be the ones that send them out of this stage? Map number 1 was, last time out, a Colossus Hardpoint. It was a 250-11 win for ABLE, so relatively comfortable to a certain degree for ABLE, but a close game nonetheless, so expecting that to come through again. But then when it comes down to, well, maps 2 and 4 at least, we did not get to see those two that are coming up in this series. But map number 3 we did. So Den Overload went over towards ABLE in a 6-5 win. It was a hell of a map if I remember rightly. But maps 2, 4 and 5 were not played between these two teams last time out. So we're going to be jumping into something a little bit new, and I'm happy for Orgless that they have done that. ABLE are all about pace, but when it comes down to Den, that is going to work in their favor. Are Orgless going to be ready for it? Let's find out.
Well, we've been told this game is just about to get underway, Ton, and what I'm hoping for is a map 5. I think these two teams both deserve it. Here's the truth here. If either of these two teams move forward, I'm happy with the result. I think it's always going to be competitive. I think seeing ABLE against Rock will be great. I think seeing Orgless against Rock will be great. Whether or not they're going to give us as good of a game as Rock versus P7 rematch in the final, that's yet to be determined. But both these two teams have the stories behind them now. We've already spoken at length this broadcast, because I'll be honest with you, we were alluding to the fact that people are starting to look the way of some of the players on ABLE Esports. It's been such a monumental run for them, for some of their players, that whenever something like this happens, you start to see players and teams and coaches all kind of start looking and say, hey, is this the next player that we need to call up? And with Major 2 knocking on the door here, if ABLE Esports are able to do something, then yes, their players start to come into a potential roster move scenario. It might be too soon to tell. Teams do like consistency. It's the same for everybody else in the Elite as well, because realistically, everybody's being looked at. But it's a big game for that reason. But while we get this one underway, while we try to get these players into a lobby, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. and gentlemen, welcome back. We are running straight into the blender. The two teams going to war here for a spot to survive in this tournament and hit up top three. Abel and Orgless, both dancing around this P1 for a start.
Yeah, it should be a really interesting game, and I think, you know, a lot of the headlines, so to speak, will be to do with DK, realistically. And him and Clutch had not played in Elite until we put into this one. And DK is now putting up monumental numbers, as I mentioned in his previous series. Albeit up against Majin, with all due respect to them. 114 kills in 4 maps. One of those maps being a Sitch. I mean, that's incredible, incredible numbers. Consistency, ridiculous. And he's already got 6 to his name before we even headed over towards P2.
So good, and Prezi tries to make a bit of play coming through here. Shoots the barrel, looking for something here, but Scythe just cleans up towards the back, and now more pressure coming through. Able Esports getting the better spawn for this. They can reinforce faster, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Put the bodies into the point, win the gunfights, win the trades. Everybody goes pinstripe, but Melko walks away on top and gets a spawn ton.
Important that he got a hold of the spawn. I think Able Esports can't come into this game and underestimate Orgless. They beat them 3-1 last time out, as mentioned. Melko can find gunfights like that. It's definitely going to help you along the line. 4 in a row from him, 5 in a row from him. They cannot underestimate them. Orgless looked significantly better. And I suppose it comes back to the audience, like we so often talk about. It doesn't really matter how you play through the groups if you play well in the playoffs. Didn't start in the playoffs great, Orgless, but they look like a different beast this week.
Well, that's maybe something they need to get better over time if they want to make a run for that grand final. Bit of an issue, though, as they will lose that one pretty simply. Able Esports now in the dominant position over towards P3. They've got a good push out on both sides. Couple of kills going down here for Orgless. Allows them to maybe move through, but Clutch finds one. Knows the second one to be there, but it's Linz, and Linz wins a gunfight with Cobra support. And now they're back in.
Good time on offer. Good time, that's looking like gonna go Orgless's way. Real poor start here from the side of Able Esports. Just haven't been able to bring that pace that they so often do. Find a way through though. DK will find 2. Now can start to get some time on the board. 20 or so seconds was on offer by the time the break came through, but Linz will just break right back. It's just too easy. Here for Orgless, and Able Esports starting to make a couple of desperate little plays. They need to defend these spawns as best they possibly can. DK has found 1. And the kills will fall their way, but now it's a foot race over towards P4. A P4 that Able really could do with getting a hold of.
And they're trying to. You can see already Able already out towards the back here. Linz diving around. Will not fall. 14 health and a dream here as he slowly gets the regen in. It's a brute force from Orgless from the front. And winning those gunfights has allowed them to do this from the wrong side of the hill.
And they're just pinning them back there. All the kills falling the way of Orgless once again. Able Esports do not look like they've turned up to this one. Maybe sat waiting around. It's the case for both these two teams, right?
Yeah, I was going to say there's no
slow start.
I mean, one-sided icing.
No, absolutely not. Even looking over towards DK, a player that we have so consistently gassed, he had 6 kills after the first kill. That's 12 after the first rotation.
Yeah, they're a bit of a slowdown here, and well, that's because Melko and Linz are certainly putting the hammer down. How's this rotation going to go? This rotation is actually going to go to Orgless as well. Well, P1 isn't necessarily a money hill. It's certainly worth grabbing. Bressy goes down straight away. He's going to call that one out. They're going to know they're going to need to hold this now for P2. Especially with that spawn out as well.
Dangerous position now. Scythe trying to find a way through. It's just not working out for them whatsoever. Melko has turned into a different beast in this game. 17 and 9 from him. Which may well have found 4 in a row or so there, but it's for absolutely nothing. It's about to be a 100-point deficit. The only thing that Able actually got out of that were the P2 spawns, but you deal with not bleeding these other 30 seconds. Over towards Orgless. Linz, he'll find one onto Scythe. Can he press them back here as well? Yes, he can. Nicely done. Hooking this one forward. 4 in a row from him. They get the P2 spawns. Orgless now in a fantastic position to extend this 120-point lead.
That's a huge amount of gunfights won here, and it has been a little bit one-sided. Linz on his 5 streak, looking for 6. Almost gets to the 7, but a little bit of a wobble does not allow him to get those bullets where he needed them to be. But again, from the front here, Able Esports will have the spawn. Orgless will just win the gunfights from the front of the hill here. Might be slowly whittled down, but not if Melko has anything to say with it.
3 in a row. Lins will pick up the 4th, and there's the spawn still there. So Able trying to force their way through, but a lot to be said about this performance. Again, just not checking anything now, and it kind of feels like balls to the wall kind of performance where you just need to throw caution to the wind at this stage. Able Esports, yeah. Rotate P3. That's one of those moments where you need to say, right, let's get ourselves a setup. This ain't working. Because it's not even remotely. Orgless past the 200-point mark. They now got more points than they did last time around that Able and themselves played. Able, well, are about 200 off what they did manage to get to end the game. Right now, they are in danger of being 50-point club because Orgless are the first ones here as well.
Lins just playing insane. Honestly, Melko and Lins basically just trying to one-up each other as this game goes on. And Able Esports are the people who are suffering for it. This time, though, they will be into this point. Opportunity to hold it. You can already see the split coming in from Orgless. They know they need to get into a different lane.
DK trying to do what he can. Just too slow to start for Able Esports, and they've been chasing their tail. Making desperate plays. In desperate situations. And Melko has been absolutely frying them. Every single time we watch his POV or watch somebody else's, that's 3 in a row now from Melko, looking to find a couple more. Him and everybody else collapsing on the point. Can't win in here at P3. They're on the way over towards P4 or Able. You need to find absolutely everything, and Orgless have got the spawns.
Can Able Esports have a superhero moment? They need it at the moment. They are putting bodies in here. Got a good position here to get out towards the back if they can win some gunfights. Already, Cobra and Melko going to work here. Bit of a split coming through. DK will now find himself in a pinch. He knows there are players behind him. He needs to win the gunfight out towards the front. Does so. More players now pushing him. Not able to do it. His teammates were too far away for the trade.
Just a little far away. I'll go towards the backside. The pressure will start to come through. Some decent kills coming through, though, for the side of Able Esports, and they can maybe do something with this, but is it too little too late? I would imagine so. Blade found 3 over towards his backside. Final 20 up for grabs. Orgless can't win it here now, and that will give Able an opportunity of a 3rd rotation, but they need to be able to find a push through. Right now, they can't find a gunfight win up against Lins. Cobra for the final trade. A little bit shaky, but we'll get it done. Able Esports now on the back foot over towards P1 as well.
Lins just been given kills, but Melko has stolen them out from underneath him. It has been a 2-player real show from Orgless. Don't get me wrong, Breton and Kyra, they're doing well. They're obviously playing their part here, but Melko and Lins, it feels like they've just got montage music pumping in through their ears and have been going for it the entire time. Able Esports have just been caught in the crossfire way too much as Clutch tries to make his own movement happen, but is this too little too late?
Feels that way. Much better from Able. They've reduced that gap. I mean, what was it? Threatens a 50-point club. Well, you've not even found yourself a 100-point club now, though, although it may well be done. Need to find a breakthrough over towards P2. There you go. That's the start. Scythe, can he find any more? Lins cuts him down. Can he find some more Lins? It's DK to the sword. And the trades are there here for Orgless. They'll find a way through, and that might be game. One more opportunity for Able to find a way through. DK, he can find one. Is it going to be there enough in time? Not going to happen. Orgless convincingly take map number 1.
Yeah, and convincing is the best way to put it all the way through. They look like the better squad. Able really struggling to get the string of kills they needed in so many key scenarios. Mostly because Melko and Lins were just going berserk the entire time. Yeah, another great example of it. Look at this. Just doesn't care that other players are shooting him.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for me, when I look at this Able roster and what they're able to do is set pace and outslay, and typically that is being part of their playbook to a certain degree. But when Melko and Lins are doing that to you, what's the answer? Fundamentals weren't there. They weren't able to win rotations. The important gunfights didn't go their way. 22 and 23, that is 45 non-traded kills between the pair of them. And that's the difference maker.
Melko or Lins?
Sorry?
Who won? Melko or Lins? Melko better KD. Lins more damage. more non-traded kills, more time though for Melko. Who wins?
I say Melko, personally. I think that time.
You've got purely off KD. That makes so much sense.
No. Let's do an objective time. He was doing time in the hill. He wasn't. He was the hill kitten and got the kills, Brycey. It's all about the objective for me. You know this.
Hey, the hill is where you find the players, so it is a good place to get your KD up as well. But yeah, just phenomenal performance. The two of them were causing issues, and well, you're going to see it in the highlight reels because we got to saw it all game long. Just winning gunfight after gunfight, causing problem after problem, and ABLE Esports weren't able to really slow them down, which is probably the biggest surprise we had throughout that hard point. Orgless strike out with a dominant map 1. And has that changed how we feel about this series in total?
I potentially has, to be honest, because I think, you know, I kind of reiterated this at the top of this series in particular. Orgless have not been great this season by any stretch. They really haven't. But today they've looked a lot more like the Orgless of old. Finding map wins that you would expect them to. Closing out from positions you would expect them to. And that's a map that, up against ABLE last week, they lost, what, 250 to 200, something along those lines. They just beat them by 115 points pretty convincingly. And Den Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next. I think these 3 Dens, though, this is potentially where ABLE can get themselves into this game. It is just going to be fast. I'm curious how Orgless are going to deal with them in the Search and Destroy. That's the thing. Because ABLE are going to be pacey, or Orgless going to be ready for it.
Well, this is going to be a redemption for ABLE. That's the best way to put it. Orgless took them to task. Now go on to the S&D. This will really tell us how this series is going to go here. If Orgless continue to do what they just did there, we might be seeing a 3-0. But truth being told, S&D is the great equalizer, and we've seen great performances out of ABLE throughout this tournament as well. Hey, even if ABLE were to fall at this point, it's still been a very good run for them.
It has been. It really has. And I think, you know, if you were to break the status quo of this top 3 that we thought we would have in Orgless, P7, and of course Rock, a lot of questions were asked. Who was it going to be? Who are the going to be ones going to be going through? I mean, a lot of people would have said for fun. They unfortunately would fall to Orgless. Or able to throw themselves in that conversation. Are they able to break that status quo, Brycey? They may well be in the top 3 after this, but they are a map down.
Yeah, they certainly are. And trying to work out how this one goes through, of course. And we might take a little look at the bracket here just to say and walk down memory lane of how every player and team did eventually get to this one. And there's production being wonderful as always. So as we walk down memory lane here for how we got to this position, let's take a look at Orgless. Now, 3-1 last time they lost to ABLE Esports, and that did put them down pretty early on, at which point a narrow win, a 3-2 against Treaty 1 Gaming, kept them alive. They then took on 4Fun EU, and that was, if I remember correctly, a very good game to watch. Those two teams really went at it, and it didn't probably showcase everything that scoreline talks about. But now as we go through, realistically, Orgless have had such a good map 1 start that ABLE Esports, even though they beat them last time and have had some very good results, are looking on the back foot, Ton.
I think I actually want to give a bit of a shout out to 4Fun, losing to Project 7 and then to Orgless. I mean, that's some way to go out. But we wouldn't have been expecting to play Orgless. I think they probably would have been expecting to play ABLE in that game where Orgless just advanced through up against them. So that would have been an interesting one, but that's not how brackets always work. But for ABLE to find themselves here, yeah, okay, they should have beat Majin, probably should have lost to Rock. They're kind of where they should be to a certain degree after their performances in the group, going up against Orgless. Looking for the regain on this one. They did beat them 3-1 in the previous series, Brycey. It wasn't clean cut, was it? But that map number 1 looked a lot more convincing from Orgless, who are making a hell of a run. Bearing in mind, up against Treaty 1 Gaming, how close that series was. Orgless were nearly out.
Well, that's the thing here. Like we've said before, right? Orgless have not looked the strongest at key moments in the Elite. Going up against an ABLE team who had beaten them before, it's a surprising map 1, but we'll find out if that trend continues. Map 2 is upon us. The S&D is already kicking off, and well, Linz has just run deep into the spawn, and A is basically secure for them.
Gunfight will come through. Lins will get taken down. Kill will go Blade's way. But that bomb will go down. Thankfully, the pressure from Lins creates the space, enable now to fill it and defuse the bomb. Gunfight win will come through. So we'll find one back. Scythe can't find anything in there, but of an awkward gunfight. Cobra. He's done so well. Blade now left in a 1 versus 1.
Here we go. I have 195 against Cobra. I looked for it as well, and I thought he had it. Cobra almost got his head in the crosshairs, but the pistol shot was just good enough to give him that first round.
Cobra just about finds that. But it was Lins who really opened things up. Finds the kill through the middle of the map. Kind of out of the Able Esports playbook to a certain degree. Straight down middle. Orgless for the first round. If they could find the search and destroy, I honestly think this game will be over as soon as it's kind of started. Be a disappointing way for Able to fall out of this tournament, of course, but they're still in it right now. Blade making his way over towards B, going for the gunfight. Chal and Melko absolutely melted. And now Cobra has to hold down the spawn. He's doing the right thing. He's got eyes on Bryce. Oh, showing the shot. Oh, should he? Hold on a second.
Head of the table. Now Brezzy. Well, that's about the easiest pickup you're ever going to find.
Just so easy for Cobra over towards the backside. Brilliant positioning rather than Able really doing anything wrong. Okay, the first blood goes Orgless' way. Answer back pretty quickly. And they try to make the push through, presuming that the push is going to be coming from mid and coming from the flank. Well, it was, but they didn't anticipate Cobra shutting it down as easily as he did. Orgless 2 to the good now.
Well, here we go. Push out here from Orgless. Mid-map control. Oh, Lindsay's going to get caught. He tries to be aggressive again here, and Melko's also going to miss.
First time that Able have had an advantage in a round, and what can they do with it? Orgless are really just trying to take it to them, and honestly, I'm not sure how Blade got out of that position. Melko's still trying to find a pick over towards B. Kind of influential that he does this, but yeah, they're just going to send it through the middle of the map. They feel very confident right now, and so they should. 2 kills just like that, and Orgless now in a 3v2.
Comes a little bit of a move. Planning for Dojo side as well.
Oh, I mean,
okay,
that
Cobra.
is just...
Okay. Okay, brother. Like, I don't even think he missed a single bullet. We're going to see it again here in the kill cam, but he's 7-0, Cobra. Outrageous, Joe.
I mean, he's feeling outrageously confident, of no doubt. 7 in a row from Cobra. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Who knows who it actually is with the scoreboard being the way it is. I presume it is. We've seen it from with our very own eyes, Brycey. I'm going to trust it. Brycey will find one at the clutch. Lynn's another. Able Esports are falling apart at the seams here. It feels like a step too far. Or does it?
Ooh.
Or does it?
That was a team kill, I think, unfortunately. Onto Blade. It doesn't show us perfectly because of the kill feed, but DK in a 1 versus 2. Hold. Hold. Here he goes. DK and runs straight into Brezzy. No Cinderella moment.
Honestly, when DK lined it up there, I got excited. Extremely. Brezzy and Co, though, so regimented, so disciplined in their play there in the search and destroy. It would have been very easy to chase him down and get it done. But Brezzy, 4 for him in a row now. And Orgless, well, it wouldn't have been the ace, of course, for Brezzy because of the team kill that came through. Orgless are running away with this one. We could be heading over towards the Overload very, very quickly. Able Esports are yet to really spawn in.
Lynn's looking for another entry here, but is maybe being a little bit more calm after giving away a first blood. So right now they are desperate to look for anything they can in this. That'll be an info nade.
Shots ringing through by Clutch. Shield, take down Lens. That's another first blood for Able Esports. Cobra, try not to back. I mean, this guy's feeling it right now, isn't he? Resi, though, sitting at 4-0 has just rotated so easily, and all this noise from Cobra is just that. It's just noise. Oh, Blade. Oh, he didn't check it. He didn't check it. Don't get gunned here, surely. He gets the hell out of dodge. It's a 2v4 for Orgless. Make it a 1 versus 4. Resi finds one. Should be dead to rights and is. Scary,
Okay, Blade.
scary times.
Oh my goodness. Could have been a wonderful play, but they just weren't able to get every piece they needed in position. Losing that first blood as well definitely pained them. But at least one on the board here for Able Esports.
There was one that was scary and very well could have went the other way. I think a Blade goes down to the bomb planner who just wasn't expecting him as much as Blade wasn't expecting that bomb to be going down. Just a bit of bad timing on both players' parts, to be honest with you. But is that some light? Is that some hope? Or was it just going through in the middle of the map, which is typically where Able Esports find themselves, and now, well, they find themselves where they typically have been in this search and destroy, and that's grey screen. DK. Left now on a 1 versus 3. This is impossible.
Wow. An impossible call. Definitely happening.
I'd love to
If you
see
can
it happen.
find, yeah, if you can find one, it's a potential, but a sniper is not the most versatile of weapons.
Yeah, nothing presenting itself his way yet. Sadly for DK. And the attack inside, and Orgless just walked back in. And I think they've seen them. They have seen them. 5-1 Orgless.
Orgless really setting the tone for this matchup. Great performance in the first. The S&D also going their way. At this moment, we're just waiting for map 3.
I feel like that's what I'm waiting on at this stage, honestly. Able Esports, when I seen the maps that came up in this series, I honestly thought that the search and destroy on Den might have been a route in, while it's been a route to, well, getting to map number 3 pretty quickly. Unless. I can't believe little hope, Pricey, that's you.
We missed a positive ton, as you well know.
Just a positive beaming ray of light on you.
Yeah, that's actually what a lot of people say when they first meet me, but in case of this,
Yeah.
it's going to be a little less positive, as incoming missiles at least going to scatter the Able players to the wind and give a lot of info over. Yes. Not done a ton out of that one, apart from give Lynn some room to move, but there are 4 players in close proximity. I can't see him getting a trade and getting away.
We should have been over towards B. Probably a lot quicker than this. This bomb will have to go down now. DK, along with the rest of his team, going to look for the retake. Bomb will go down over towards B. It's pretty standard setup. One that they're going to have to hold tight for. Reggie wants to get aggressive through the middle of the map. Scythe did again, any info there. About to get caught up. Cobra's trying to kill on the other side of the map. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. They have not squeezed. They have not pushed. The 20 seconds away from the 2 versus 4 being a very, very big reality. Pushing forward, Blade. Are you crazy? Clutch for the 1 versus 2. The 2v4 for the map. 6-1 Orgless. Honestly, that's inexperience. That's desperation.
To not find a kill there is disappointing. You thought maybe they had an opportunity, but a 2 versus 4 clutch to end the round. ABLE Esports are taking a bit of a kicking here in this game. I mean, Cobra was going berserk. Presley also doing very, very well here. Lynn's 2 first bloods, 3 first deaths.
Mixy, to say the least. 6-1 victory, though. And for a 2 versus 4 to happen and send us to this map number 3 with a 2-0 scoreline for Orgless. I don't know. I just, for me, I was expecting maybe a little bit more out of this series. We still may get a little bit more out of it. But with the way that these first 2 maps have went out, I'm not entirely that hopeful. I don't know if Orgless have just found that gear. Maybe they were saying to themselves, okay, well, the first couple of rounds and groups doesn't necessarily matter if you perform well in the final few games. Orgless are doing enough to get themselves here. And now whilst they are here, they have been incredible in today's 2 games. That's one of those moments that pretty much sums it up for ABLE, right?
Yeah, I mean, here's the benefit, right? This series isn't over. They have a good opportunity to come back. Like, we know how good these players are. We know that the games today have never been this clean cut, and there is a reason for that. It is because every single one of these teams is now at the very least a little battle tested. They've gone through the groups. They've played a bunch of games in this environment. They've got to this stage in the bracket as well. It should not be this one-sided, and I don't think it will continue. Den Overload, I'm putting my hopes forward. I think ABLE Esports have a comeback potential on this map.
Let's see if they can actually manage it. Den Overload incoming. But really, not a great deal to talk about so far in this game. If you are ABLE Esports, can you somehow bring it back, though? Somehow bring something out of what has been quite literally quite poor performance in the first 2 maps. Do they have it in their locker? I don't know.
That's the question. That's the wonderfulness of this scenario. Because this isn't written yet, and we've seen so much from ABLE. We've seen them beat Orgless before. You can't think it ends in 3. You really cannot believe this is where it ends, Tom.
No, well, based on what we've seen from these 2 teams over the season overall, I honestly was kind of expecting ABLE Esports to win this series. I was. Orgless have absolutely looked better today. Yeah, no, that is of no doubt. They were great against For Fun, and they have been great here. To be honest with you, this is giving me hope that Orgless are starting to find that form that we really did expect of them over this year, and ABLE have maybe just came a little bit cold, maybe a little bit overconfident, and as soon as they lose that map number 1 in that fashion, is the game plan potentially out of the window. Map number 3 will be incoming, where we really truly will find out whether there is fight here for ABLE. Typically, the Orgless have been good on Overload generically over the season so far. This stage in particular, though, not too hot. So let's see how this one's going to go. Last time out, though, these 2 teams did play on this map. They did play on Den Overload, and it was an absolute banger. 6-5 victory for ABLE Esports. I'm trying to remember exactly how it ended. Honestly, we've casted so much Call of Duty this season that I am a bit lost in my brain with how it went down. I could go back and look at the VOD, but I don't think I've had time. I don't think we have. We've been told that we are just waiting on a player to start this one. Go for. We are right with the way that we cover games now, that we jump around so quickly. We can see 4 or 5 kind of catching all of the maps moving forward as well here. But hey, we've got to that part of this elite challenges that realistically we only get 1 at a time now. Feels kind of weird, because normally we'd have already jumped into another game and be kind of breaking it down for you. But as we go through this at the moment, I think one of the things for me is, I said before, I think Orgless have looked not great, but
maybe they could look a little bit better. So far, they're looking that better that we kind of expect them to be. Whether or not that's able to step up their game here into map 3 will speak volumes. If Orgless 3-0 able in this scenario, it would certainly put a cat amongst the pigeons on the game tomorrow with whoever plays Rock.
Yes, it would. Which I presume, based on what we've seen over these last 2 maps, is going to be Orgless. And I tell you what, Orgless will be looking at that series that P7 took to Rock. I think be feeling very, very confident over that as well. I think, realistically, Rock did not look convincing up against P7. They should have been 3-0, frankly. This is how this series is going so far. Able Esports looking like they're going to be 3-0'd as well. But we've seen crazy comebacks this evening already. Rock couldn't quite get theirs over the line, but they forced it. Is Den Overload going to be the catalyst here for Able Esports to get back into this series? We'll go to a Den hard point after it if we need to. I suppose the Search and Destroy will be map number 5 if we need to see it. Orgless don't want to see Den again after this map. I'm telling you that, Brycey. They'll want it done and dusted as quickly as they can. Get their beauty sleep and head into tomorrow.
Wow. Here we go. This one for potentially all of the marbles. Overload is among us here, and we've got a question. Are Orgless going to be the monster that they've been so far again? Well, Melko and Linz. There they go. The 2 players that terrorized Able Esports in the first map. In the kill feed already. Looking for this one as they try to dance around here. Melko with another one. Everybody flying out from couches. They're going to let him go. They've managed to just get through there for a few seconds. I don't think Linz is going to be able to catch this one in the final few, but that was certainly a tactic flying out mid-doors.
Yeah, I think just Linz is really feeling the confidence between these 2. I think they just feel delusional against them right now. And that's I want to say a feeling that can punish you, though. They've got to be careful. They cannot underestimate Able. If they get opportunities, they're going to take them. Orgless can't just give them away for free. Delusion are through the middle of the map, and they try to get things going. Now they'll be pegged back just a little bit themselves. Rooftops push coming in from Able. See if they can get something going over towards this B side. Orgless are on the quote-unquote better side. With Cobra just trying to hold things down. DK trying to do something on his own, but honestly, I wouldn't have minded him just slowing down ever so slightly. Resi and Cobra will recover the EMP, and we'll be on their way.
Here comes the switch. Run fast, Brezzy, run fast. Have an opportunity here. Blockers aren't going to be in front. There is a weakness to the middle of that map here. Brezzy's trying to get a nade through it as well. Can he dive through? Teammates trying to get through for him as well. He managed to slip around the corner here, but just not enough players to win the gunfights. Melko will get it at the same time. Looking for this one against DK. Nade going through. More pressure on the DK as Cobra somehow puts that one in by the toes.
DK throwing the nade back. Nelly threw, well, quite literally a cat amongst the pigeons, didn't it? Linz, yeah, can't survive for much longer.
Blade by name, blade by nature. I think I'll probably get more knife kills than an entire night of challenges.
Quite literally. Used to have a knife kill back in the day, Brycey. In 1976. No, it wasn't that long ago. It was Black Ops 1. Still alive. I don't know. Linz trying his best to get another cap going here for the side of Orgless, who have probably had the better things throughout the middle of the map, but Able have defended well, and that's a little bit of control that they needed. There you go. They can maybe get something going in.
Already, but
force.
Yeah, clutch at the front is going to be a bit difficult. Allows his teammates to pick it up as well. Cobra does that on the floor, but DK! That's the kind of life we wanted to see here. Able Esports looking to strike back as quickly as they can. Still keeping that pressure up. The reset eventually comes in. 2 minutes left on the clock here between these two, and Orgless not having it all their own way.
Keeping this one alive and moving. Are Able. Orgless could do with probably another capture here. On the beneficial side, you want to really get something going. I really like this stuff from the side of Able. This is a big opportunity. They're going to just sprint straight over towards B. You get round the corner. This should be a capture. Great cover in the middle from Scythe. One apiece just like that. A lovely move from Able.
And so well, and the benefit being, of course, is that with that respawn, oh, Clutch has got 4 health in the dream, but I don't think he's going to really need it. Linz is now going to have to go hero mode and does so. This could have been a relay. But Melko and Linz Said, no, we're not going that far behind. Oh,
Switching it up. Yeah, may well just wrap this round over towards the B attacking side if you like. If you are Orgless. Minute to go. You don't want to be heading in this half one apiece, especially with the presence that you've had. This should be a capture. If Brezzy can find this, yeah, it's signed, sealed, and delivered. Now keep an eye on when the EMP is going to spawn up here, because that's going to be important. Middle of the map, not so bad. If it spawned over towards the dojo side of the map, then you're just looking so sick if you're able. Esports get 2-1 down. It might be 3 in a second. 4 dead. And now they can control the spawns. Look at the positioning from Brezzy. He's just going to try and keep them at bay. Now it's up to Cobra to try and do the same. Can't quite get it done. He will find one. August will probably have to take a step back here. Or do they just go for it? They go for it. They fall. Able to do well to defend that. That could have been very, very ugly.
now, technically, Able Esports, if they wanted to, could try and hold this for a second and go for the free play. In fact, they are stalling just a bit, but keep an eye there. Scythe is throat. Scythe is towards the back here. He's got into dojo. I don't think they know he's here. Somebody is watching it. I think it's Cobra. Cobra finds him, but yeah, this is 100%. They're going for the free play. DK finds 3. Don't worry about the free play. They're just going to go for it here.
Coach
And
finds another.
DK.
Yep, DK is the one who sets themselves up, and brilliant play from Abel. Just all from the side of DK to find 3 in the middle. It sets them up. We're going to get to see it in the best play. A lot of noise from this guy. Nade goes through, baits them out. Was it a double kill with a nade? I think it might have been. Yeah, it was. And finds Linz as well to set this one up. Good call out from his teammates. Wonderful centering. That'll be the round. And if I'm the most satisfied team, it's got to be Able. Right? They defended very, very well. They were in precarious positions multiple times. But when they had their opportunities, they were ruthless. And that's all you got to do in Overload. It's not about being camped in your spawn or maybe not finding the kills. It's about getting it done when you have the opportunity to do so. As far as the kills go, though, they are actually out slaying. Around 4 or 5. Take those advantages all day long, but you need to do something with it. 2 apiece, not too bad.
As DK finally said, all right, enough is enough. Time to show you why it's all eyes on me. 7 streaks so far. Pistol out, doesn't care. Now an 8. Eventually going to fall down here. A little bit of a defense now set up. You can see Able trying to put the tempo forward.
Trying to get something done with it. Cobra shutting it down, and here we go. This is maybe a move over towards the dojo side. Kill through in the middle of the map as well. Dojo spawn going to come in very close here for Clutch. Going to back hunt down, which is the best thing to do, but these mid-map gunfights are massive as well. Linz has found 1. He may have a little bit of backup, but now there's not much of a defense over towards this side. The EMP starting to move through in the middle. Linz just trying to be the one that breaks it open. And is that maybe an opportunity missed by Orgless? It might not be. He might just walk this one in because Bretty's found 3 out of absolutely nothing. Doesn't find the 4th, but Melko will keep this pressure on him with the dojo spawn. Brycey, this is great news, but Melko can't find another.
And this is going to slow down here. Realistically, Lynn just making that kill out towards mid is going to cause issues for Able. They'll be worried about him flanking. You can already see some of them turning. But Lindsay is going to be in the middle here for this one, and it's a bit of a stall. They've got to be careful, though. Able Esports getting the advantage here in some of these kills. Cobra will be flying back to hold it as well as they fly at him. Trying to get everything they can done to this one, but the reinforcements are here in time. And Able Esports not able to put that one over the line.
Really good opportunity to do so. Orgless slammed the door shut. 18 and 14 from Melko. DK doing what he can around the middle of the map, and I tell you what, this is absolute disaster. That's 4 dead, and all of a sudden, Linz, he'll have to slow them down. The rest of the team are on their way. He slowed them down ever so slightly, but it's not going to be enough. This should be a capture. They're on their way, but ever so slowly, they'll get that one in. DK. Oh. Lands it 3 apiece. Last time out, as mentioned, it was a 6-5 victory for Able. These 2 teams do not know what parking the bus means.
They don't, but that relay could be dangerous. Blade already heavily injured. DK is going to be here regardless, though. Melko takes down 1. Reinforcements get here into time. And now Able with the stop. Oh, it looks like they were going to go for it, but no, it's going to be a rotate. They're taking it away from it. It's too little of a gap for them to force their way through. Opportunities in abundance here. Scythe going to try and take a forward position. Sees Cobra already.
Cobra with some good defensive work, and that's what it's going to have to be. Able in control for now. Clutch with some great shots. He's got Blade in company as well. Brezzy will find one. Is he going to find the next? Lin's in the middle of the map. Has done well, but Clutch is here to pick up the pieces. Where the hell are the rest of Orgless? Did he just presume he had that?
Yeah. I just don't think they had the opportunity to get back in time. CABAL Esports, though, leading with 1 minute 47 seconds to go. They've pulled that off of mid-center. Is this an early park the bus? They can now play this. They might push out towards the roofs and then bring it back again. Got to be careful, though. They're in a bit of a dangerous position here. Run! Run! They've got off the side! He's gone down! Lindsay's managed to grab him here! This could be disastrous!
Oh,
they're going to get this one into it at the same time. They might even stall it for half a second. No, they're going for it straight away. 4-4. The relay. The issue is the other side of the map now. Brezzy will have to try and make a move. He's going to cut down reinforcements if he can. He cannot, but it's defense now for Orgless.
Big. They wouldn't have expected Blade so far up the map. He was there ready and waiting. He's done more than that. He's found 2. Could have done with finding that kill as well if you're Melko. Now DK is setting them up for success if you possibly can. And there it is. It's the alley-oop and in. Brilliant play from Blade, and Cycling will be putting the pressure on the spawn over towards the rooftop, so you got to be so careful. To and fro we go. It was 6-5 to CABAL last time. Orgless with an opportunity to tie things up.
Oh, here we go again. EMP scoot. Bodies to the fore.
That's a cap.
Orgless are going for it. One more time. Back into it. It's now a neutral EMP in the middle of the map. Players are going to be out here. Scythe already has control towards couches. Players in towards the middle. DK is calling in reinforcements from the sky. Every gunfight now matters.
Big kill from Melko. Scythe was on the flank. He cuts him down. And now both these two teams will be poised ever so slightly in different positions that maybe they don't want to be in. 15 seconds to go. Can anyone get a touch? Can anyone give themselves an opportunity?
Blade is moving forward. He'll be screaming to his teammates, and we might have them here on the flank here, but bearing in mind, this is not just the play. This will also be the overtime here. Cobra into the middle of the map. Goes up high. He's going to go down here. Clutch gets one more. They've scooped it. It's sudden death. Clutch is going to go for this one. Oh, it's down. It's a 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2.
They have to challenge. They have to challenge the EMP. They've went for it, and Scythe's taking him down. Melko left on his own. What a game.
CABAL Esports are alive. Oh, what a back and forth. Relays at both sides of the map. It comes down to the sudden death. And CABAL Esports, you've got to give them credit. They went, nah, we're just going to run. Like, we're going to keep moving forward. Blade was in the back spawn.
I think for me, I was so surprised at how aggressive CABAL got through the middle of the map there. When the timer is ticking, and I'm like, you lose one of these gunfights in a couple of seconds, you ain't respawning. And they were like, oh, positioning? No, don't care. Run forward.
Yeah, I could watch that entire overtime again, by the way. It was so chaotic. I don't know who's going to win this. It was just insane. To the truth, I kind of lost track of it. I was going on, I don't know what's going on. Everybody's everywhere trying to win these gunfights. CABAL, you are right, Ton. Moving that aggressively, moving that far forward in the center of the map in an overtime scenario is the mind of a madman. Like, to put yourself right on the bleeding edge of it, it is certainly going to cause you some problems.
I think what it did, though, was catch Orgless wildly off guard.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to give them the credit. They just weren't expecting CABAL to go, you know what? A few seconds till overtime, let's just send it. It was just a couple of really big gunfights. I mean, this one for me, okay, is it unfortunate, but I mean, they took one gunfight up against Brezzy to get a cap, essentially. That's one that they kind of did fumble. They did it brilliantly to put themselves back into it, though. This was the one you thought was enough, but then this was the capture that sent it to 5-5. I thought we were going to have a repeat, to be honest. And we kind of did. Cytic now Brezzy there, and yeah, the kill comes through on the backside. They just got aggressive. They win it 6-5 again, technically. Den Hardpoint now going to be coming up. CABAL Esports showing some signs of life here. Honestly, after the first couple of minutes, I was thinking Orgless were just going to run away with this one, but Den Hardpoint coming up. CABAL Esports have got some life.
Wow. Who knows how this one is going to end? Truth being told, we didn't think it was ending in 3, and it didn't. Although, very close margins. Very, very, very close. Going into Den Hardpoint, though, I am looking forward to seeing a rejuvenated, revived, and out for revenge ABLE Esports. DK came alive in that game and certainly helped give them a little bit of a boost. I'm looking forward to seeing what should be a better and closer Hardpoint than the Colossus.
Well, let's see. Should be loading in momentarily. Rolling exposure, search and destroy for map 5. What a night it's been. You've been at it for quite some time here, Brycey. And Den Hardpoint's incoming. In fairness to these teams, though, they made the maps entertaining. First two, brilliant performance from Orgless. Den Overload, absolutely bat crazy, to be honest with you. And Hardpoint now coming up will stay on Den. I haven't got a clue anymore, honestly. I know they're supposed to pay me for my opinions and my analysis on which way they think games are going to go to try and give the viewers at home some insight. I haven't got a clue which way this one goes now.
No, me either. I genuinely do not know. This is very much a case of we've had our games beforehand. Doesn't always dictate what will come down the pipe, though. And with that first Hardpoint, we were probably forgiven for thinking it could be over. And hey, if things went a little bit different way, this could have been already done. And Orgless will be looking at a 3-0. But that is not the case. And ABLE have a chance for more than redemption. They have a chance to start off the reverse sweep trend. And we'll see if they can do so, Tom, because certainly better signs of life in that.
Yeah, 100% better signs of life. Look, seemingly they have their gunny up now, but whether or not it's going to be enough to get them through, Bryce, we'll find out shortly.
Yes, we certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go there. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We got the lobby started, so now we're going to jump straight into it. This is a big game for the Majin Esports. Want to take this to a map 5, but that is easier said than done. But so far, they're doing it.
Be quite the comeback, wouldn't it? 2-0 down, and convincingly 2-0 down. To this kind of comeback must be brilliant for the side of CABAL Esports. Can they force them at number 5? Or are we done in 4? Orgless with that wipe will put them in a really good position for the P2 rotation. CABAL Esports will have to fight over that via rooftops, but not a bad start from them whatsoever. Let's try and find this kill on the Melkor. We'll get the trade. Is Lynn's going to be able to do much? Not at all. Wonderful. Turn of events there for the side of CABAL. Got a little bit of the scrap time off Orgless, but not a great deal. And they've got a slight setup over towards P2. Not perfect just yet.
Well, here comes the push. Bit of a split going through. They're going to try and hit some 3 angles here. Look at that spawn out from Clutch, though. I wonder if he's going to catch somebody. He might just get the right timing here to make a difference. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You got to win a gunfight. Orgless have got nothing from that push.
Not a sausage. CABAL Esports have done extremely well to hold this down on DK and Scythe. Combining so well. Scythe 5 in a row. Let's open things up. And map number 5, it feels like it's coming. We're early in this hard point, but CABAL look like they're here and finally at the races, Bryce.
Oh, just cutting down everybody who comes straight over the roofs here. Eventually, Presley gets in and will make the 2. Game saved. Bit of scrap time.
Needed to get some of that. Really did. I think you're right saying game saved to a certain degree, because if things get that awkward that early, puts you in a dangerous spot. But this Hellstorm coming in is very early, but CABAL Esports, I don't mind it. Build on the lead that, well, you've attained. And are now building on. DK taking down Linz, so making this a little bit more difficult. Pressing on a 5 spree. They can work on something. Yeah, never mind. They can't work on anything. They're all dead. CABAL Esports, this is so much better. This is kind of what I was expecting from them when we came into this game. It's like they've toggled Pricey. DK now starting to fry.
Oh my god.
Oh, literally everything they touch turns to gold right now. Clutch is killing everybody.
He's got that health there. Will eventually drop, but that's a 6th streak for the ages. And CABAL Esports just hoovering up the points everywhere they go. They're a bit 1 by 1 here from Orgless. Cobra trying to make the best of a bad scenario, but already that rotation is going to be on the cards. It's CABAL Esports once again.
They just can't do anything wrong right now. 105 to 32. Incredible work. DK holding down towards the back. Cobra eventually does get taken down, but the nade is just enough to get rid of him. But for what? For absolutely nothing. They're trying to get something going. Cannot, as we head over towards P4. Been here for, well, quite some time. Pretty with a kill over towards the back. This should be a break. Realistically, it has to be a break for Orgless. And we'll find 1. Clutch and Scythe will combine to find 2. They're still spawning over towards the back, but Orgless do find a way through.
Here goes Cobra. Looking for a bit more of a push here as they still desperately try to hold something time. Going into what will be the 2nd set of rotations in just a few seconds' time. It has been CABAL all the way.
Important that they got that time and stopped the bleeding somewhat. It's 1 good hold gets back into this game. Ain't going to be here at P1. Scythe. Everybody else contributing to this as well. 3 players all on 13 kills. Cobra and Linz have got 14 between them.
They're going to need a good bounce here. From P1 to P2 is really the way back into this for Orgless. Right now, CABAL still doing a very good job. They are just going for the kills around this P1 positioning, and now comes the overarch. You're going to see a back out spawn there from Orgless. They should send this over the rooftops fast to try to get there to help their teammate. A couple of them are going to go for that mid fight as well. They get a couple of kills going down, but they've lost the spawn that they want so desperately. Splits now coming in. You can already see Orgless have still not got the spawn they think they need for this P2, and they're almost 100 points behind.
Cobra needs to go big towards his backside. His teammates are now here via rooftop play. That is a ridiculous gunfight. Cobra's had his pants down, and all of a sudden, Brezzy He can't do anything either. DK over the top. This might be a flawless break, but Linz Melko will maybe make it a little bit more contested, but Clutch once again is there to pick up the pieces and spawns towards the back. This is just nightmare. Absolute nightmare fuel. How do you find a way through? It's nades, tax, everything else. DK's unfortunately going to take down his teammate with his trophy, but Scythe is just lining them up. There is 3. Nobody checked their left. And there's another 30 seconds going Abel's way. They may well break 200 by the time we get over towards P3.
I've seen enough. Get map 5 going. It's 110 points now. Scythe already continuing to just collect them. And so far, it has just been Able Esports. Started off hot, continuing that way entirely. A rotation for Orgless. Almost feels like a consolation. They could hold this for the full 60 and still be down massively at this stage in the game.
Scythe on the 6th spring. Let's add this now to his tally if he can. The kill doesn't fall his way, and it's a nice hold for Orgless. That's the first time we've seen them really get themselves in a position where they can set up and execute. That has been the problem. The slaying ability that we've seen from them over the first 3 maps has not quite been here in map number 4. Middle of the map control. 50-50 if you like. Blade will find the kill, and now Brezzy and Co have a little bit of work to do. The dojo spawns will come in. Kills coming in at the wrong time, but it's a little bit of a split spawn, to be honest with you. You can see that Cobra actually spawned behind them. Still the lobby spawns here for Orgless. They need more than the lobby spawns. They need to be inside of the hill.
Cobra finally striking back in what has been an uncharacteristically quiet game. But to do this from here requires more than just a stepping up in tempo. It requires a Herculean effort.
Orgless now over towards P4. They've needed like a 50 or 60 point hold somewhere for about 5 or 6 hills, and they've not been able to find it. Able Esports just need to chip away. Slowly but surely they'll get there, but that's not slow and sure. That's pretty good for Orgless. 35 seconds remaining now. It has to be a rooftops hit, and Orgless know that. Cobra holding the backside. Let's keep an eye on what's going on at the front. Scythe will take down Linz though. That is going to be the first domino to fall. Blade now going to find a way around the outside, and now they're going to start crumbling here. Orgless, you need to start winning some gunfights. It's 4 clear ones for Able. It's far too easy to find that breakthrough, and now Orgless are nowhere to be found. Those 20 seconds make such a big difference. Able Esports are going to find themselves 90 in the lead again. It very well could have been 40 or 50.
Well, they're still going to put the pressure on. All Able Esports really have to do here is continue moving forward. For Orgless, they basically have to be flawless. Teamwork, positioning, rotation, and spawns. Everything now has to tick the right boxes. A P1 hold. It is not impossible, but it is certainly a lot less likely, especially, Prez, if you let a player through like that. A player who causes issues. DK already finds one on the hill. And oh my goodness, it all falls apart.
It has done. And we're 20 seconds away from going to a map number 5 in back-to-back series. In back-to-back series, a reverse sweep will be on the cards, but is it going to be completed if we get there? It would have to be flawless from Orgless now. Able Esports need 12 seconds. It is nothing on Dent. Orgless can't miss a gunfight. They can't lose one. It has to all go their way, and there's Melko maybe the catalyst for that. He will find a couple of kills over towards P2. A good hold must happen here. 50 or 60 points don't allow Able much. You've got a chance over towards P3.
But still, this is trying to keep cool in a firestorm. Everybody has to be better than good right now. Brezzy fighting for his life. Lin's also getting some kills, but they managed to combine. They found another wipe for this. Hope echoes in the distance, but it is still a distance they need to overcome. Another push here for Able Esports.
If you're Orgless, you use your experience. 2, these Able Esports players have never been in Challengers Elite. Never mind forcing them to a map number 5, and again, they just fall. 15 seconds to go. The spawn out is pretty decent for Able Esports. Now they're going to have a bit of a foot race over towards P3. The first ones are going to be Orgless here, though. Melko's alone. He needs to find something here, Bryce. He's got a little bit of backup now.
For Able Esports, they just need a break. 11 seconds with a good. Melko finds one. Cobra finds a second. surely not a collapse like this as Melko finds one more. The tick is technically good here. The issue for Orgless is always going to be is that I doubt they can do it here, so they would need another rotation to go just as well and deflect this hill.
But with the way that Able have been playing, it's been desperate. They've been throwing everything at everything they can, and now all of a sudden Cobra's left on his own, has to find the fight, and it's DK to shut him down. 10 seconds to go for Able. Orgless, one last throw of the dice.
Everything they needed, they try to throw into this one as well, trying to get the contest in, but they've got to just pile into the point, and, well, it's not enough. Cobra will win the last gunfight of the game, but we are going to map 5. It was just a stretch too far. It was a mountain too high to climb when they didn't have the oxygen. But Orgless, valiant to the end, but unfortunately that is not good enough. Map 5.
I mean, both of these series, the last two in particular, we've been seeing maps that I just, based on what we've seen in the first two, would never have expected to see. And we go to a map number 5, somehow, some way. And the performance in map number 4 was convincing to send us there. Okay, Orgless started to bring it back, but I think Able maybe started to have a little bit of a wobble there. That's one of those moments where, like, okay, we need to find something. We just need 12 points. It was always going to be difficult for Orgless because it's hard to be perfect like that against a team who have so much talent in Able Esports. Can't do that. They would have had to go, I think it was something along the lines of 100 to 10 over 3 or 4 hills. It just borderline impossible.
Yeah,
but they nearly forced it. They really nearly did.
Just watching my own replay there, Tom, of exactly what happened, and there was a criminal bit of COD timing. Brezzy turned around and got shot in the back by Blade, and literally he could not have turned in a worse second. If he hadn't, it might have been a savable position, but hey, I've always said this about those kind of end game plays. It is not a single play at the end of the game. If you have lost that game, you have made many mistakes, you have lost many points beforehand, and that never rings truer than it did for Orgless. They put themselves in that scenario where they were that far behind. If they had not done so, that last flurry, that last 3 hills they ran, that would have won them the game regardless. But hey, if there's one thing you can take away from this is map 5 is going to be great.
What a game this has been so far. What a night of COD it's been. Exposure, Search and Destroy incoming. Able Esports and Orgless have given us a show that I've no doubt is Able are looking for the reverse sweep. Honestly, when we came into this, I had so much hope for the series. I really did. And after the first 2 maps, that hope had dwindled somewhat. But Able have joined the party. But have they joined it too late? Exposure, Search and Destroy incoming. Can they find 3 maps in a row? We had to Exposure, Search and Destroy typically for them has been a game of inconsistencies, I want to say. Their pressure, their pace is their biggest weapon. Is Exposure one of those maps that they can use that as well as they possibly would like to up against Orgless? Though that's going to be my big question ahead of this one. Even if you go into a map 5, even if you are setting up the reverse sweep, this is not going to be easy against Orgless. They played very well against Forefronting on this map in particular beforehand. They're going to do the same again here in map number 5.
Well, we'll find out. All that action and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite. We're jumping straight into this S&D as kills already hitting our kill feed. And right now it's 2-1. Let's see if this ends here. DK with a sniper wants to get out of here, but can't.
And again, I'll just kind of reiterate what I said about this matchup. Is that I'm worried about the pacing of ABLE Esports in this search and destroy. DK now, well, kind of evidence of that. Scythe is there to pick up 2, but Orgless will be there for the final kill. 1-0. And a very, very quick round number 1.
Well, that ends very, very quickly, but the story, as will be told here, is it the upstarts of ABLE or the long-time veterans of Orgless? Either could move forward, and it just wouldn't have surprised me at the start of this series, and it wouldn't surprise me now.
Pace about to be set by Orgless, potentially. ABLE Esports have to be careful, because Orgless are good at figuring out the equation, the issue that is top window. Whether defensively or on the attacking side, they do figure it out. One player for third so well. Oh, that's so well played by Blade. Finds a couple. As well, answer back with a island kill over towards the other side of the map, but ultimately his team end up in the 2 versus 3.
Melko up top here is going to back off. They really need Melko to make a pick with this S&D. Bring it back to a 2 versus 2, and it becomes a lot more palatable for them. Bit of a wolf pack going on here from ABLE, though. They are moving with numbers to not lose this. Melko is just holding irons, but the problem that both teams now have is information.
Melko, oh, caught off guard. That's tough. That could have been influential. Ay. 5 in a row from Linz. Don't make me get my cards out. 1 versus 2 needed here, and the problem for him, though, is he needs to find these kills, and DK may well just dance around it. That's all he needs to do. He'll back it on down. There's no need to feed him. They'll do well, less than that. They'll find him. ABLE Esports, find one back.
Well, 1-1. That all fell apart a little bit for them. And hey, this is the story we've been telling. Both teams have the ability. Both teams have really put on a show so far in the Elite, but we do have to say goodbye to one of them. This will be the map that decides that. Who wants it more?
Let's try and find some picks. I don't think we're seeing much from the sniper at all. DK, the one with it in hand for ABLE. I'd expect Melko to have it on the other side of things, but DK finds a pick just at the right time. Go where that gets taken down, but that's just a little bit haphazard, honestly, from a couple of members of the ABLE Esports side. They will just about get away with it, though, and a 3 versus 2 in their favor. Oh, they're getting aggressive as well. Bryson Melko's in a lot of trouble. Linz might well follow, and he does. Back-to-back rounds for ABLE.
Just to really mix the end there at the start. You can see both teams just trying to get the trades to go the way they wanted them to go. For every play, there's a counterplay, and sometimes just the way it goes. Scythe picking up an easy one there in our final kill. ABLE now taking the lead here in our final map. Lindsay's 7-2, but Blade's matching 6-1.
Let's keep it moving. 5 in a row here for Blade. Could that be the catalyst for something wonderful for ABLE, who are getting very aggressive over towards B? Look at this stack. You're surely not expecting this of your Orgless. Absolutely not, but Brezzy has done wonderfully to find a couple. Scooper and Melko who combined together. 2 versus 2. A lot of map presence actually gained by Orgless off the back of that, you know. And they've re-ramped over towards B. It's worked out perfectly. ABLE are here, but this wrap will definitely benefit the side of Orgless because Able are like, well, we were just there. They're definitely not over towards B. This should be a free plant. Oh, they're just going to go for the fight. They go for the fight. Able know where they are.
Cobra confident. He's going to take it. He's got Melko backing him up. Defensive position here for Able. They don't have the height, but maybe Melko in the corner's going to get double chowned. They know where he wants it. Cobra strikes and finds two. Call him an Avenger because he certainly wasn't letting that one slide.
And as you say, it's just off the top rope. I think they knew both players were there, and both of them turned their backs. On your head be it. Oh, let's get it back. Cobra. 3 huge kills in the round.
A lot of pressure here for Able Esports. They are slow rolling it. Working the B site. They've given nothing to mid-map control. There's no flanks going on. One player is going to go back, sit on that hook. There's going to be Blade. The rest of them taking control of the B site.
And holding this nade, and well, he wouldn't have been able to stop the bomb from going down, but he put a bit of pressure on Brezzy. It did on site. So the numbers are here for Orgless once again. Able, where is your answer? It's not going to be from Blade. He's going to be dead to rights as well. Actually, Blade is still alive and kicking. It was DK who fell. Blade the last alive. You find one, but no more. Orgless, wonderful, wonderful retake. Able just didn't take any further space forward. I'd love to see them push over towards ramp, push over towards this back spawn. They did not take that space and get punished for it.
And Orgless take the lead back from Able Esports. Still a back and forth. Still a battle between these two.
Round 6. Able have led a couple of rounds in a row here. Lynn's sitting at 9-4. It's hard to keep up, honestly, with how well he's been doing. So influential for Orgless when they played up against 5. Not for fun, I should say. We've seen it over in, well, the very first game of the day, which feels like quite some time ago now, Bryce. But A is on the cards here for Orgless. Lynn's with a bomb. Will get himself across. Chooses to gun and does the right thing.
Oh, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Oof. Oh, he's been caught. The Overwatch was not good enough. And now a 3 versus 3, but somehow Brezzy pulls out of the fire and DK finds himself in a 1 versus 3. All that work and, well, it's all gone. I think that was actually Cobra getting the kills.
Yep, 4 in a row from him. DK needs the 1v3.
There's just so many players looking at it as well. They worked out what he was doing. Orgless 4-2.
Just quite literally impossible when they plant that side, plant the window, and 3 versus 1. If you lose that round, hang the pad up. Obviously never going to happen. Orgless. Bit of breathing room. But only a little bit. 4-2 now. Big round incoming. Able need to stop this bleeding. Had a really good start. But Orgless are rightfully flowing with the punches right now. Can they start to get going with the snipers? First bloods don't seem to be falling their way.
A lot of pressure, a lot of moves being made. They've got bodies in here, but so does everybody else. Cobra's going to try and put a missile in. That'll cause everyone to move inside. Everybody into the cupboard here. But Cobra's, he's a sitting duck. He's going to be in trouble with Brezzy. Oh, I think Cobra took down Brezzy. Now Cobra's left alone. Oh, my goodness. The missile was the worst thing that could happen to Orgless there.
Invited the pressure to exactly where they were. Honestly, it's hard to understand how that actually really went down, but Able had to move. They did. And they moved straight into the fire and found the gunfights. And Cobra is like, someone win one? I'm stuck in my hellstorm. Help.
Sorry, this just takes 16 hours to call in. So all he could see was his teammates going down and probably call-outs being screamed into the comms as Cobra couldn't do anything apart from, unfortunately, get a team kill.
We try to wrap it around. I mean, look, I think Resi would have possibly been dead to rights anyway. But either way, not ideal. And that is a lifeline for Able Esports. Had it been 5-2, it's a different story, but now it's 4-3. Anything is possible. A lot of space once again here by Able Esports. Push themselves up. And we'll happily back on down. Ask the questions of Orgless. Make them rotate. That's exactly what they've done. Able are here in numbers, ready for this push over towards B.
Melko, couple of taps in. This is a really good stack from Able, though. Scythe also finds a kill. This is already fallen apart a little bit for this, and Brezzy is holding the plant. We've seen him do this before. Lay down next to it. Wait for the fight.
Got the numbers, no need to move. Finding information, DK. Fancy his chances. There's been a big moment in the middle of the map. Brezzy has actually slipped the net, he's got behind them. Somehow he slipped past Blade. His kills over towards the middle of the map, though, make the difference. 2 kills and now fall in the way of Cobra. Good shots coming in from Blade. Manages to find it, and that'll be the round. Able, 4-4.
Post plant was always going to be difficult. Didn't have the numbers. Saw a smoke go down as well. It threw a bit of chaos in. Brezzy missed that first kill. And Able Esports able to really capitalize on having the numbers there for post plant. 4-4. We continue.
Could have been awkward. Like ships in the night through the middle of the map. But either way, Able Esports will deservedly get them undone. I love what they did, actually. Pushed up dirt, found a kill. Backed on down and re-wrapped over towards B. So much pressure through dirt just makes you think, no go. Can't go there, no. Orgless push up towards B. They find the numbers and do Able. And from there, execute perfectly in the end. Stinks of around 11. I can smell it. And my nose is a bit blocked, Pricey. It stinks that bad.
We'll have to see. Everybody being a little bit cautious here. The lines have been set. Realistically, you can see what could be any player towards the bottom of the mini-map if we're being perfectly honest. It's fine. It could be. It's one of them. It's definitely one of them. Oh, we just saw it down on the feed. It looks like Brezzy. Will DK check this corner if he pushes forward? Right now, he's hard scoped in. DK looking forward. Will check the corner as well. Oh my goodness, gets it. And now B's wide open.
Gets himself out. You are right. He's lured them all in. 4 in a row from DK. This bomb will go down over towards B. It's a master stroke from Able. 1 out of the coach's handbook, if you like. They find another kill. It needs to be a 2v4 from Linz and Cobra. It's a naughty spot. It is a naughty one at least. But they'll find the round, and I think they would have anyway. 5-4. Able Esports are 1 round away from sending themselves into the top 3 here in EMEA.
A reverse sweep for the ages. What a feather in the cap if they can do this. They have actually beaten them once before. Able took down Orgless in the upper bracket. But after the first 2 maps, Orgless looked dominant. The narrow wins on the overload and the hard point have brought us here. It is map and series point. It is a lifeline. The loser is eliminated. The winner goes top 3 and will face Rock Esports tomorrow.
Brezzy. Linz actually finds the first kill. And that's importantly on the clutch, who is not having the best of games. Looking to try and find the plant now, but he can't really do it. Will back them away though. Might be able to get into this gap. Able have just given the site up. They'll go for a retake. This bomb will go down. Got to be ready for the rotation that's coming through here from Able. The flank is somewhat obvious, but where's it coming from and can you read it?
Or Linz may have got caught there. Did they see him? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Somehow wins the gunfight. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 3. Oh, so it's 1 versus 3 now. Sorry, and Danny falls. We are going to round 11. Tun's nose is accurate 100% of the time.
Every time. Well, here we go. I have no idea which way this one goes. My nose may well have smelt round 11.
Oh, I've got a feeling this is going to be a bang out. I think somebody's just going to send it. Attacking Able
Sights
Esports.
emoting.
Orgless on the defense. Mid-map control, but look a bit for Able.
Well, the talk
pushing
here
up
in
B, yeah.
EMEA has been about DK. What can he do? Now's the time to shine it. He was a big catalyst for the reason that Able were able to get themselves around not so long ago.
Orgless are stacked. They are heavy stacked. If Able move wrong here, they'll get cut down. There's just too many bodies in place. Reinforcements being sent from both sides. It's actually Orgless who are going to blink. They've repositioned here, and Able can now work this.
They've repositioned, but look at them. They're hunting together through the middle of the map. Able, you've got to be on a swivel. I don't know if they'll need to be. This might be a 4-man hit over towards B. Utter chaos about to ensue.
Here we go. Bomb going down already. Lin's trying to fly in here, but he's been damaged. 2 teammates also sitting at the top of the ramp. Nades flying through.
They backed off. They backed
Oh,
off. The
smoke.
bomb's down.
Still chaos. Everybody's still up. There's 34 seconds left to go. Lindsay's going to go for the defuse. Everybody's trying to set up some lanes for this one as well. Brazzy's going to get it. Lindsay's defusing. It's a 4v4 madness, and he's going to get it. He defuses right when everybody's still up. They gave it away in the post plant, and Orgless, they prevent the reverse sweep. How can the man even walk when he has got them that size? That is unreal.
Not like this, Able. Not like this. That is an unfortunate way to go out, but it's one of those moments where you're in that round 11 in this panic situation at this highest level. You go for the plant and you just say, get me out of there. And there's so many times that is the right call to make, but Orgless just probably sensed that insecurity. And that's something I just don't think some players do enough, and that is jump on the bomb. Time and time again, it is the play to make. They won't be checking it after 6-7 seconds. It didn't take long for them to really jump onto it. Linz is there, the cover is there, the win and the prevention of the reverse sweep is there in back-to-back series. Both the two teams that lost maps 3 and 4 win map number 5. What a series. Incredible, incredible series. The pair of them. Game number 1 was pretty decent as well, to be fair. These last 2. Insane. What a night of Call of Duty this has been. And we've got tomorrow night to go to crown a champion here at EMEA.
Oh, who would have thought it would have ended like that? Both teams really close. Everybody keeping everybody alive. And Linz just goes, I'm just going to defuse it. Just jump on. Teammates, watch my back. I even think they lost a good number of the fights here. See, I think Brezzy goes down. Somebody else definitely fell as well. It's not even Brezzy. It's the kill was really messing me up here. Brezzy was alive. But almost Linz dies there as well, defusing. But the post plant wasn't quite good enough. A little bit of nerves eking their way into this one. But Orgless will continue forward. They will play Rock Esports tomorrow. For Able, the silver lining is that they showed how good they can be.
What a day. What a day. It started with Orgless taking on 4Fun and Majin taking on Able. Able were able to win that one 3-1 with Orgless taking down 4Fun EU in the same fashion. Orgless taking on Able Esports in elimination round 3. Orgless took it, but that was after the winners final, which was a 3-2 win for Project 7 against Rock Esports. And once again, Bryce, we got the same top 3. Orgless, Rock Esports, Project 7 very much sit at the top of EMEA Call of Duty here in Challengers Elite. And will be some of the favourites heading into Birmingham next week, but we've got a champion to decide. But let's see how some of the teams who have dropped out are earning and actually how much they've managed to get a hold of. Able Esports $4,000. That'll feel like a bit of a defeat for them, to be honest with you, but they've been very, very impressive. I think a final shout out to them before we hopefully do see them in Birmingham, of course. Two of the players from this Able Esports roster had never competed in Challengers Elite, at least as far as I'm aware, as far as when I checked it, if all the right statistics and websites are correct, and that is a very, very, very tippable performance, to be honest with you, for your very first Elite. DK in particular has been a standout. Very, very interested to see how he does in Birmingham. Very interested to see how his career looks. He's only 18. I believe he's from Wales, and just has appeared on the scene here in Europe, and honestly has performed very, very well. Very interested to see how he goes on, but he is out, and we have 3 teams remaining.
We certainly do. $36,000 to be given away tomorrow, but for tonight, that's all from EMEA. But it's not all of the action. North America will be winging its way to your screens in just a very short amount of time. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Good evening, nerds! Whether it's the Pacific Coast or East Coast or General Mountain Time or Gentleman Mountain Ladies Time, who knows? Welcome into North America, folks. It's Elite Series, it's Season 2, Week 3, and it's time for playoffs. We have come down the pipeline, the gauntlet of a season, Dan, and now we find ourselves here with the most important day, but other than tomorrow. Dan, welcome in. How you doing, bud?
The most important day so far. Of course, there's still plenty to come as well. Very excited to get into today's action. Of course, you might be wondering at home, what does the schedule look like? Don't you worry, we have that right for you as well. We've got some of the best teams in the Challenger circuit competing today, kicking off with For Fun and Felo versus P7 Notorious, and on Bravo, OMiT versus Death by CABAL. Two incredibly mouth-watering matchups, if I say myself, Spaceman. And then, of course, we have the winners' final today, Bush Gaming versus Falcons Academy Green. That is one you will not want to miss.
And you know, for weeks, that the only thing fans have cared about is wondering what do Spaceman and Gaskin have to say about Bush Gaming make it to winners finals. Oh boy, do we have conversations to jump into. Here's a look at how today is going to look overall, and specifically how we've kind of gotten to this point. Because, folks, we've been playing a whole season of Call of Duty, and with that, it means that when playoffs start to kick off, we start to see where teams really sit. Duh. Here's a look at the actual bracket across the board. Bush Gaming 3-2 against FaZe Falcons. They move on, and then absolutely clobber For Fun and Felo, now waiting in the winners finals. And the surprise of the season started a bit slow, but turned things around on a burner. Falcons Academy Green, who had a brilliant win last week. All things granted, it was week 2, but nonetheless, Dan, they find themselves now in winners finals for a chance to play for a championship, and it just seems like this is the team that's hard to beat.
Yeah, I think them taking down Falcons Academy, P7 Notorious being taken out by Falcons Academy was somewhat unexpected, but at the same time, we knew what they were capable of. We had seen the demonstration against Bush Gaming just in that prior week. As you said, maybe there's an asterisk behind it, but we will see today, because in the winners final, it's going to be a rematch between those two giants. But on the lower side, we are seeing P7 Notorious now having to go through that gauntlet of an elimination and bracket run. Now, if you're interested about the pricing, of course, we can show you that as well, how much they are going to be playing for a nice old juicy amount of dollar is going to be heading your way. First place getting 20,000 as well. Fantastic to see this much support for the Challenger circuit. In particular, the Elite Series really just seems to be getting bigger and better every single year.
Every single year, it has continued to grow and grow. Remember to file your taxes correctly, because that 20K could turn into 5 if you're not careful. Listen, we got so much to talk about tonight, so much to dump into, and I do want to note that while we did kind of quickly, speaking of, glossed over the fact that P7 Notorious dropped down the lower bracket. Again, it was Falcons Academy Green who took him into 5, and that is the team that we're going to be jumping into later tonight and talking about their rise, what they've been able to put together. Obviously, QK being maybe one of the biggest standouts of the entire year. But I do want to start, we should start, with tonight's maps and modes here, because P7 Notorious versus For Fun and Felo Esports, these are two teams that have history both in this season and in the history of Call of Duty. And one of the biggest talking points you and I had, Dan, before this part of the stream kicked off was we were discussing the map pool tonight and all of the benefits, the pros and cons for each side. But I want to know what your thoughts are right now. We've talked ad nauseum behind closed doors about P7. We know what For Fun and Felo can do. Where are you at right now? What are your jellies telling you? Talk to me about this series.
I do think this series layout favors P7 Notorious just based off of their history and how they've been performing on maps and modes so far this season. An example, we start with Scar Hardpoint. We see P7 Notorious undefeated on it so far, 3-0. But that being said, we haven't seen For Fun and Felo play it yet. They have a 0-0 record, so there is something to be said. Are they avoiding it? Are people avoiding them on it? We'll have to see when we get into that first one. And then into Raid S&D. Again, I think this one could be maybe a question mark for P7 Notorious. Perhaps that's going to be FFF's best chance of picking up one. But then you go into Den Overload. It is another fantastic match for P7 Notorious. They are 3-0 so far in this season. But again, we haven't seen For Fun and Felo on it. So is there any hidden strategies for Fun and Felo here? Or are they going to fall victim again to P7 Notorious? Because remember, they lost 3-0 to them in regular season, but now it's playoffs time.
Hit that note one more time. Say that one more time for the people in the back, Dan.
It's playoff time!
That's right. Remember last time when we were having this conversation, we were saying, you're going to keep strats for playoffs. It's only week 2. Records don't mean much if you're already in first place. So who cares about seeding? Now's the time where it actually matters. You better nut up or shut up, because this is the moment in these playoffs where you make your name known or you secure a spot potentially for getting scouted by a CDL team. Let's jump into our North American playoffs, folks. For fun, Felo, P7 Notorious, Map 1, Game 1, it's Scar, it's Hardpoint, and we're getting going.
Sometimes the players groaning in my ear absolutely terrifies me. I just had to take an ear off. I was wondering what was happening in my room, but don't worry, it was just in-game. If you also have your headphones cranked to 90 million miles, because you should, because you're ready for this action. Already an early start for Fun and Fellow, putting some decent points on the board here. I do think early aggression and being able to really set the pace here against P7 is going to be brilliant for you. Show that you are ready to turn up to this playoffs matchup, and you are not just going to roll over and show your belly.
And speaking of one of those players who needs to have that kind of impact, I look at the likes of Too Real and Fellow, especially with the start of the season. Fellow is being pulled towards the graphic more often than not. There's a lot of questions about the Blackheart Hardpoint and moving forward. Colossus, how would those strategies really synergize across the season? Well, it seemed like AR-wise, for Fun and Fellow kind of figured out their rhythm early, especially against P7 in week 1. But their subs have not quite so much. They've struggled to get online, and that was one of the questions going into this series was what maps do they get, and where do they feel comfortable if it is sub-heavy maps? If we're looking like the Blackheart, the Colossus, that's a series where P7 Notorious should have their number. But if we get to these M15 battles, these one-on-one gunfights, these long-range engagements, For Fun and Fellow can absolutely shoot their way through games 2 and 3, and that's where this series gets really interesting. So far off the rip, pretty solid time from P1 to P2, and on the rotation early for P7. They're going to be out there for the first 10.
That being said, it's not going to be easy for Fun and Fellow because the way that P7 have been playing Hardpoint has been incredible, not to mention how good Afro in particular has played all season long. He is top 3 when it comes to kill average, KD, and damage just across the league, let alone performing just on Hardpoint. So if he can play anyway like that, which he's already started at 9 and 6, then maybe For Fun and Fellow might just struggle. On the flip side though, RCT's already at 11 and 4. They need his experience. They need him to be shining through here in these playoffs to say, look, I can kind of bring you through. If you can match my pace, then maybe we can take down this team.
Yeah, RCT is very much, it feels like a victim of his mentality at times later into his career. I mean, one of the iciest players who's ever existed, one of the most clutch and well-composed under pressure, but specifically as of late, many questions have been called between both teammates and those around the bend about what is RCT bringing to the table right now? Is it time for him to think for another team? What's going to happen in the future? Already RCT's, again, having a phenomenal start, and you want a veteran to step up in these moments to lead the charge, sure, but also to establish a baseline for the slaying against a team like Eric Boom, Beans, DC, and Afro, who we know can just put up 60 apiece every game.
P7 Notorious have been able to turn this one around. Now find themselves with a 70-52 advantage, and they're going to be holding this hard point as well. One person to keep an eye on, Eric Boom, is leading the league in terms of hardpoint time earned for his team. He's just one of those players that is more than happy to put his kind of body on the line and be there and be square as he just catches one player out. This time not in the hill. Instead, he's just going to be watching one of those angles. But it was a good hold until For Fun and Fellow finally penetrate this defense and start to put some time on the board and maybe can get this last 30.
And that push, that hold from Eric Boom that we've seen constantly, time and time again in hardpoints, soaking up that much time. It has not only been a catalyst for the offense For Fun and Fellow in respawns, but it's separated them from the rest of the pack. There have been teams like For Fun and Fellow and P7 Notorious where we look at the comparison between subs, and if you look at the likes of Too Real or Felony, or even when Paulex picks up the sub, they're not even close to the production that you're getting out of Eric Boom. So keep that in mind as this series goes on. How these hard points will break down is very dependent on the sub pressure from P7 Notorious. If Eric Boom shows up, if Afro's having a good day, there's not a tougher team to beat in the league than P7. And so far, they responded quite nicely to the opening 30-40 from P1 to 2. And we've already rotated all the way out from across the map. 87-93, we keep it going.
This one could be a difficult one to break if they can set someone up just to stop that cut push. But this is going to be a big fight to win, but Eric Boom cannot do so. And that's going to be a lot of time potentially going in favor of For Fun, or it would be if there wasn't a giant nuke to join them, as he will take one of his teammates down with him, but it doesn't matter because Beans makes it a 3-piece off the back of it. And I tell you what, we talk about experience. P7 Notorious have it in doses. I mean, Beans is just oozing experience at the moment. Afro gets a double as well, and we see P7 Notorious break there, and a big thanks to the streak.
Afro's going to get everything all at once. Another break. Too Real for 2. DC out on the wing. Picks it up nicely. Slots in perfectly in rotation and stays alive somehow. before getting cleaned up. Damage done, though, in the hill. And just about an even game. Yeah, it's a couple of ticks here or there, but basically for the first rotation, both these teams dead weight across the board. And the first one inside is P7. Beans on your screen. Try to control right side of the map. Has Red completely under control. Never mind. Absolutely gets gunned. And Eric right now the only one soaking up time.
You have to remember, one of the main reasons perhaps why we see P7 Notorious in this position as well is they had a lot of difficulties last week. Of course, one of the players had an account that they had to recover, and it was kind of back and forth, and I'm sure there was a lot of drama behind the scenes that probably affected mentals a little bit, but then they were able to regain, recover, and they still find themselves here in this elimination bracket, and they still find themselves leading in this game. But we have to give credit where it's due for Fun and Felo. Remember, P7 undefeated on this map and mode so far this season, but for Fun and Felo showing their experience, and they are taking to it right now as RCTs will get a double and will continue to hold this central hill.
And this first pair of AR and sub duo from our season 2 Real has really stepped up. A couple of weeks ago, we would see the likes of Paul X and 2 Real at times splitting off in defense and offense, and S&Ds playing twos. This time, our season 2 Real in the respawn to begin the series have led the charge 24 to 15, 18, 17. Doesn't seem like that many kills from 2 Real, but they've come at opportune times inside these breaks, and it has kept Fun and Felo not off the opening break, the early time they really get on P1 and 2 in our first rotation, but it's kept them contested in these tight corners against P7, whose subs can absolutely take over the map. So far, you're feeling very good if you're Fun and Felo, and for P7, back to business as usual. They try to again stretch their lead just by 30.
And perhaps Fun and Felo need a little bit more from Paul in particular, because he has been the standout player for the team across the board statistically when it comes to hardpoint, leading on time, damage, and KD. But yes, he's got the time up there, but not necessarily finding the kills at the moment. As I say that, he does get shut down as well. On the other side, Afro is living up to his name as he gets a 24th on the board, and they find themselves still with only a 6-point lead, actually make it a 7-point lead as we shift over to yet another hard point here. No team has really been able to dominate a hard point to get 50, 60 points on the board. Instead, we have just seen a trade back and forth, back and forth.
Every time we see Afros at POV or Arrow moving down the minimap, it's guaranteed 2 apiece. It's just every single time. He's been doing it for years in Challengers. Remember when he was doing it back in singularity days? Good lord, it never stops. Still hold here for P7. The numbers will filter in quietly for Fun and Felo. Not a whole lot you can throw at this, at least on the show, but they will try. Splitting the back, DC gets caught. Afro on deck. Couple of shots. Hold this. 4-man hit. Everybody's live. Just for a minute.
Really have to brute force it here, and Afro leading the charge does find 2 after the nade, and that is a perfect wipe. Felony off spawn will at least shut down one of them, but that's perfect from Notorious. I was worried them funneling in through that choke. You can so easily just being ran down by the ARs, but they were perfectly able to capitalize the grenade damage that was initially done, as Afro is continuing to be a nuisance, a thorn in the side to Fun and Felo at the moment. This is why he is a statistical nightmare against you on hardpoint here.
Yeah, he's getting closer to that Hellstorm. That is going to be a slight headache in the back pocket for Fun and Felo, and he's got it now. Challenge with the pistol, why not? Good for at least another, and these are the moments where, again, when P7 start to break away just a bit, they start winning some of these critical gunfights out on the rotation as well. Once they're set up for new, they can put on 20, 35 points at a time. They really break it down as they have here. And look, for a team coming into this for Fun and Felo, for having a lot of pressure on their subs to have to step up, they like the opening approach on Scar. They like having the AR battle, and so far it has been working. The only thing you can really attest is the opening contests on those rotations on hill time. They've been able to 4-stack at times and sometimes get split. It's the likes of Afro finding kills in the back on rotation, 33 and 23, who's been able to open up proceedings for P7. So basically what all that means is, for Fun and Felo, things are still working, but they have a mountain to climb, regardless of how close it is. The P7 Notorious fundamentals are so strong, you're gonna have to fight through it every single step.
And even though there was some good time earned there for Fun and Felo, their attempt at rotating out was thwarted quite comfortably by P7. And just the positions that P7 were holding, it was so difficult for Fun and Felo to actually find any way of making it through to this next hill. And now that time is being gobbled up by P7 comfortably. RCTs will find a double, so this is going to be their opportunity to try and break. But the spawners are going to be able to help pretty quickly here, so you've got to move fast.
Afro at 34, RCT's at 30. Big 30 from RCT's, 2-time champion. World champion at that. It's 3 in the kill feed. It's P7, 230 to 186. Could it end here? That is the question for Fun and Felo are thinking about. They're going to have to make their move. The kills just aren't falling. Broken, completely controlled in P7. Again, another uncontested 10 seconds. They will not win it here. We will rotate.
We are rotating to P1. Very difficult to hold it already. P7 going to be in prime position for this. No one to stop them. And game 1 will be taken by P7 Notorious then, despite a fantastic effort. And it was somewhat close for Fun and Fellow. Notorious showed their experience once more.
Yeah, that's absolutely a map of For Fun and Fellow have a much better chance than the likes of a Game 1 Blackheart, simply just by the meta alone. Their ARs are going to have a little bit more of a presence. They're going to take up more space. But again, it's the rotational game. It is the quick kills from Afro. It is DC and Eric Boom being able to bounce off each other and anchor when they have to, and then play second and third man when they need to. These are the small things where, again, slotting and moving parts of the mechanism, parts of the machine, the mechanism into different parts of each engine. When the fundamentals are solid, P7 Notorious are at some point going to be trying to prove themselves to be the best in the game. There is no difference there. And as good as R6 played, and he did, we needed those kinds of performances and then more from everybody else on a map here like Scar, and it just did not happen. But that is one of those moments where, again, like it just felt like as close as For Fun and Fellow were keeping in stride, they were skating alongside. P7 still were able to pull away inch by inch, time and time again on rotation, and it never felt like the game was out of their control then.
38 kills for Afro. Before this, coming into this one, he was averaging 30 kills per game on hardpoint, and that is now going to increase after a 38. 27 of them untraded as well. He is just a menace. The positions he finds himself in, he has the utmost amount of confidence as well. Does not worry if he is going to either A, die, as long as he can either A, provide information to the team, or just get that initial damage that someone's going to trade out for him. Half the time he doesn't need it because he is shooting so straight at the moment, but I do think Afro is a name that we have to continue to watch out for. We already have seen how good he is in the CDL, and now being here in Challengers, he does look a step above at times, and P7 are very lucky to have him on their roster.
I just don't know how you look at this season across the board if you're a pro team or anybody interested in, again, the competitive ecosystem of Call of Duty. You look at Afro playing, and you don't say, I want him on a Supermax immediately. I mean, just fluidity in the game, cerebral gameplay, of course, reaction time, everything. The dude's got it. He's always had it. Obviously, it's a learning curve, a jump up when you get to the pros. But that's happened for everybody. It happened back when Royal Ravens was a group of a bunch of rookies. It happened when LA Gorillas went on their deep run in Vanguard and ended up sweeping through the lower bracket. Like, it's just sometimes you have to give players a chance to, you know, punch themselves out of their weight class and then rebound and come back and fight another day ahead. So P7 will take map number 1, 250-186, Raid S&D. Coming up next, we've seen this before between these two teams in the series. Last time it was Beans and company. Of course, Beans with the sniper, who was kind of putting For Fun and Fellow on the back burner and really closing the distance between what the opposing AR was wanting to find at times, a lot of Fellow in our city specifically. We didn't get a lot of counter snipes in that last series. That was back in week 1. This time I do hope things change, Dan, because Raid opens up for it. It gives us an opportunity, but also it is playoffs. If you lose this, it's a GG. So now is the time to dip into the playbook and show us what you got.
Yeah, playoffs and the elimination bracket. As a reminder, there is no further safety net. You are out of the tournament if you lose this one. As you mentioned, it was a 6-4 win for Notorious when they played For Fun and Fellow on this mapping mode just a couple of weeks ago. Now, it is going to be a lot onto Beans. He does have that opening duel rate of around 65% because of the sniper rifle. On the other side, Arcites seems to be the player that gets in those opening duels quite a lot for this team as well. And I think that was evident from the previous match that Arcites is feeling pretty comfortable. So I think with him playing in the way he just did, and especially having that first game, the momentum he brings in now, I think is going to really help For Fun and Fellow's chances of actually getting some rounds on the board, especially if he can hit that opening duel going in his favor. But I will say that first Scar hardpoint, I think, was won mainly on the P4 to P5 rotation, where For Fun and Fellow just weren't able to break out. I think going into S&D, where perhaps there's a little bit more structure, less about kind of trying to rotate for the next hill, maybe they've got a better chance here, because it actually seemed when they were going gun for gun, they were doing pretty well.
Yeah, when the kills are lagging behind, especially on a map like Scar, it can be more difficult than other maps to have to outwork that problem, to have, like we say all the time, having to outshoot your problems. You can't really do that at times against these fundamental players. Maybe Raid's a different situation. Maybe this is a chance where, again, we highlighted the difference between the likes of Fellow and Eric Boom when it came to sub pressure. This time, gonna have to need that third pillar, that extra leg. If you're Fun and Fellow, it can't just be Arcites and 2Real. Felony, Paul X, they have to have a big game here. This 2Real might become our first victim of the day. Never mind, Beans peeks out quickly, and 2Real follows suit.
Oh, Beans almost manages to convert a second as well, but with the information, 2Real does even it up. 3 versus 3. Change it. Eric Boom's just been able to take one. Afro's gone down as well, though, so now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Bomb still hasn't moved over towards the site. Instead, it's going to rotate all the way around to A, and maybe Felony can find a spot to plant this one down, but just going to be careful on this rotation. They don't get caught, but they will be spotted. Eric Boom gets pistoled, and now it leaves DC in a 1 versus 2.
Eric is 0.5 seconds early from getting a 1v2. Just absolutely ridiculous read. But DC, nowhere to go. And he's shut down in the kitchen. Happens to the best of us. Close the fridge. Don't waste energy. 1-0 for Fun and Fellow. And these are the kinds of rounds that, one, harken back to week 1, where they absolutely had to clutch up and win those 2v1s at the time they didn't. It shot them in the foot. 2, I mean, Gaskin, this is the elimination bracket. This is your playoff run. You have to be able to regroup, make audibles move around like we've seen, and close out some of these games because you're not going to get a lot of freebies, especially against this team.
I do love the confidence from 2Real in that first round as well, being able to get aggressive as he did to make sure he could capitalize on the knowledge of where that sniper was and Beans and be able to take him down. Had he not done that, it could have been a very comfortable round for Notorious. So that's something they have to be aware of. These aggressive positions that are going to come out from Fun and Fellow to try and deny the sniper and the angles that he's holding.
Couple of tickles, some pokes, one might say. So far, it's been a decent amount of fanfare in the opening round. This time, though, things will slow. And into the water we go. 2Real in Gaskin's favorite spot. And gets behind him as the bomb goes down.
Careful not to splash. Splish splash. Not taking a bath, and he's able to take 2 as well. It's 2Real again going for aggressive positioning and being rewarded. Afro does get one of his own at least, so it is going to be able to have a chance here. Beans gets another. It's again a 2v2 here, and Bomb's gone down.
Yeah, but they're pinching. That's a confidence shout from Beans. They are pinching, and 2Real has played this so many times. His mentor is Felo. Do you understand how old Tyler Felo is? The dude was born when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. He knows how to play this map. He's got a demon in his pocket, and its name is 2Real. He's got 2 other teams.
But again, it was just the positioning, right? He's just being aggressive enough to take that swim through the pool, try and take that angle. You could so easily be spotted by someone who are wise to it, but he said, no, I'm going to take the risk, I'm going to push. And not only does he get the 1, but also listens to the information about the second onto Eric Boom, rotates around later to get the 3rd, and 2Real is the player to watch in the moment on a streak of 3 as well. And for Fun and Fellow, find themselves 2-0 up. And as I said, I think this is their best chance of winning a map and mode here in this series. It is one of P7 Notorious's worst statistically when we look at them. As those initial sniper shots can't be hit, but the nade will blow up the van to take down Afro. And it looks like for Fun and Fellow, again, have the advantage here.
The pressure's working. They've kept the backline secure. Paul's not going to overextend, and when you don't need to, when RCDs is already cleaning up Eric Boom. Beans, last alive. Bomb going down, 2Real. Just got a little bit over-aggressive, but I don't hate it at all. Bit zealous into launch. You have to be. Snipe. Okay. That's a GG's. For Fun and Fellow, recognizing the aggression works out, they've kept their backline up, specifically Paul X, not losing a lot of these first bloods. And once they find the first pick down, very quickly in succession, they're finding the second, and it's working.
And for Fun and Fellow have played so much Raid S&D so far this season as well. 6 of their 9 games have been on Raid. And they're 3-3. So it's a 50% conversion rate, but it's a lot of evidence. It's a lot of VOD to go back on and look at and improve from. Whereas on the side of P7 Notorious, they are 1-2. And of course, yes, we know everyone's going to be scrimming and playing these maps and modes, but being able to play it in a competitive setting is going to teach you a lot more than just a scrim. It's 3-0 at the moment for Fun and Fellow. Beans with the sniper rifle has been able to find kills, but sadly, the trades that have come through have just not been able to win it out for him. As I say that, almost able to take down that bomb platter.
Yeah, Eric tried to stretch it, as you should. It was a cheeky little hop on the back end for Fellow. Arcides. It's causing some audio cues here. Bean's going to recognize it. Plays patient and rewarded. Dividends. Cash in. Through Tiki. Everybody starts to fall. 2 dead. Eric Boom, not the weapon to work with at range, but has the shot. How do those thumbs look? 3v2. DC up top. Oh, we're just absolutely taking them apart.
2Real though, again, he is going to be on the tip of my tongue. And I don't mean to let that stop it. Now, DC sadly does get caught out. Do you have the time to get there? Yes, you slip, you slide. No, you do not. Well, it was close. It was a good effort, but it is going to be P7 Notorious putting their first round on the board here.
Did you know it takes 11.5 seconds to defuse the bomb in a professional setting? In the elimination bracket.
It's almost like
Write
it's been
that
that way.
Write that down, chat. It takes 12 seconds. We add half a second every single round we go. For Fun and Fellow, up by 2 now, but P7 Notorious will take advantage. Plant goes down. They win it off time. 1 and 4 for Eric Boom. Bit of a slower approach, but credits to, again, the width, I should say, the longitude of this game for Fun and Fellow. How they've been able to pull some of these gunfights, especially towards Spiral, how early and follow up with second pieces.
No one gonna walk into Paul's sightline just yet. Afro continuing to try and be aggressive through middle. Does get the info from the stun, but is just going to back off to maybe reassess how they want to approach this one. Again, Paul can't quite convert with that shot.
When do you convert to the rotation, buddy? You got the info. It's not landing. Knowing when to go and when not to. First hit marker. Okay. Well, Paul knows. And now numbers start to move. Take a look at your minimap. All arrows pointing towards A. Everybody begins to make their mark. Paul still just trying to bait time. Where are his teammates in the back? Felo gets absolutely gunned. Paul runs into no man's land, and the numbers fall away. It just doesn't look clean at all. P7 Notorious had everybody and then some to get this one done, and they do. So much time on the back end, but nothing found with the snipe. And that is a second round on the board.
Yeah, P7 just poking, prodding, gaining that info, slowly collapsing around the remaining players, and perfectly assessing how they wanted to break into that site as well. That's where Notorious sometimes are at their very best, when they are given that time to just try and take a second and say, all right, well, how are we going to be able to break this one? How are we going to be able to take this team down? You do not want to give Notorious time. That is something that I've learned watching them over these past few weeks. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. 3-2. So despite a 3-0 lead for Fun and Fellow, P7 now right back into this game, and it's their turn on attack. Looks like they're going to see an A hit on this occasion. All 4 of them heading that way, and we're going to have to see a very quick counter-rotation here from FFF.
If we don't see a first blood from Paul, it's going to be a quick plant, because look at how much space you get just off of the aggression. They're in, they're out. That's the name of the game, and Beans gets away. They absolutely know where numbers are going to be stacked. It is no secret at this stage of the game. DC, caught timing gets him. And Paul X picks up a kill with the sniper. That's 2 down. That's pressure. That's movement. For Fun and Fellow start to make their move, and they are collapsing on the site quickly, and they wipe everybody. Holy God. All 3 stay up in a 4-2 round lead. Excuse me.
Quite the collapse as well from Triple F. Similarly to what we saw in the previous, just surrounding, analyzing how you're going to be able to poke, and as you said, the timing just a little bit unfortunate for P7 Notorious. That was one of the most important fights on the map. Sadly, could not make it happen. And now we see, for Fun and Fellow, just 2 rounds away from taking a map here and taking us to 1-1. I do fear what may happen if we go into that overload game, but I think that maybe Triple F know that full well as well. So this is why this is such a pivotal moment, not just for this series, but of course for this competition. If they lose, they'll be going out. Elimination bracket time, baby.
If Afro doesn't drop more than 1 kill in S&D, they might be going out too. Keep it a whole buck and a half. Wait for that first blood. Too real again. Caught this time. Little Steve Irwin. Seen that before. PTSD. Eric Boom on your screen. Waiting for the nade. Shout out Fizzer. No over the top. Great patience from DC. Oh my God, he's done this since Cold War. He's done this since Cold War. He just sits and he waits. He gets spotted though. Better players. Better team. DC.
Just getting so much information as well for the rest of the team now. Look how P7 are setting themselves up in a line across this map. And actually, it's going to be Afro who's going to be the key player who's making that push round on the side. And sadly, will miss too, but it doesn't matter because it's still going to be a 4 versus 2. And look at them. Hunting for their prey at this point. Finally, at least gets 1 to make it potentially doable. Paul, can you pull off something special? No, you can't. It's going to be a P7 Notorious win. And for Fun and Fellow, find themselves dropping around 4-3 now in favor of Triple F. Every time I think that maybe For Fun and Fellow are going to start to run away with it, P7 Notorious just have a little bit of extra something up their sleeves.
The fact that DC stays alive that long in that spot, one, just phenomenal again, seeing it. Like, it was literally like watching Cold War, immediately flashing back a couple of years of, oh, DC's sitting outside Spiral, way outside the rest of his team in S&D, and when you rotate, you're going to run into him. That's awful. But the fact that he stays alive that long, Eric Boom gets in a position to bait, they throw shoulders, They get the numbers. Again, small things that can make the difference between a 4-2 game and 1 round away from a tie. This is going to be a very difficult uphill climb for Fun and Felo. Feel like some of the momentum, starting to swing back as first blood for both sides. This time, though, 3-3.
Slows down a little bit, seeing who's going to jump first, and it is going to be Too Real again in a pretty advantageous position to find the first. Can anyone trade it out? No, they can't. Eric Boom gets one of his own elsewhere, and we also see another fall, so it is going to all be down to Too Real then in a 2 versus 1. He was the player who really led the round for them so many times already in this game, but now he's going to be spotted out, and he will also be outshot, outgunned, and suddenly P7 Notorious ties up 4-4. We've got quite the game on our hands.
This is one of those gunfights you can't waste a lot of time on. It's tough positioning. You don't know if you're going to get wrapped on, if you're going to get pinched. Eric Boom centering is better. I mean, that's a tee up, call your shot kind of 1v1, and he absolutely did. Credit where credit's due to Eric Boom. Has that bit of a slow S&D to start. Relax, chat. And then, played positioning perfectly. Up at 8-6. Again, Afro at 1-8. The fact that you're kind of 3v4ing this is impressive. 3 streak for Eric Boom. First bloods have been the name of the game for the first half of the SML. Second half, not so much. Both teams basically sitting about 3-3 after 20 seconds or so. And maybe this nade gets lucky. Oh, it does. Oh, it does!
Just like that, Too Real finds himself alone and is not going to be able to do anything special either. So P7 Notorious now stealing away the lead here and find themselves one away from ripping this map away and potentially ripping the chances away of progression in this tournament for Fun and Felo. It really does seem like they have got the number now. They kind of have worked out the playbook a little bit here for Fun and Felo. They've noticed the angles that are being taken. Too Real trying to get into those advantageous positions as well, just being aggressive on the map. He's got caught out a couple of times. Still is 9-7 though, so definitely not his fault. It's just that with that information, Notorious have been able to set up very differently. Now, you say Afro 2-8, but at the same time, he has been putting himself in some very difficult positions for Fun and Felo to deal with, which has allowed teammates to press up and actually get kills based off purely the positioning from Afro.
It's almost a benefit. You know where he's going to be. You know how aggressive he's going to play up the map. But you got to kill him first. You got to take out that horse first. Too Real already into the round. Make it double. 4-2. It's Too Real hunts for his first in this round 10. 3 down. And 4th. DC just able to get out. Good lord, DC is in no man's land. He's going to have to wrap all the way through the Bering Strait on this one. 6-6 for Diamond Gone. As a nade, a smoke. A dream for the trophy. 3v1. 44 seconds.
Will this be a moment we look back on and say, remember that time? DC was able to win a 1v3, send his team to 2-0. Here in the elimination bracket, they go on to win the entire tournament off the back of it. It's a lot to do, though. It's a big ask. It's a tall order. And it's just guns everywhere. As for Fun and Felo will tie us up 5-5. We are heading in our first S&D of the day in NA to a round 11. Couldn't have written it better, Spaceman.
And what a round 11 it's going to be. What a moment between these two teams for this series alone. Elimination bracket. I look back to that Eric Boom 1v1, and I think that's the moment where the momentum began to swing. This time, though, you pause, you stall, you hit the brakes a little bit. For Fun and Felo, get themselves one last chance to keep this series within striking distance. P7 Notorious, one of the toughest teams in Respawn to take out. Should we go to the overload, we will. Prayers up. Hope to God things go well. This time, though, we'll wait to see who gets the first blood.
Look at Too Real again on the map. Already taking control of mid, and he is going to continue to be aggressive and does get that first opener. Huge for the chances for Triple F here. All the meanwhile, bomb is being moved over towards B, and it's going to be Eric Boom who's going to be doing the aggression on the other side, but he goes down. It's a 2v4 now.
Masterful read out of Felo. Beautiful pickup on the back end. Patience pays dividends. Beans and DC are going to have to group up here. You got 2 competent ARs, 1 Dravik in the hands of Beans. Bomb's got to make a decision. It will be a split call, and they're going to have to play this one-on-one across the board in ratios of 1-2. DC on your screen. Has to stay alive. There is no other way about it. He's got to stay alive.
Oh, Kaz does manage to. Oh, it's going to be a 1 versus 2.
1v1. He's nading. Oh, Beans. Oh, Beans got him! Oh, Fizzurp is smiling. Oh, baby. Round 11, big time bonk.
Beans. I mean, what a nade that is. When you need to clutch up. A 2v4, may I add. And you said initially he had to survive. And the fact that he's able to survive and also take someone down with him, but then Beans elsewhere was doing work. Crack open that can, baby. Doesn't matter if you're using a knife or a can opener. Beans, as long as he's got a grenade in his hand, he can help the team take the win. And P7 Notorious steal it away in what I would say should have been for Fun and Fellows map. They should have won that 6-5. They should be 1-1 in the series now. But P7 Notorious find themselves 2-0 up, and they are now cruising towards the next stage in this elimination bracket. You would imagine with just one more needed to win.
I don't know how you don't tilt. Like, if I'm for Fun and Fellow, I don't care if this is main stage. I don't care if this is Bravo. I don't care if this is open bracket 16. I don't care what this is. If you're getting in those situations, you're up 4-2, you lose a 1v1 against Eric Boom, then you have advantage going into round 11, and you get absolutely cooked by like a little russet potato, I would be furious. I'd be so tilted. But I say that because I'm up here for a reason. Knowing that you have legacy talent like Varsities and Fellow on your team, being able to settle those comps, get people back in positions to compete, that is why they're on the roster. But the important thing, again, is that momentum is everything sometimes. When a team gets hot versus when a team's able to shut you down, they can both have similar effects. And when we're in playoffs, elimination round, these are the rounds that weigh on you more than anything else. And that nade, that round 11, could be enough to punch the air out of the lungs for Fun and Fellow. And if that's the case, a series that looked like it could have been a bit more of a toss-up, a bit more of a conversation for Fun and Fellow on map picks alone, becomes a P7 Notorious sweep. And not that it changes too much, but it is just, it's a brutal way for things to flip on a dime, and how quickly these rounds can completely change the dynamic of a series. Speaking of, it's Den for Game 3 in Gaskin. We know it gets tougher and tougher from here on the road out for Fun and Fellow. They have to go through Den and Blackheart. I mean, there's just so much to have to work with here.
So much, especially as we know how good P7 Notorious are on both those maps. They are 3-0 on Den Overload, so I'm expecting them to have a fantastic chance of winning this one 3-0. Now, remember, elsewhere, it's not the only elimination round 2 happening at the moment. We've got Death by CABAL against OMiT. OMiT find themselves 1-0 up in the series, but it's 4-4 here in S&D. I do love to watch me a little bit of OMiT. Cammy in particular has impressed me so much so far in this Elite 2, but this is a 3 versus 2 in favor of Death by CABAL as we join.
Well, Playmaker Real gets cut quickly. Bomb's going to go down. And we're just posting up for a little second. Whenever Real's alive in an S&D round, it is a moment of hold your breath because something crazy is about to happen. This time, though, they prioritize. They take it out. Round number 10 goes the way of Dylan Rex and company. Great shots from Rex on the rack. I mean, as a tough heady, no matter which way you slice it, it's a tough heady for sure. Round number 10. Coming up on your screen, 5-4 the lead here in game number 2. OMiT Brooklyn, Death by CABAL. OMiT up 1-0.
I mean, now we've joined, it means we go into 11, right? That's just how it works.
That'd be kind of nice, actually.
We're a lucky charm, or an unlucky charm, if you are a Death by CABAL fan. So there is that. You can look at it that way. I will say this is one of OMiT's weaker S&Ds, and as I say that, Real gets shut down by the grenade onto the van. Yeah, sorry, that was maybe my fault. But Death by CABAL will now have the 4 versus 3 lead. But as we just learned in the previous game, maybe that doesn't matter. You can get some grenades on the board and also just go absolutely crazy like Beans did, but that gets the opener. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 2.
That's a dumb death by Cammy. Cammy, one of the smartest players who's ever lived. I mean, one of the best, most talented individual mechanically players who's ever lived. But that is a dumb chow from Cammy. That is a, you do not have positioning and you are in round 10. You do not need to throw your life away like that. Asim. Rack. Oh, gets gunned. Rex. Give him just for good measure. 1v1 GG's. That's going to be it for game, I should say. Number 2, as, again, Death by CABAL will take the S&D and basically kind of a gifted round number 10. They'll win it 6-4, tie up the series 1-1. I don't mean to harp too much, but again, for moments where you're watching the entirety of the round come down to basically one challenge, that is one of those, as a pro, you're like, oh, I don't know if you should be taking that challenge, because everything else kind of devolves from that.
It's one of those that you have a chance to be a hero or a villain. right? That you'll see those sometimes actually work out, and I will always commend a player for taking a risk at certain times, and these players know when it's worth taking the risk and when it's not. They were down 3 versus 4 in that scenario, so perhaps just felt like he had to go for the challenge to try and pick someone off. Sadly, didn't realize there was going to be 3 members facing him there, but all that matters is Death by CABAL will find the win, and they will tie up this series 1-1. So we have an incredible series happening in both our matchups, but this one maybe looks a little closer on paper, but we know full well that previous series could have definitely been 1-1 as well. But P7 Notorious were able to clutch up, or in particular, Beans was able to clutch up, getting 3 kills in that last round to get them the win.
You know what's even more interesting now is that we look at how this series has come to be, how it basically metastasized for us, which was the map picks. We looked at Scar, we looked at the fact that Raid was King 2. I know a lot of our conversation was about, okay, what are the good maps here for Fun and Fellow? Obviously, Record being damned, who cares? How are they looking? AR and sub battle across the board. But it did feel like, as this one has evolved, it's just felt like that game 1, that Scar, as close as it was so detrimental to maybe the push of momentum in the S&D, because you look at the Scar, you look at the round 11, and it's just like, oh my goodness, they had a chance to potentially be 1-1 or 2-0. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out to that case. Before we get to our overload, folks, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on here with the matches here on Alpha. We'll make sure you get you more of the action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. folks? Welcome back into more North American Call of Duty playoffs. It's the Elite Series. It's Season 2. It's Week 3. And it's time for the playoffs. We've got ourselves a hell of a match here on Alpha. Again, P7 Notorious, for Fun and Fellow, close on the Scar. Even closer, round 11 on the Raid. Now, the series is on the back foot. For Fun and Fellow, they have to win here to keep it alive.
Can they find something a little bit deeper in their playbook to take down Notorious, or are we going to see Notorious continue to be undefeated on Den Overload? Already they're trying to control a little bit over towards... At the moment, we're going to... Oh, again, it's going to be mid-control that is absolutely vital as well, as for Fun and Fellow will get held of this one.
Try to double it back. I like the call. First blocker out. Fellow holding control of the EMP. Picked up the mid. And the numbers fall. P7 tried their hand at things this time in the first win. Didn't quite work out. Credits to composure at mid-map. Patience, again, for Fun and Fellow has worked out. Now can they convert? We'll see.
The wrap. The wrap is big, and the wrap is successful, and that might just be a big enough opener for the team to move here. As I say that, though, it was a counter wrap on the side of P7, and you can see that EMP has been picked up, and I thought if you can get through cuts there, maybe there was an opportunity to plant it over towards A. Sadly, not going to be able to move it really anyway. But now we are going to see on the other side, 2 off spawn very quickly. Being oppressive towards that final member is there, and in the kill feed, it is just purple, purple, purple.
I thought Pollux was reading my mind for a second, Dan. I'm over here thinking, look, the opening Scar was a lot of RCDs, the S&D, 2 real making plays. Going into this overload, if there has to be a play for Fun and Fellow to reignite the spark of the offense, who does it have to be? Who are you keeping your eye on?
I think you've got to look towards players like Beans, especially after that last map and how he was able to clutch up for the team. But also, Beans is one of the kind of biggest scorers in the league when it comes to actually putting that EMP into the zone and getting the goal for his team, averaging around 2 scores per game. And considering teams in general are only averaging around scoring 4, that just shows how aggressive Beans is once he gets hold of that EMP. So keep an eye for him trying to grab that thing, put it under his arm, and make a dart towards the zones.
Always room to be making plays. EMP will drop. Plenty of time on the clock. No goals as of now, but they're all stacking. RCDs, almost good for 2. And they'll make their move. P7 Notorious are out and ready. Already on the rotation. They begin to run. Eric Boom finds the first pick. Drawing attention right back into the portal. And it will slide through for the first point.
And who'd have thought? It was Beans! Manages to put it in. Plop it home, and P7 Notorious find the early lead here. 1:57 left till halftime. Looks like it's probably going to be time rather than points scored to get there, because this is going to be a slow and steady matchup. I remember last week we were talking about how does Overload develop? Will we see kind of 2-0 scorelines, 2-1 scorelines, rather than the 8-6s we've seen, the 8-5s we've seen? Well, this one seems to be a bit more slow and methodical. As I say that, there's nothing slow and methodical about RCTs right now, trying to join the rest of the squad to push down this dojo side and quickly get into a position, but it is quickly denied by grenades? Team nades? What just happened on my screen?
I love when teams go from playing turtle defense to wiping the other side to getting 2 right back on their own team. I've seen so many things. None of it makes sense. But what I do know is if you make up for it, you make up for it. Tip of the cap, keep it moving. EMP in the hands of RCD. 9-9 on a 3 spree. Paul X really turning up the heat just a little bit. 15-8. Picking up mid-map. 1v1 against Beans and can't quite win it. Paul X has escaped through the back. RCD's on the move. And the boys in purple start to make their move, but it's just not enough kills in the right time.
There's a flank. You can actually get all of them here, but no, you're sniffed out so comfortably. Thankfully, there is going to be a felony there in place just to stop this one from counter-capping, but now we're going to see on the other side, DC has got 2. Actually, it's not DC, ignore me, because it's going to be a big old plan. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of Notorious, and just ignore the kill feed. That's my man.
Ignore everything. All you need to know is that P7's up by 2. Goals aplenty. Chances on the table. More kills from RCDs. All purple in the kill feed. Everybody going down. The defense for Fun and Fellow. Fantastic to begin this overload. But the points just not falling. Where are the goals going to come in? 2 real. Escapes. Into Dojo we go. That's the call. RCD's leading the charge. Tip of the spear. Oh! Oh! Oh, shaky shots. Oh, shaky shots. Halftime. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, I don't really have much to break down there, honestly. I'm just going to be honest with you. That was It's like two different sides of the coin here, man. I don't understand.
I mean, I think P7 just set up the defense there. They were more than happy to allow that EMP to come, and they just put players in positions. It was like watching Gladiators back in the 90s. There was just someone there over and over again until they're able to continue to shut down that EMP. Halftime, 2-0 lead for P7 Notorious, and of course, they're only a half away now from winning this series 3-0 and dumping For Fun and Fellow out of this tournament. But of course, now we switch sides. Maybe it could be advantageous for Triple F. Maybe their nades won't go into their teammates' faces. And perhaps they can get an EMP on the board. You can see it's going to be a little bit of a split. 3 members going middle, 1 going over towards Dojo to take that 1v1. But the kills are going to go in favor of P7 to start things off here.
So far, textbook execution across the board from P7. Just perfectly played. The defense did their job for Fun and Fellow. Kills simply land on the other side. Goes the opening salvo. Eric Boom good for 1. Pinch to the back. It's Diamondcon, excuse me. The second, the third. DC is there. Paul X as well. And while all of that's happening, credit where credit's due, Paul X has shut down that front line. That first tier of players, that first wave, goes absolutely nowhere. They're about 20 meters away from the goal. But this time again, the defense for Fun and Fellow still stands strong.
Felony is definitely giving Triple F a chance here. He's the 4th F. And maybe he's going to give a 5th. But now we see Eric Boom just holding down, locking down this spot as well. But RCT's Paul X trying to work together. There's going to be 3 kills going in favor of For Fun and Fellow. Can they move this EMP towards A? They've got 1 player who's pressing up. Too real. Can he actually get the kill? Nope, you've got to back off now. RCT's knows he can't push this one. Has no support from the rest of the team, and he's going to be swarmed. And it's another successful hold for P7.
And look, the play is correct, but the timing just not there. I mean, you're hoping that you can bait out a life, hit a little bit of a hop shot. Again, draw out as much time as possible for getting that EMP down. But once that first wave goes down, then the second player goes down. It just crumbles. It crumbles. League's now on the roam. DC picking up shoots left and right. Been a nuisance this game. DC on the flank and at mid-map picking up the cross has been the win condition for an otherwise quiet offense who's been winning on sustain alone. P7 happy to play defense when they have to. And they're doing it. They're making it work. It's another 2 dead.
3 minutes is still plenty of time for Triple F. But they've not really been able to find that perfect wipe of P7 to be able to push that EMP in comfortably. They've constantly just trying to brute force it in, try and get that 1 player ahead, but P7 are always wise to it, always prepared for it. As I say, that big fight happening now, and it is going to go in favor of P7. And they have the fresh EMP that's just spawned as well, and they are absolutely beelining it towards B. It's going to have to be a quick setup here for the side of Triple F to try and stop this one. That's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, and that's going to be 3, and maybe there is a chance to dump this EMP in. They're just looking for 1 remaining player. Have found him, and it will be 3-0 now to Notorious. Surely this is too much for Triple F to try and catch up from.
The dam can only hold for so long. At some point, that water's going to get through, and if you're Fun and Fellow, the defense has kept you in it. But the offense has to win you this game, and there's just nothing here. They have played really good defense, standing strong on the goal line. Rotational kills. When it comes to the second chance, the offensive third, getting up to the goal line, putting a score on the board. There's not much there. If you just look at the totality of this overload, minute 54. Folks saying that's a lot of time. Yeah, but it's also not when you haven't found any success on the goal line. Time continues to dwindle away. Every single second matters. Every rotation has to be perfect. It's too real. We'll find 1. Varsity's following up. They're going to get it through. Finally, they'll break the dam here. First points of the hardest for Fun and Fellow. Get 1 on the board.
Yeah, snuck that one in. And that's an important one for Fun and Fellow. Now just gives them that what if, that maybe. And actually, maybe there's a chance for a back-to-back here, especially if you can go big on the other side. Felony and Real gets the assist, and it is going to be 3-2. So, okay. Just like that, for Fun and Fellow, finally find a little bit of pace to their game. Just when I was about to say Afro is heating up and you don't want to allow him to roam around the map this comfortably, but Fun and Fellow are just able to punish a couple of aggressive moves on the side of P7, who maybe thought that this one was over as well at 3-0. 1 minute for them to hold here. Oh my God. What can we see for Fun and Fellow just pull something special out of their sleeve?
Oh, it's a mind game. Arceus. It's just timing. Diamondcon spot him a couple of times, but still gets out. Arceus goes down. Oh, Eric Boom! Oh my word! It just flows so easily for the Spaniard. Diamondcon, the cut again. Somebody pick it up. It's like watching Glacier play Octane S&D. For the love of God, somebody watch the cut. Eric Boom punching them in the face in their spawn. And it's nonstop pressure for a moment for Fun and Fellow, caught within one. The goals still land for P7, and Afro and Sub in hand are going to be a good enough duo for any match. 20 seconds to go, and a 2-goal lead, 3-goal lead. It's all collapsing, folks. It's a sweep.
It is all done and dusted here. And it was all off the back of those 4 kills from Eric Boom. The 4 kills plus the detonation just means that for Fun and Fellow, despite a late comeback, it was never going to be enough because P7 just looked that little bit better throughout this series. They just had that clutch factor, and they will win this series 3-0 and send for Fun and Fellow home.
That's a very tough series to lose if you're Fun and Fellow. Obviously, season comes to an end here. Only season 2 of the Elite, so there'll be more chances, of course, for these players to hopefully, you know, rewrite some of the wrongs. But these are the moments where you look back to that opening hardpoint, skating alongside, but never quite being out ahead of the competition, looking at that S&D, keeping it close, but still making a slight couple of mistakes. Not too many, but the ground 11 doesn't go their way. Big Nate that kind of puts the icing on the cake there. And here, this overload. Excellent defense. Fantastic defense for Fun and Fellow. Did one half of their job, but the other half was creating space offensively, creating those kills, creating opportunities, a lane for your runner to get through. And there was no lane. Obviously, the defense from Notorious and the slaying ability kind of speaks to that, but it also talks about the fact that when you have to make a play and call audibles, if your offense is one-dimensional, there's only so much you can dive into. And when it came to crunch time with a minute 20 or so, there wasn't much for Fun and Fellow to put on the board. And Notorious said, we can just play TDM. There's no problem there. And they did. 28-23 for Afro, 25-22 for Eric Boom, a massive 3-piece at mid-map, and DC, who got at least 24 of his kills, picking up the cut. Just constant pressure, constant flanks in the back, and small things that just add up. A death by 1,000 cuts in this series, and P7 just looks so good.
And Afro continues to impress. Only second behind QK when it comes to KD throughout the league. And that is not something to be ashamed of with how QK has been playing, to be honest. I think if QK wasn't an absolute demon, a freak of nature, then Afro would probably be the one topping those charts throughout the board statistically as well. For Fun and Fellow, sadly, it is a top 6 finish for them in Elite 2. But if they look back throughout the season, would they have been happy with a top 6 if you had told them they're going to lose out to Bush and Notorious, arguably the number 1 and number 2 coming into this season as well? Sure, now Falcons Academy Green perhaps have shook things up a little bit, and maybe they're going to be the ones that have a chance to get towards that final. But I do think that for Fun and Fellow shouldn't be too disappointed considering the teams that they've lost against, and should still be proud with the attempt that they had in this series. I mean, it could have been a very different series had they won that S&D in particular. I think that's the one that they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. It might just keep them awake a little bit longer tonight.
Yeah, and those are the tough series to lose for sure, but it also shows you how close/far away you are on both sides of the field. I mean, you are one round away from winning the S&D. You're a couple of rotations away from a fundamental solid win in hardpoint. You are a couple of extra polishes away from being able to at least maintain a tie or build a lead in the overload. So you can see it here. Look, the elimination bracket's a tough one to fight through. Notorious will get the first sweep here for North America on day number 1 in round 2. It's very, very tough, no doubt about it. But for Fun and Fellow, look, there are several linings, and Gaskin pointed out a few of them, and well said. I mean, you go up against good competition. You basically lost to the best teams currently in the region, and for a squad that had kind of put together last minute, had some drama kind of circulating around before Season 2 kicked off with Felo and company, there's a lot of questions going into the validity of this roster. And if anything, they showed us the duality of really good gameplay and mistakes. They showed us they can get 4 dead in overload and then team nade themselves. They showed us they can go to round 11 but still make some mistakes. This is a team that is very close to putting it all together, and once they do, probably top 4 conversation, but for now, just still a couple of marks away from being able to find that success. But P7, fundamentals, man. Every esport, doesn't matter what it is. The fundamentals win you the game. When things get sloppy, when they get messy, that's what happens, Dan.
That is what happens. I think P7 Notorious will be very happy they were able to clutch up in those moments as well, giving them a lot of confidence going up into their next series, of course, in Elimination 3. Could be OMiT Brooklyn, could be Death by CABAL. We will find out a little bit later. For now, we're going to go for a short break, but when we come back, we'll have more Elite 2 action.
Folks, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. I'm Spaceman, that's Gaskin, and this is day 1 of the playoffs. Not technically, but the last week of Season 2 of Elite, absolutely. And North American has so far not disappointed. And with that, we had a sweep to begin today for Fun and Fellow Esports. So close, so close to being able to get over the edge. But Gaskin, just not enough. P7 can continue on, but it just set the table for what we got coming up next.
Oh, it did, because now we have the winners finals. Now we get to the business end of this tournament. This is what I've been waiting for since last week, since we started playoffs, since we saw Falcons Academy Green take down P7 Notorious and then continue in the bracket to find themselves in this winners final against arguably the #1 team in North America, Bush Gaming. But remember, the last time we saw these two teams compete against each other, it was a 3-0 sweep in favor of Falcons Academy Green. Very unusual, very suspicious. What was happening? Were Bush Gaming having a questionable week? Did Falcons catch them off guard? Were Bush Gaming purposely playing some poor maps of theirs to put some practice in? A lot of questions that perhaps will be answered here today. But this is the series layout here, Spaceman. What are you thinking?
I think they're still favorites here for Bush when I look at the AR play to begin. My only question for last week, outside of the clear elephant in the room that has existed since week 1 of the overload issues for Bush Gaming, the one inconsistency that this team has had in Respawn has been the drop-off from Awakening. When it comes to hardpoint to S&D, he goes from top 5 to like outside top 10, 11th at best. Those are the kind of things where just at the structure of this series, you have to wonder, will that be a factor? Will the AR imbalance come back to bite them? I don't know. I think Falcons Academy Green have done so well to disprove a lot of their doubters, like Bush Gaming, like we saw last week. This could be a trap series for Bush, and also a moment for Falcons Green to put on a show like they've done before. Before we jump more into this conversation, though, we're going to jump over to a quick other match and check out some action that's happening again on another stream. It's Death by Cabal, OMiT Brooklyn over on Bravo. For those who are wondering what's happening over there, the boys in blue and Cabal, don't worry, it's 2-1 in the series. OMiT Brooklyn now into game 4. Hardpoint Scar. They're down by close to 100. We'll just round it.
It's 3-1. We're playing consolation games just for fun.
Everybody
at this point. But OMiT, yeah, they are quite far behind here to kick us off as we jump over onto Bravo. But that doesn't mean it's all done and dusted, of course. We have seen OMiT have fantastic comebacks already so far this season. As I say that, though, if Manny's playing this way, perhaps then we're not going to see a comeback at all. Oh, yep, Dak says, you know what, Manny, you're playing so well, I'll take you down myself. And we see some more team-on-team action. Death by Cabal are causing their own death to their own Cabals. But OMiT are at least putting some final points on this board before we rotate over towards P5. And Death by Cabal are going to be there and waiting. And also, they are checking these back spawns. They know full well there is going to be a flank coming here.
If you're new to this series, it was game 1 for OMiT Brooklyn. It was the S&D for Cabal. And the overload, naturally, goes the way of the boys in blue. If you want to catch more of this action, you can stay with us right here and find out how this hill might go down. Cammy, a brutal round 11, but much better than what the performance shows. And unfortunately, this time, though, we're going to have to do a little bit of work overtime. Stay late at the offense. You're down by 90 or so. It hasn't looked good since that P2. Manny staying alive. His teammates, and eventually gets caught by Cammy, but damage done on the hill, and time still in the pocket of the ball. 142 to 57 and counting. Dylan Retz for 2. Hell yeah. It just keeps going. Death by Cabal trying to send us to 5.
I wonder if this one's just a little bit of a surprise with how quick out of the blocks Death by Cabal came out of this one, because OMiT typically very good at this map and mode, but just haven't really been able to find their footing, at least from what we've seen thus far. And perhaps a lot of that is due to Dylan going 20-9 at the moment, just seems to be feeling himself and happy to challenge and take every single fight possible. You just can't really avoid him at the moment. He's taking down Cammy as well in the kill feed, and Death by Cabal still charging forward, still scoring as well, and OMiT cannot break through at the moment.
P1 stuff to break. You either stack or you wrap. It's one of those dollar menu items. You just got to get in. Rex could become a victim momentarily. On deck, Manny goes for the peek. Oh, and just can't center it in time. Picks up Storefront, though, and Dak is there to help. The trades are in. The Guardian Angel does move forward, and Dak is shooting like Kid Cudi hums. Very, very good. Yeah, okay, I got that right. Break. Dak, on your screen, 16 and 13. We believe we have our alpha match ready to go. And if you want to see more of this action, you can. 176-69 over on Bravo. It's OMiT Brooklyn, Death by Cabal. And we keep it moving, almost ready for our main match of the night. It's alpha time, folks. Let's go on over to the big one. Falcons Academy Green, Bush Gaming, you know the deal. Let's go.
Well, this is where you earn your paychecks. As we kick things off, it's going to be early aggression out of Falcons Academy Green, and they're going to be the first ones to take P1. As I say that, Awakening gets 2, which is going to make things a little bit more awkward, but look at that spot from Standy. I thought he was going to be able to convert 2 of them, but that is a very quick response from Bush Gaming. But they're not going to be just throwing themselves into the hill straight away. They wanted to plan, they wanted to assess, they wanted to think about these spawns, but now they have that information of said spawns. Now they start to set up here.
The opening hold from Bush Gaming has been clean across the board. I think just fundamentally, what we've seen from this team is a brilliant start. At times a bit shaky on their opening rotations. At times, a couple of questions about who's posted up where. Which sub and AR duo is going to work together in tandem so far. Everybody's hitting their marks, and the timings have been great. 17-10, we keep it moving into P2. These are usually the moments where Falcons Green Academy, ARs in hand, will start to get online, and QK, one of the reasons why. One of the best players in the league, the most impressive players in Challengers history, who is quickly getting noted for a potential roster spot moving up into the CDL. And if you're Bush Gaming coming to this, you have to be ready to meet the aggression.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. QK is first in KD across the league. He leads his team in time in hardpoint. He leads his team in damage in hardpoint. He has been the focus point for this squad. That's not to be said that no one else is doing anything, because of course they are. The damage around QK is actually very impressive. Typically when you see a statistical anomaly like this on a team, that player is usually leaps and bounds above the rest of the team in terms of damage. But actually, no. Teammates are not far behind in terms of the damage they are dealing. It's just QK who is in a position at times to clean up those kills. Now that says that he is one of these players that's amazing at finding himself in those spots, but we have to give credit to the rest of the squad for how they are supporting.
Speaking of support, that IGL that makes this roster go, Standy, first one out again. Picks up the mid-cut already, creating some position over towards our next hill. Inside early, it's QK and company. All green kill feed, a wall, of bullets, a mountain. A climb for this team to get through. When Bush Gaming try to make their mark and the windup begins, they will start to move. Roxas, seen it before, drop it, or M15, doesn't matter, good from any range. Abe has been a standout on this Bush Gaming roster, so good as a route man. He's timed this one well, and QK through the back will still try to cause some problems. Isn't enough to spoil the play, but does give Standy some information to work with. Another 2 dead that go down, and yet again, the hold from Falcons Academy Green is as good as it was in week 2.
Awakening and Proloot work in tandem, as well as Abe finding the third, and they will finally break. But if Falcons get the spawn out here, they might be in a really good position. And actually, it's going to be a split spawn for them. So 3 going to spawn right back at that position by the hard point. It's going to be the one player. It's QK, who has a chance to really disrupt things back here. I don't think he's been spotted out yet. It's going to be a 1v1 versus Proloot at any moment. But Proloot gets eyes on him first. And that's going to be a huge kill for them. Elsewhere, they were able to find 2. It's going to be spawns for Falcons Academy Green, at least over towards this hard point, though. So I think the positioning from QK did the job.
I love that call from Bush Gaming. I mean, Proloot's one of your best gunnies in terms of just hitting routes and picking up kills, fighting through tough gunfights. Proloot's one of your best subs you have ever. So setting him on that route to go pick up the likes of QK or fight for the anchor spawn, so crucial, so important, but some pressure on Falcons Academy Green at least forces them to respect the rotation a little bit more. This time, though, the kills again do not fall in concession with the hill time. It's been uncontested in the opening 30, and I think back to the first P1, 2, we rotate through and through. Dan, there have been multiple hard points now where that'll be damned at mid-map. Into the hill, first 30 seconds or so, Falcons Academy Green have been in uncontested free time. Has built their lead up steadily by 50-60 points, but every time it feels like we're watching these rotational fights break out, it's always green, always in the kill feed, always in the time. Falcons Academy Green still finding chances to get in early.
This is smart as well from Falcons Academy, taking top mid control, not just throwing themselves at the hill. And it has worked out. They have been able to take that control that they were looking for, and now they can start to position themselves to take some of these angles to deny the spawners getting close to the hill, and then eventually collapse and hopefully set up themselves. It is an elongated way of trying to take this hill, but if they're successful, it could result in a lot of time. But maybe it's not going to matter. Awakening was able to find one, and somehow, some way, Falcons Academy Green do still manage to force their way in, but the Bush Gaming spawners have done so well at quickly pushing in to deny the setup potential from Falcons.
Yeah, and that's all Proloot. This is all calm. Proloot spawned out, got up to mid, took positioning, and didn't let it go. Just heads-up plays across the board from veterans on this Bush Gaming roster, and those are the kind of breakups in action. The inconsistencies in the synchronicity of this team that you need to put on your opponent. You need to be able to force Falcons Academy Green to have to pick up multiple angles at once. It can't just be a front 4 hit. It has to be different looks for the ARs. And so far, Proloot's been putting a lot of pressure on that back line. from the anchor side and from mid-map. Prelude off spawn has been fantastic to begin this game. Standy over the top. Good lord. We're playing Heretic Slayer, and it's looking great. Standy 13-9, 3 spree. Almost a minute in the hill. And continues to let it roam as Bush Gaming will try to break in.
It was a better setup in the previous for Bush Gaming. They were at least taken within 40, but what on earth is Standy doing on our screens? A 6 streak for him now. Can he make it 7? He's happy to challenge, but ProLoot, of course, it's going to be ProLoot. If anyone to shut it down, it was going to be him, but the 6 streak was quite something to watch. On the other side, it's now QK's turn to put on a little bit of a show for us. Rocks, don't be fooled by the rocks that he's got. He's down, and now Falcons Academy Green are looking to try and press up over to this next hill, and they will be able to be the first there and set up on this tank.
The only difference between these two teams right now is the AR presence. They need fire. You can't have just one play from... You can't have one version of Awakening, as good as he is. If you only want to show up, you need that counterbalance. You need another AR to be able to meet the challenge. And there we go. A couple of kills that do fall their way. All white for now. 102 to 54 on the other side. 1 being that, if you're an audio listener. 15 and 13 for Awakening. And we talk about his drop-off going into S&D. Uncharacteristic as it might be, it is still a factor of this series. That's why Fire's performance is so important at 9 and 16. Has to step it up just a bit as they try to fight back in this game.
Well, usually we see Fire excel when he's able to be in that hill. He has usually the most hill time for Bush Gaming, but once he's able to set up in that position with people around him to cover, that's when that AR really comes into play and he can start picking up the kills. But because Bush Gaming haven't had that many successful holds where they truly set up and find Falcons on spawn over and over again, Fire hasn't really been able to be in those positions to excel and to get those kills, which is why we see him at 10 and 17 at the moment. But that being said, he is still scoring, he is still putting points on the board, and they are still within 30 at the moment. But Falcons will set up yet again here, and it's going to be a tough break, but ProLoot gets the open.
Nice. Beautiful play from ProLoot and doubles up with Fire. That's a 3-man break. That is a beautiful retake from Bush. You needed a sign of life, a little bit of charge in that battery, and boy, did you get it. You have ProLoot playing off the wing. He plays a 1v3 split, takes his time wrapping through the back, a nuisance, a problem for the defense once they're posted up inside, and Academy Green couldn't handle it. Bush Gaming eventually collapsing with Fire. The AR start to sing, and all of a sudden, it's a very different tune here. Bush Gaming working back into this game, and this winner's finals is off to a great start.
It's such a good game, and this is what we wanted from these two teams. Just back and forth at each other as well. Finally, Bush Gaming, for the first time, are going to be able to take the lead in this matchup. But of course, Falcons Academy are now going to be looking to try and set up for new. That being said, 3 of them are still stuck by old, but the rotation has worked out on the other side. Standy's going to be the last remaining player, but is he going to get caught out? Can he manipulate these spawns at all? He gets the kill onto Awakening, has been able to get a spawner over towards his side. It has worked out for Falcons Academy.
Yeah, you do, again, keep that in mind. You have a bit of a streak to work with for ProLoot, rewarded for his efforts on our previous hill. So Bush Gaming are out ahead and they're thinking, well, we didn't win the rotation as cleanly as we wanted. Feeling a bit of pressure, don't worry. There's still ways to work through the leads. Progression begins, and Abe wins the first and the second. Followed through. QK, Abe behind, baits him, guns him. Never mind. QK just better from every single angle. And Standy is pushed up. All time, all green for Falcons Academy as they have been lights out in some of these early holds. And again here, fighting through a very difficult Bush Gaming roster who has not let up on the gas.
Sheer aggression, though. Brute force does work out. Bush Gaming finally are able to press through. Awakening was leading the way. Fearless takes the charge, takes the 1v1, wins it. And now they'll be able to just mop up the rest of that time. It's not going to be much, but again, every second is going to matter here as we look on heading towards the next hill. And remember, last time we saw Bush Gaming here, they put a significant amount of time to chunk away at the lead that Falcons Academy had, and they are going to have another opportunity here to do so the same again. Falcons Academy Green, remember last time they tried to control top mid before they tried to puncture and pierce, and they're doing exactly the same thing here once more.
First one to spawn out was ProLoot. He picked up the cut, helped his teammates out. First one to cross 200 points, it's Bush Gaming. Oh, ProLoot is gunning. 23 and 23, but a minute in the hill. And just out in time to let his teammates pick up the slack. ProLoot's on a roam. He's a champion for a reason, and he's leading the charge here in this hard point. 230 to 186. Couple of questions about Bush Gaming coming in, but absolutely none here on exposure. They are playing phenomenal Call of Duty and Awakening for 2. My goodness! This is the Bush Gaming we expected to see on the winner's side. And the finals, no doubt. 240 to 186. They can't win it here, but they might do it back on P1.
Yeah, it's just going to be a tick away from winning it. No, they can win it there. They can win it there. The millisecond went in their favor. Does not matter. Bush Gaming calculated perfectly, and they will find themselves winning this first one, despite being quite significantly behind at one point here against Falcons Academy Green. That is the Bush Gaming I was expecting to see last week, and, you know, it does start to raise a couple of eyebrows here, but I think I'll wait a little bit further into this series before I start the conspiracy theories here, Spaceman. But all that matters is Bush Gaming will take match number 1.
Yeah, I'm watching the replay now to get a quick look in. Obviously, the 0 seconds on hardpoint clocks and S&D counts as a full integer, so we still give the points. It rolls over. That's been the way since Black Ops 4, I want to say. But I didn't think the perfect 14 was going to hold. I thought surely a contest comes in, surely they're going to milk it for as much as it's worth, but maybe be a second behind. Nope, they played that down to the bone. Perfect timing across the board. And if you look at just the finish of that game, right, we look at back-to-back P5s that then lead to mid-map control. You can look at the stats here if you want. I look at this the story of that game of you get punched in the mouth a couple of times if you're Bush Gaming, then you force Prelude to play splintered offensively, which works. It's less a force and more of encouraged. It plays well. Everybody starts to get online. Fire starts to wake up a little bit. And it just felt like Bush Gaming, once they realized that they could play bully ball inside the hardpoint and rely on Prelude to create some chaos on the outside, I mean, it comes down to the final hill being P5 to a perfectly timed 60 seconds. It's just, those are the fundamentals that shine the brightest when things are going well. And finally, it looks like Bush Gaming were able to find some resolve for when things went wrong compared to prior weeks of the beginning of the season.
I think one of the key factors there for Bush Gaming was shutting down QK a little bit as well. We've seen him go off so far. As I said, he was leading the KD in this league. Was not able to go positive in that matchup. Just wasn't able to find his footing as comfortably as he had in previous matchups. And whether that's down to Bush Gaming perhaps watching some of those flanks a little bit better. Remember, there was a couple of times QK or Standy were the last remaining player to try and make a position on that flank, but they were denied. And Bush Gaming were able to pick up some big points because of it. But well, 250 to 186, it was looking like it was going to be a very close one, but once Bush Gaming really started to gain control of it, boy, they did not let it slip, as we now head into Den Search and Destroy for Map 2.
It really feels like that second rotation of hills between when Prelude started to splinter off and move forward and create some pressure on the back end towards Standy and Aluka and the likes. That's where this team started to get a little more confident. And once Bush Gaming got confident, then once we rotated and Prelude's playing alongside Fire, they're able to break onto P3, it just felt like things were starting to click. And Bush Gaming did not look back at all. They went at 250 to 186 on map 1, Den coming up next, but we got ourselves over to our game 5. I believe we have, if I heard correctly, round 11 on a screen that we're going to be jumping to. No, it's not round 11. How dare. Map 5. We're going, baby. We're in. It's, you know what? I'm gonna do a little caster. Like I'm gonna try to manifest this for all of us here on production, all of us here on this side. The world might be crazy, but round 11s on Den surely aren't. And I want to see this go the distance.
All I'll say is I've seen more round 11 since I've started casting this game than I ever had before.
Yeah,
so I don't want to say it's because of me, guys, but
100% you.
I don't know if that's bad luck or good luck. It depends if you're a neutral or a fan of one of these teams. But either way, we are going to be heading into S&D here on Den. Now, in terms of these teams and how much they've played it so far this season, both of them are 1-0 on Den. We've not really had too many times to see them and to actually calculate any real data. So it kind of just comes down to who's going to have the nuts for it, right? Who is going to be able to step up in this moment and clutch up for their team? OMiT Brooklyn, arguably the favorites coming into this one, perhaps expected to win this one a little bit earlier. In the previous hardpoint, they were undefeated, yet they find themselves here on map 5 in S&D. Death by CABAL with a fantastic chance to try and cause what I would consider an upset.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to have to get through the wall of Real as a playmaker in S&D. Good lord. If you enjoyed watching that first kill, you can find more of this game over on the Challenger stream at Bravo, as we have our other match loading in now. Maybe you'll get a second. Oh, we teased you so hard. Wait a minute. We'll give you 4 rounds. Civic! Oh, baby! Can't clean up the kill. Manny. Baiting, swinging, diving. There's the round. GG's. Death by CABAL will take round number 3. 2 on the board for them. If you want to see more of it, go check it out here on the Challengers Bravo side. So we're going to jump back over towards our main match of the night again. Falcons Academy Green, Bush Gaming, on to Den. Last time, this S&D, it was Falcons Academy Green. I know it was week 2. There was conversations about how does seeding look. Does it really matter? This time, though, everything and then some on the line. Winners finals, down 1-0. Bush Gaming, got the momentum.
The only S&D loss that we've seen for Bush Gaming so far this season was against Falcons on this map and mode. But again, was it all part of their master plan to suss out any extra information from Falcons Academy Green? So when they got into this position in playoffs where they could potentially face them, they could take full advantage of that. Well, we're about to find out. No openers just yet. Big nade perhaps for just a little bit of information. And I tell you what, maybe you got it. Still getting those hit markers, but sadly, no kill.
On Prelude, I'm molding. That's usually good for one. Patience, name of the game. Standy, better shots, and a better read. Oh, Standy dips and dives onto the bullets. Bomb's got to go down, but you got to watch out where you're going, buddy. You can't cross that street without looking both ways. Falcons Academy Green take round number 1. Looking like prime Dylan from Black Ops 4 out there on Frequency S&D. Shout out to Dylan, by the way. Hope the dude's doing well. See you, chat. Love to see it as always. Again, this is the kind of name of the game for Falcons Academy Green. Simply keep the pressure up against Bush. You can skate alongside them. We know the deal after that hard point. These teams have to be gunning wall-to-wall gunfights 100% of the time.
You got to remember that Fire had a somewhat questionable start to map 1, and he typically is the one who gets in these opening fights for Bush Gaming as well, finding these opening kills for them. And if he is slacking a little bit, then perhaps Falcons Academy can take advantage of that, especially when they have QK on their team, who actually leads the league in opening duel rates. Also leads the league, of course, in KD on S&D. He's averaging 2.15, which is pretty nuts. But was a slow start in map 1. And will they be able to deny him again here in map 2?
That is the big question. Now it's time to answer it. But a bunch. Comes to smoke. Oh, it's going to get dicey. Mix begins. Nades are in.
Great shots across from both teams as well. Awakening manages to find a second. It's going to be a 1v1 though now. Fire against QK. As I said, the two players who get the opening kills, but now it is a final duel. Bomb is down, so of course it puts pressure on the one side, and it will be Fire who wins it against QK. Fire, who did have a little bit of a slow start, now he clutches up for his team.
Look at this patience, man. Look at this. Just irons up. L triggering. Down sight. Beautifully played. Gets it a little bit of ring around the rosy. Players can overthink it at times. Not this one. Fire, phenomenal at the Dallas Challengers Open. I mean, the dude came onto the scene in Vanguard more professionally and started burning the blitz off the place. We're looking at Pokage Hardpoint, and the dude's dropping 45. We're like, okay, it's the end of the season. Where was this kid? They continue to have a steady career and be one of the best talents we have here in Challengers. So, gonna have to keep an eye on him. If you're just dropping in to see Challengers for the first time or watching Call of Duty in general, Fire, a name you're going to be seeing quite a bit as we move through this series and this tournament. Awakening on your screen. 2 kills to boot in the beginning of our S&D. About 35 seconds killed in this round, and Bomb will start to make its way.
2 very important kills as well, to deny that control for Falcons Academy Green as they were trying to retake the bomb site. And now QK just watching over towards Dojo, trying to cover, hoping he can cover the plant from Standy. Standy says he needs a little bit of coverage himself from the smoke. But could Abe be in the prime position here to be a problem? Elsewhere, 2 kills go in favor of Falcons Academy Green.
Again, it just that smoke takes away so much visibility, and there's really not much Abe can do here. You're going to have to use some util to get out if you're lucky. You absolutely push this into Falcons Green. There's no reason not to. Just don't line up. But again, being able to split apart the defense and specifically take out a player like Abe who can draw rounds out. Really nice job from QK and company, who again find another.
And we were wondering at the start of this season, you know, how would Abe fit into this team as well? Again, when we look at the players who drop out of the CDL, get picked up by one of these squads, will they thrive? Will they be put in an environment where they're truly able to dominate and show what they are made of? And I think that Abe has proved that so far this season. Leading the way for his team in terms of KD on S&D has often been the experience they look to try and find success here, Bush. As I say that, does find himself at 0-3 to start us off here. But it's more about the positioning that he had found himself in, just to allow the rest of the team to be able to pick up a couple of positions.
Is a B hit? Oh yeah. 100% a B hit. just when is 5 and 7 going to collapse? If they didn't find a single thing, maybe 10 seconds, then they rotate. Now they do. Trying to recounter the snipe. QK still alive. Somehow they're going to push this, and I don't blame them. Prolu gets in for first blood. And second. Oh, Roxas on the other side picks up 2. The map's completely closed off. You got nowhere to go if you're Bush. Fire's got to make a play. Prolude has to help. 2v1. Roxas last alive. And a marathon to cover.
He's going to go the long way around. Still no bomb plant, of course, so he might just time this absolutely perfectly. Wait, deny the plant, but he is going to get spotted out. Doesn't get the kill as well. Makes it a little bit difficult, but of course they still have to try and show some presence, which they will. And Bush Gaming tie us up 2-2. So it's going to be a nice little back and forth swing that we're seeing over and over again here. And does already get that feeling of a potential round 11, just an early doors here.
Yeah, who needs the OMiT one when we can just manifest our own on this side? You know what I'm saying, production? High fives all around. They don't know what I'm saying. I'm feeling good about this, though. I feel like round 11 in the cards, and man, you know momentum is a slippery little beast. It can completely derail the game plan of a roster or propel a team that's had some questions about their overload into saying, screw it. We're just going to play gunnies. We're going to play TDM. And it might work. We'll see who gets the first blood here.
I wonder how much research Bush have done into the positioning of QK with that sniper in some of these spots on Den as well. Because we've just not seen those first bloods go his way as much as they have been previously in the season. Luca sadly jigs up. Stun is going to give so much information. Trophy does go down to deny the grenade though, and the bomb will be planted after fact. 4v4 retake. Aggression coming through. Aims the one who dances, dips, dodges, and gives the info, but Prolu and Fire are the two that get the kills.
Got forced into the knife there. Don't blame him. Roxas just has to land a shot. QK on the opposite side does help on the pinch. Awakening swings wide. Awakening swings dry. And just completely into no man's land. I mean, that is a moment where you had leverage. You had some leverage if you are Bush Gaming on that retake. And it just crumbles. Roxas doesn't hit much. Picks up on Abe. Awakening swings out. It comes down to a timing game, I guess, but a moment where even in chaos, Bush Gaming were set up for success on the retake, and they kind of just give it away.
Timing everything, but positioning sometimes will win out, and it was QK who was just that little bit further away with a very tricky angle to try and combat that Bush Gaming sadly got caught out by. And Falcons Academy regain their lead. It's going to be Bush Gaming's turn to try and get this one down. Cut's position is going to be found out very quickly. There's that opener again from Fire. And he has woken up. It's about time for him. Bush Gaming going to be very happy that he's found his form going into this S&D. And remember, they are 7-1 throughout the season. It is only that loss to Falcons and Academy Green, which I still think is a questionable one. They are just so good at finding their positions. And as I say that, though, Standy was there and waiting.
And the smoke. So close to being a crisp bucket. Gotta respect it. 2v3. QK. Just trying to isolate. Abe can take his time, give call-outs to his team, and he will. Put it together surely. No, we'll split our numbers. Falcons Academy Green playing one-on-one, and QK plays with his food. Player number 3 is out. Awakening and Fire last alive, and Fire did a phenomenal job picking up the cross for Prolu to start the round. But since then, there you go. It's just been weird stuff happening across the board. Shout out Clayster.
Again, a similar situation that we saw before. A 1 versus 2. Has to pull the trigger. Gives away his position, but can't get the second. There was a real opportunity there, but it was a very quick peek to make sure you're able to trade that one out for Bush Gaming. And again, we trade back and forth to tie us up 3-3. How many times are we going to see these 1v2s? But Fire had to be on his toes there. If he had waited merely milliseconds more, could have been a very different round for them. But who's going to be able to break this back and forth? At the moment, it's just a struggle to get the bomb down, let alone winning a round.
It is funny that turned from a very tense 1v1 in the back to people are just going to fall off the map. Like, it just, we've had all sides of the spectrum here of S&D. We've had every single type. Can we get something spicy this time? Click the link, find out. Fire, 7-3. 0-6 for Abe. I believe that is just a little bit of a schmirk. So it should be... I believe he does have a kill. Be a little bit scared.
I don't know if he does.
I feel like I've seen him in the cross, though, picking up, like, I know we caught him in awkward angles, but I don't know if I should trust my own eyes right now.
Hey, you can only call what you see. It's not your fault.
I am schizophrenic, so fair.
That being said, what I see right now is a big old switcheroo from B back to A. They should beat them in this race and should be able to get the bomb down as well. If they're confident, well, maybe you pull away now, actually. As Standy, though, does take down Proloot. Is going to be the first opener here. And now Abe is going to get aggressive. Well, there is going to be that first kill. Make it a second. No, it's not going to be. Fire helps him out. But we will see the rotation from Rox. Fire's now there. Pistol in hand. Fire is on fire.
Holy shit! That is a turn and burn from Fire, if you've ever seen it. 10-3, by the way, came into this round with 7 kills. Finds 3. Burned, turned, stir him around. Put him in the spin cycle. He's washing him. That's disgusting. Not only to reposition and center correctly, but, again, to trust that once your pistol's out, you've missed the first couple, that, no, I'm going to keep this out. We will be John Wicking this gunfight. 4-3, back and forth we go. This has been one of the S&Ds of all time this season. It has been such a weird one, such a joy to watch. Who will find the first blood this time?
Fire with a 6 streak as well. How vital could this next kill be for Bush Gaming? Awakening's the first one to fall. QK will get that opening blood. Fire's going to support Proloot. It's going to be an actual easy plan over towards B. And now the jig is up and Falcons Academy Green are going to have to rotate. But look at this position from Abe. He's going for the big old master flank.
Hey, wall bang all day you want. Abe's got to go. He gets this wrong. I lied. He's not even there yet. Relax, Spaceman. Okay, Spaceman. Abe, on your screen. 1-7. Looking for a second. Beautiful pickup on the back. They get him in position and gun him with the pistol. So you close off all the map. You can stick the defuse. And if you're Fire, you're just trying to play for streaks here.
Yep.
On a 6 spree, you want that Hellstorm. You want to stay alive, hoping that they defuse it quickly, and they do, and you stay up. That is a perfect round for Bush, all things considered. They lose it, but they keep the streak going.
Back and forth like a pendulum still.
I like that.
And no one has yet to be able to stop it swinging.
Ooh.
The one person swinging it right now? Fire. And I'll tell you what. He does find this 7th. It could be a... not only a round-winning kill. Could be a map-winning kill. Because that streak could be everything. For that chances, QK gives him a little haircut. Short back and sides. Yes, please. Now the bomb's going to be sent on him with the smokes. Oh, denied!
Nades. Nice nades. Big nade from Abe. Needed to come up in a big way in this round. Make an impact, and he does. Spawns though in kind through the back. Aluka got caught peeking. Can't do that. QK waiting for his chance. The bait. The swing. The shoulders. Find scalpel. It's nowhere to be found. QK has to get out of dodge. And with that, numbers stay up for Bush Gaming. They'll hold on to sight for now.
And you can see how restrictive it is on the side of Fire. He does not want to give up his position. Denied. No streak for you. QK gets the snipe. And now they find themselves in a 2 versus 1. Proloot does spot the first. Gets it. But there is QK quickly sliding through. And Falcons Academy Green put their 5th on the board and find themselves 1 round away from winning this map. And they deny the streak.
That is a round that Bush Gaming are going to be kicking themselves, regardless of how this S&D goes. You have streak, at least guaranteed, should you play through the info. You have a 3v2 on site. You have control. QK hits a snipe. Bomb Heady picks up 1. Okay. Things looking different. Can we go 11? Please. I believe. Bush Gaming. Trying to send us the distance here. Up 1-0 in the series. 11-4 for QK. And 4 for Fire. Excellent across the board for both those players, both these teams. It feels like this is the moment for Abe to make a play, to make an impact. Could be 1 nade, could be a streak. Here it goes. Fire. Still held on to the Hellstorm all this time. And just for info, get some eyes over towards A.
Is it just going to be information, though? Yes. Everyone out of dodge. So the streak finally used. How impactful could it have been in that previous round had he stayed alive, as Roxas is found by Awakening. Gets that opener. Aluka's there to trade out. Only 27 seconds on the clock as well. So start moving and grooving here through the smoke. Abe gets one, can't get the second, but Prolude's there to clean up. But now QK with the pistol does find the first, and he's got time.
Not as much as you think. He's got to defuse. Just playtime. Not gonna happen. Bush Gaming. Play through the clock. My goodness, we're going 11. It was tense. It was quiet. The pistol was ringing, but nobody was answering from Bush. They kept the beards alive. And we got ourselves a round 11 for game number 2. Dennis and D here in the winners finals. Strap in.
Don't want to say I told you so.
You did. You can say it. You did.
We manifested it.
We did.
I mean, this series deserves it, let's be honest.
Goodness, man.
What an opportunity that was for QK, though. Had that smoke not been there, there was a chance for a little quick scope and then the defuse, but sadly, it was very well played on the flip side for Bush Gaming. But here we go. Round 11. Bush heading over towards B. It's going to be a 2-on-2 in mid, a 2-on-2 at B. There's going to be a little bit more aggression on the side of Bush Gaming at the moment just to try and take that space, but they retreat very quickly because the position that's been found over here on towards B, they say, okay, maybe we have to commit to this, but QK denies Prolude onto the site.
The duo that's worked so well in this game, Fire and Prolude, they had space, but QK had the boomstick, and here comes the Hellstorm, baby. It is just numbers. It's information, Awakening, Fire, Abe, triangulating their approach here. Bomb in a tough spot. And Awakening on low health. Trying to play patient. Falcons Academy Green defensively have everything they need to win this round. Awakening still alive though. And player 5 on the back. That's Abe taking a play. Abe has to get on the move. He's got to go.
Time starts ticking. Standy gets the first. Standy looking for a second. And Roxas has already been able to do it on the flip. And Falcons Academy Green will take S&D. And just like they did last week when we saw these two teams compete, they will be able to deny that victory for Bush Gaming. This time it wasn't 6-2. It was far closer indeed. But we are still seeing just how good this Falcons Academy Green roster are, Spaceman. Just when you think Bush Gaming might have what it takes to get back into the game, Falcons Academy rip it away from them once more.
And it's worth pointing out that, again, like that round 11 was not free. It was Awakening soaking damage bullets, playing like Doom Guy, just really staying alive way longer than he needed to or should have in that situation. Credit to Awakening, but the timing that came down in the end for one, the pickup on pressure. It was a good round. All things considered, from Bush Gaming, you have Fire and Prolude working together. Prolude's running bomb, no issues there. Once that snipe lands, QK gets out. Obviously, retake becomes a bit tougher. Post-plant positioning becomes nigh difficult, if not impossible, for trying to combat the sniper immediately. But these were the moments where you saw just the individual gun skill, whether it's the positioning awareness, the mechanics, the individual talent, just step up in time, in the right moment from Falcons Academy Green. QK, Roxas, Aluka, Standy, same situation. And the only thing I can really say about Bush, other than, round 11, it is what it is that maybe if you get a better game out of Awakening and Abe, maybe if Abe is able to hit his route a little bit earlier in that round 11 and come flank about 5 seconds earlier, maybe it's a different situation. A lot of it comes down to timing. A lot of it has always been a timing problem with Bush. But that's how close it's been, is that even when they're playing off, they're taking it to round 11. So Falcons Academy Green feeling great about this win. But this series is by no means turned on its head. This is still Bush Gaming with a lot of control here if you go into a respawn.
As we look back at some of these highlights, I mean, this round, it looked simple once you get to this position, once they had that control, once they had the extra player advantage. But it's one that you can very easily throw away. I mean, take yourselves back to what we saw earlier in the elimination bracket when it was a 4 versus 2 advantage against P7, and they still pull it off. These teams are capable of doing it even when they don't have the numbers in their favor. But Falcons Academy play it patient, they play it smart, they hold their angles, and they will be able to tie us up 1-1 as we head ourselves into a little bit of overload, which is the buzzword when it comes to Bush Gaming, Spaceman, of course, because overload has been their biggest struggle so far this season.
I felt like the Manchurian Candidate just waking up. Like, oh, I know how this one's going to go. It's going to be tough. There's no doubt about it. Look, there are moments where if you're Overload, if you're Bush Gaming coming to this, you know what your weaknesses are. We were pointing it out in week number 1. That's all I got to say for the analysis. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with game number 3. Don't go anywhere, folks. Scar Overload. Can Bush Gaming turn things around? We'll find out. Don't go anywhere. It's the winners finals, it's North American playoff times, and it's Falcons Academy Green versus Bush Gaming. A round 11 S&D that goes the way of the Falcons, and now time for Scar Overload. I'm Spaceman, joined by Gaskin, and folks, we got ourselves a full series to get through. Let's jump in.
Of course, we were alluding to it, but Bush Gaming, they are 1-6 in Overload so far this season. I will caveat that with they have won once, and it was on Scar Overload, so perhaps there is something to actually play for here if you are a Bush Gaming fan. But Falcons Academy Green, they have also struggled a little bit on this map and mode as well, so maybe it's just going to be about who plays worse. No, of course it's going to be about who practiced more and who put the time in both scrims, and of course the matches we've seen prior, as now that EMP is going to be dropped over towards A, and we will see the kill going in favor of A.
Don't sell me on a dream, buddy. I will take that thing to the bank, and we'll split our map here. Stacking 2 for Falcons. QK working on the outside, good for 1. First kill will fall. And numbers start to move up. So pressure back in the hands of Falcons Academy Green. And for a team that's relied so heavily on their sub play to get to this point in this tournament, again, the ARs are going to have to make that kind of difference further and further against this competition. QK at 7-3 off the start, who had a very good S&D, a bit slow in hardpoint, credit to what Bush Gaming were able to do back on exposure. This time, though, QK leading the charge, 8 kills to lead the lobby.
Falcons Academy Green also punched their first goal home, able to take a 1-0 lead here and take control of this game early doors, as Bush Gaming looking to try and respond with perhaps a score of their own if they can get hold of this EMP, but QK says, no thank you, it's minezies, I'm taking it home, and maybe could actually be another score here over towards A if he's able to get past that one player in middle. But no, Awakening is in the perfect spot to deny, and there is a chance to throw and toss this one out, but oh, it's going to be a timing issue, and he's stolen it away, and just right under their nose, we see a second go in.
playing the numbers. It's as easy as that. Play the math. Count as you're getting the kills. Bush Gaming thought they had all 4. They thought they knew the last player was somewhere mid. But Falcons Academy Green, Aluka waiting in the back, recognized that nobody's paying attention to the EMP. And a free goal, a freebie for Falcons. If you're Bush Gaming, you shake it off and move on to the next. But one of those moments where, again, you kind of second guess your math and say, okay, did we make sure we counted all 4 kills or all 3 and pick up our spots at mid-map? If not, we got to have a different conversation during halftime, because right now, those are the mistakes that can't happen.
Oh, just kill after kill in the kill feed going in favor of Bush Gaming, but can they press up and actually grab this EMP this time? Abe is able to get one, and now they can start moving with it. They want to be quick, but at the same time, they're just being a little bit hesitant in case there was anyone just waiting and lurking around those corners. And the answer was, yes, there was. And now just one player remaining on that EMP is Awakening. He gets surrounded, and Falcons Academy have the chance to try and counter.
Standy, so sneaky, so special in this spot. Patience for 2. Last one up. Still there. All dead. Spawns are close, but you know what's going to happen. Pressure being applied. Bush Gaming have to play stout defense here, and Standy is hip firing his way into Narnia. He's doing absolute work. QK not long for this world, and finally a wipe goes the way of Bush Gaming. They will breathe for now. Get through mid-map, a chance to get back to the EMP and to begin the wrap.
Yeah, that EMP resets. Standy again is a problem, a thorn in the side of Bush Gaming. Whew. And this is something that Bush Gaming, I think, have struggled with in Overload in general. When you look at their average score rate compared to their average of conceding, they are conceding roughly 4 per game, but only scoring 2. They are just not scoring enough in terms of Overload. And it shows that they are not struggling in terms of kills. They are positioning themselves well on the map, but it's actually converting. It's being able to get that wipe, get all 4 dead to be able to push yourself through and get the EMP actually in the zone.
If you're scoring 2 but giving up 4, you know what that says, chat? You're not winning the game. It's tough. That is how the math works. You must score more. Maybe we get it here. Surely. Slide from Abe. Gets hit with a smoke. And fire. Next one up. Fire. So close, but he did slide through. Regardless of the win or not, they do get a point on the board. And finally, something good goes the way of Bush Gaming at mid-map.
Those are the ones that Bush Gaming weren't putting in previously. Typically, that last player has been a little bit hesitant, hasn't just been a try and go for a, well, what happens here if I just try and jump in? Didn't get the kill, didn't die, so instead is able to just slot it home before that death occurs. And it is a very important overload point on the side of Bush Gaming before we go to the half. Academy will pick up the EMP though, so one last chance of trying to make it 3-1 before we go to halftime.
He's out clear. I mean, you obviously would want to pick up Abe. Man. But if they win these kills, he's out clear. You just got to wipe off spawn. He's still up. If it drops, it drops. And when it does, it's halftime. We know the deal. 2-1 game. Remember back in, I think it was week 2 last week, when we said we don't get a whole lot of 2-0, 2-1 games in Overload, so it's probably
you said that.
going to be for our side. You know, listen.
You said that.
Listen,
Yep.
there are types of opinions that could be applied universally. One being, Overload is a hell of a game mode. I stand by that claim.
I mean, that being said, you did say after we saw like an 8-2 and then an 8-3, so I don't really blame you, but it is how Overload is developing now. People are making it harder to score, and you have to do things like this, like we just saw, of committing to actually just putting your body on the line and recognizing you have to go for the, oh, well, screw it moment, and they get away with it, Bush Gaming, and it is a very important score for them. 5 minutes then in the second half for Bush Gaming to try and come back. They are only one behind. They have been able to control this map well. They have at least denied Falcons from being able to run over them and be able to put in point after point after point. Every time that Academy has scored, Bush Gaming have at least put themselves in a position to deny the second.
That's, again, just skating alongside is the name of the game sometimes. Outside of that first early round mistake of leaving EMP free on the site, that's really the only mistake that Bush Gaming have made. Other than that, it's a 1-1 game. They've kept it close. Always roams towards top broken. Standy has been a nuisance before. Is able to get rewarded once more. 19-13. Shut down quickly. Bomb begins to move. EMP, excuse me. And it will continue. Back through mid-map. Luca gets wrapped and bagged and bodied.
And we do get a standoff in mid as Everyone hesitant to grab that EMP, but a little bit of control for Bush Gaming means they can be the first to try and get it, but there was a man waiting in the wings. Denies the easy rotation. And you can just see how hesitant Bush Gaming are because Falcons have just been here, there, and everywhere thus far. Whenever Bush Gaming think they are comfortable to start moving that EMP, someone is there to deny. EMP will reset to mid. Bush Gaming do have the control of middle, so it's not so bad as I say that. It's going to be a fantastic kill going in favor of Standy.
But look how quickly mid-map just breaks open. Awakening going down. Oh. Now attention swings over to Prolute. He converts. Abe, beautiful shots from Abe. So you lose a bit of pressure at mid-map, you regain some real estate, and now you got a chance to push.
Temporarily were 4 members dead, but actually, oh no, there's a real chance of a counter here, as now Roxas is going to be able to pick this one up, and no one is going to be in sight, unless it's a dodgy spawn, which it won't be, and that is the risk you take if you run a dodgy route. Falcons Academy find themselves up 3-1.
Little game called car soccer ball, where we call that you have overcommitted and you've left nobody back to rotate. And just unfortunately happens in many things like CTF, uplink, overload, all the same. Just a moment where you just kept your eye on the prize a little too long, and a free pickup. And that's now 2 goals. The Falcons Academy Green have been able to scoop up in basically no man's land and just say, hey, it's open, I'm going to go for this. And that quick execution has been the difference here in this game 3.
Time now starting to be against Bush Gaming, but remember in the previous matchups we've seen how quickly these EMPs can be thrusted home. Emphasis on the thrusting. Good kills coming out from Abe. Can make it 3 here, but Standy will deny even with the pistol, but fires there, and Prolute on the other side to follow up. And now they start to press and get aggressive. This is where you need your players who are able to take these aggressive positions to take the fight to your opposition so that you can allow the push-up, but Roxas makes it 3-piece and actually makes it 4. What is he doing?
That's an overkill, folks. Spawn, Aluka, meet your match. Pistol, points for 1. Oh, God. They're running into wood chippers, man. It's not looking good. Bush Gaming had been keeping pace for so long in this overload. We give away a little bit of a goal here, a little bit of a goal there, and now they're paying the price for it in Spawn. Ay. Just trying to break out here.
Is it too much to do now for Bush Gaming? 1 minute 25. My heart says yes. Maybe my brain says no. Mathematically is still doable, but just with how Falcons Academy have been able to hold thus far, it's very difficult to try and will this one into existence for Bush Gaming, although they did try and brute force it into Abe. Maybe there could be a chance here. Abe is going to steal it in. Will pop it in. Okay, 1 minute on the clock for 2.
I mean, these are the moments where you have to be positioned for new. You have to pick up the MP spawn and just get in and get out. You need somebody like Player 4, Awakening. He needs to be an anchor. He has to be pulling attention away from mid-map and keeping kills in front. It all hinges on Awakening and fire. Abe trying to stay up. Storefront contested. Storefront controlled. Falcons Academy Green burning time off the clock. A full 30 seconds after the last cap. And Bush Gaming have not made any advancements.
It has to be a quick 1-2 punch. This is a big fight. Abe does win it. This is your opportunity now, but the spawns are too quick. And the instant deny, with 19 seconds left, it's just looking less and less likely the more this clock ticks down as Falcons Academy can just play defense. And actually, even better kills coming out from Aluka to really deny anything happening here. Ooh. It's now desperate times calls for desperate measures. And Falcons Academy Green continue to deny Bush Gaming a victory on Overload, and the woes continue on this mode for this team.
I will say that Bush looked a bit better, a little bit more structured, one could say, in this Overload. Looked much cleaner compared to their week 1 and 2 performance. But those small gaps that existed, the work that they've clearly done in this game mode that has looked good, the gaps that exist with the EMP laying in front of the goal line and not counting the numbers, the EMP sitting on the outskirts and overcommitting into the rotation and leaving open a lane. Small things like that that just show that it's either a timing issue or it's a cadence issue, and oftentimes it's a bit of both. It's a bit of a Venn diagram. 32-26 for Abe. Again, overall, Bush Gaming slaying-wise had a phenomenal game. The only thing you can really say is maybe a little bit more production from Awakening in the first half. Other than that, dude had 20 assists and 13 non-traded. As an AR, I know Scar's its own kind of map, but Awakening dropping 20 assists in general, you take it. That's a good team shot game. Across the board, though, it was individual plays. QK, Roxas, that 4-piece, Aluka, getting dirty up in the spawn. Those are the things that once they capitalized on the mistakes, they could get aggressive. They could punch you in the mouth a couple of times, and they weren't deterred from playing that fast.
It's 4,000 damage plus as well for QK. When he's playing like that, it's very difficult to try and compete against. He is leading the league in overload, KD, and his damage follows up with that to just be such a difficult player to try and play against. And it gives so much freedom to the rest of this Academy roster to be able to dance around as well. Take so many routes that are comfortable because of the angles that previously QK has been able to win outright for them. But you completely hit the nail on the head. In terms of some of those EMPs that went in the favor of Falcons Academy, it was the mistake of Bush Gaming. If they tighten up a couple of those things, then suddenly this overload looks a little bit different. There has definitely been improvements that we've seen throughout the season. And I know we joke and we poke fun and there's a little bit of jest towards Bush Gaming and overload, but clearly it has been a problem so far this season. And one thing they can take away from that matchup is they did keep it close. There were moments of hope. But again, when we talk about those averages, I was saying, on average, they are conceding 4 and they are scoring 2, and it has happened again. They just aren't able to score enough. And I know that sounds very simple, but sometimes you just need that player to take the risk. You look back at what Beans is doing for P7 Notorious, for example. Sometimes he just ignores any shots coming his way and beelines towards that zone and is able to find goals.
Yeah, and to hit on that kind of circadian note of the 4-2 loss there, just quickly, is something interesting, is that when you see these kinds of patterns keep coming up and you see it reflected both in the stats and the averages of points scored and against, and once more here in the overload, it tells you just simply that something isn't working. And it can be as comical as a 4-2 loss again. It can be as brutal as a 3-2 loss in overtime. It happens. But that's kind of where, again, you glass half full or half empty kind of person, we look at this and we say, sure, this team has had struggles in overload, and sure, they continue to have issues, but the fundamentals of their game plan have gotten better over the last 3 weeks. And also, we knew week 1 this team was championship caliber. It was also very obvious to everybody in the world that their overload was like the only thing we could criticize about this team at all. Still kind of stays in that result, but they do make some progress. Again, still not enough to overcome that green mountain there. They'll lose 4-2 and 3. But we got ourselves 4 now into Hardpoint Colossus. We know how the P1 hits often look for Bush Gaming. On this side, though, those subs are going to be confident, man. I mean, there's no reason. Falcons Academy Green, I go back to that word deterrent. There is no reason that they don't feel like they can get away with, like, picking the pocket of Bush Gaming now. They got a couple of free EMP pulls. They got a couple of free hills on exposure. This is one of those moments, Stan, where it just feels like Falcons Academy Green are saying, we can play either how we want to or play hyper-aggressive, and it doesn't matter. And it just seems to work out nonetheless as I apparently die in real time.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Are you okay? Someone res him. Yep. Someone revive. I can just perform some CPR across the way, and maybe that can work out. But yeah, you're right. This is going to be a difficult position now if you are finding yourselves 2-1 down against Falcons Academy Green, because we've seen the momentum shift go in favor of Falcons Academy. And going into this hardpoint, both teams are 2-1 at the moment. Both teams are finding themselves in a position where they have been able to find victories, but also have found that one loss. So it's not particularly favoring one team over the other. Yeah. But when you talk about momentum, you talk about how teams are playing in the moment, Falcons Academy Green look far more comfortable. They look far more confident. QK in particular did have a slow start. Remember, he wasn't necessarily reaching those averages that we've seen in match 1, but then since then has stepped up for the team. And if he continues this way, if he is not shut down, perhaps we are going to see a little bit of an upset on our hands. Or is it an upset? Because maybe we saw the kind of it all being etched onto paper early stages when we saw this matchup last week, and when we saw the 3-0 advantage for Falcons Academy Green there.
Well, you know what? You're sneaky, Dan. You did go ahead and just kind of tee up this conversation from last week. You put it on a platter. You said, all right, is this just going to be we're playing for seeding, I don't care? Or is this a tale of signs that are coming for things to come? Who knows? I think you knew what you were doing, because now we have to have the conversation of, okay, if Bush Gaming want to send us the distance, they're going to have to outperform sub-wise, both Prolute and Abe. They're going to have to outperform what they've had in the series so far, and they're going to have to do it against a team that just doesn't let up off the gas.
Oh. I think I just saw 4 1v1s, one separately across the board, or at least 3 of them anyway, and that's where Falcons Academy Green are so terrifying at the moment. You just have that ability to push any fight, and now the willingness to take these fights as well, because they know they are outgunning Bush Gaming. here, there, and everywhere at the moment, and they find themselves putting points on the board. It will be tied up 23-23, excuse me, just 22-23. That millisecond didn't favor. Now they get their 23rd, and Falcons Academy Green will get held of this position, but the nades start to come through as Bush Gaming start to begin their push.
A rare little barrel explosion. Nice to see in the kill feed as well. Tip of the cap. Number still inside the hill. Bush Gaming. They'll win the opening break. They'll focus on those spawns. Numbers turn back to mid-map, trying to pick up Standy as he comes in for the contest. And so far, all is green. In a weirdly different way. As I say that, quickly turns back to Falcons Academy as they find 4 and the break. And for their efforts, they are awarded 10 opening seconds in the last 30.
40-40. Slows down a little bit as Bush Gaming look to try and assess whether this one is worth even sending men towards, and they have sent a couple, and Awakening at least denies those final amount of points, and it might be a very important 6 or 7 that go in their favor. I didn't mean to say that, chat. Stop it. As now we move over to the next hill.
It's funny, I wasn't even thinking about it until you said it, and now it's all I can think about.
God damn it, I hate myself.
Ugh, I love when casters self-curse. I feel like I'm slowly creeping towards the end. Boys, keep it going. Roxas cut down. Make it 3. Pressure mounting. Applaud. Feels quite good if you're Bush Gaming. Beautiful break in. Very clean after losing the opening 2. And they'll focus on those spawns as well. Great little hold here from Bush.
Fire, with the way he's been playing, he's the perfect player you want in this kind of position. They should be able to get a couple if they do push. There's that first. Nice easy headshot for him, and even though the stuns are there, he's more than happy to take aggressive position, but timing is against him, and perhaps he was just responding to teammates' calls, and it was Abe who gave him that communication, told him there was someone getting aggressive. At least Abe was able to convert. 1 does get denied, but ProLoot finds 2, and Bush continue to score.
I like what I'm seeing right now. I mean, these subs are getting aggressive from Bush Gaming. Once they realize they have to pick up some of these mid-cuts, ProLoot usually the one taking the charge, tip of the spear. He's out first, then second man, then the follow-up in the deck. It just continues to be, what can we top deck here in this moment to give us a chance to win this gunfight? And it's working. Bush Gaming slowly turning tides here in some of these respawn woes that have existed back in Game 1. Eventually got them through the finish on exposure. It was ProLoot leading the charge. It was Fire working as Guardian Angel. This time, though, they're going to have to focus again on that sub in the back, that pressure. As once more, Falcons Academy Green will get in off the break, but Bush Gaming have shown that they can handle any kind of situation.
Yeah, I just saw 4 players get shot in the back on the side of Bush Gaming. Sadly, they were not aware of these pushes coming out of Falcons Academy Green. Just need to be a little bit more wise to those flanks that are happening as Standy and Roxas work in tandem to get 2. ProLoot and Abe shut down. Bush Gaming off the spawn. They're going to try and brute force their way into this one, but they are just running into guns. At least they're able to deny a little bit of those points at the end, but this one is still on a knife's edge.
Unfortunately for Bush, again, the thought process, the progression here is P1 to P2. Already thinking about the flip. Already thinking about the real estate you have to make up on the map. Over the top goes Abe. Gets caught, standing for 2. Standy. Phenomenal in this hard point. Been excellent today. Again, he picked up to a different level of his mechanical skill in Black Ops 6 and has continued to improve here in this year's title. Major champion, CDL champion. And a dude who has surrounded himself with excellent talent and is showing up in moments to prove why he's the captain of this team. Back to P1.
Did Standy just go on an 8 streak, or did my eyes deceive me? Whatever happened, he was certainly putting points on the board. And he's back at it again with kill onto Awakening. Now Fire's going to be able to try and hold this position as well. Points being scored on the side of Bush Gaming, but it's only going to be the remaining 5. As already Falcons Academy are in the next, but ProLoot denies any sort of rotation denying that's going to happen on the other side. And Abe is going to get caught in the back. QK is there and waiting. He was primed, ready for it.
Huge pickups at mid. A lot of information given to Falcons Academy. And look at how they've been able to cut down that rotation so quickly, like a knife through butter, one after the other. Now you got a stagger. You got a flood. You got a bunch. Roxas. For 1. Follow-up. Both will split. 2v2. And still time here in the hill. 147 encounter.
I remember a co-commentator once said, like a knife through hot butter. And that always lives with me, because a knife through hot butter is just a very funny thing to think about, really. It's just melted in a pool, a puddle, in its tray. So now Aluka trying to put enemies in a puddle. He's not able to do so, though. Fire and Abe are able to work together to get the 2. Bush Gaming continue to score the final moments in hills, but they are often losing out on these rotations because Falcons Academy Green always seem to have someone. But Proloot looking to deny that, gets 3, has to whip up the pistol for 4, and Proloot is popping off for Bush Gaming just when they needed him to.
You needed somebody just to come back and counterpunch. Play a little bit of southpaw, hit the right, hit the left. It's Proloot, picks up the mid-cross. 17 and 17 on a 3 spree. Here comes a Hellstorm from Standy. It's basically been Standy and Proloot going back and forth, trade for trade. That's the roof. Okay, well, you know, that works too. Standy back on your screen. We'll try to shake that one off, and more like a fork in the outlet with that one. Just didn't quite work out the way you wanted, but Standy for 3. Oh, Standy doesn't need the streak. He is a streak, baby. He's still rolling.
He said, I just want the info. Let's get this one out of the way so I can get back into the game and deny any sort of push onto this hill. And that is exactly what he's been able to do. 22 and 14 now is Standy as Falcons Academy looking to try and take control of this game. Remember, if they win this, they win the series 3-1, they go to the grand finals of this tournament and they send Bush Gaming down to that elimination bracket. They've already sent P7 down. Can they now send arguably the #1 NA team down to that elimination bracket as well? Still work to do though.
P7's going to have to play through OMiT coming up next for a chance to potentially play Bush Gaming if things continue on this spree. But Abe is thinking twice about that. Abe says, no way in hell are we going down without a fight. So close to a tie game. But with as chaotic as some of these 3 sprees have been, with as impactful as Proloot's kills have been, it's a tie game. We are all tied up in our hills right now, and it's anybody's chance to win.
And it may just come down to one of those individual plays as well towards the end of this game. If we see a play like that from Proloot, it could be a game-winning play. But it's about staying within touching distance to your opposition team. Don't let them get too far away so that a simple rotation can win it for you. As Standy gets the 3rd, looks to try and make it a wipe, but gets the help from QK. And Falcons Academy Green will continue to score here, and they are edging closer to 200 as they now start to try and set up for this top mid-hill.
Young Eli has just broken open this hard point. It's a tie game, if not worse, for Falcons Academy if Standy isn't shooting the way he is and moving the way he is. Perfect routing, perfect positioning. Bush Gaming handling it. That's the important factor here. The little asterisks so far in that hold. It was a tie game. It was a break from Standy. But now, Hill back in the hands of Bush Gaming. Shots. Tags in the hands of Fire. Still no contest. Still trying to clean up the kills. A couple of shaky shots that usually do go through. Back to Fire there. But this time, it will be cleaned up from Proloot. And he's had maybe the most impactful 22 kills on his team as they try to get themselves back with Ian 5.
Every member of Bush Gaming negative right now, and still winning this game. It's about what you do with the hard point, not necessarily what you do around it at times. And Bush Gaming are now starting to create a little bit of a gap here before we head to this next one. And actually, they are going to be ready to set up in it as well. Falcons Academy Green are going to send a 3 wide, though, and will get the opener and follow it up with 2 more. Now they'll control again. But if Bush Gaming can continue to make this scrappy, continue to rip those points away from Falcons Academy Green, they could still win this game, even though they're getting outslayed.
The kill from Abe. I mean, Proloot just played his life, played as long as he could. Abe picks up one on the cross, and now they get the split. They get a bit of a pinch. They can flip. They do. Roxas, the ARs, Aluka up front has to make some kills happen, and he finds boom! What the hell is going on with Falcons Academy Green? We got ourselves a tie game.
30 still remaining in this hard point. Of course, cannot be won here. Wouldn't expect either team to have been able to win it here, especially with how back and forth it has been. The kill feed suggests that too. Fire is the last one to get one. Standy responds with one of his own, but Awakening trades that one out. It is literally a pendulum swinging again, kill after kill going back and forth. But who will win it out? Bush Gaming continue to score that whole time.
Rotation matters here. Standy, Proloot. 2 players who've got their eyes on the entirety of this game. Proloot working under bottom mid. Standy, the tip of the spear. Aluka into the hill first. Abe, Chowling. Aluka, thinking, 2 kills fall on the backside. It's still Falcons Academy Green with time and kills. But player number 8, Fire, still up, bottom mid. Fire could make a play here and absolutely blow the doors open.
Great trades coming through, though. Oh, that is a big kill onto Proloot to deny, and now the spawns are going to be fresh. Now the points are going to be scored, and perhaps there's one last push to deny here for Bush Gaming.
Look at Aluka in a ratty spot. QK next to follow. Awakening, it will find the first. And the second, just play TDM. Bush Gaming making their approach. They make their move. They're in for the break. They find 2. Abe with a big 2-piece. Standy up next. Finds 1. Has a Hellstorm to boot. Contest buys extra time. Bush Gaming have 3 seconds of margin to get themselves into this hill. They do. They can win it here.
And that's what's important. They just need to hold. They have flipped it. They've had the perfect break. And now they need to go to Falcons Academy. Someone's got to send it in. Stanley gets one, but they're still scoring here. Is there anyone? The answer's no. And Bush Gaming, despite being absolutely outslayed through the majority of that game, will use their scrap time and a very important last-minute hold to win this one and take us to a Game 5.
The Bush matches the Drapes, and they connect all the way down. Oh, it's looking good. Keep those Clippers away. We got ourselves a Game 5, folks. This hard point, 250, 247? Are you shitting me? Bush Gaming, wake up, first of all. Wake up. Second of all, good lord. The fact that you're getting outslayed like that Prelude keeps you in that game, that Awakening picks up 2, Abe finds a double to break. I mean, you look at the final, the positioning there, that hard point, you've got Aluka pushed up front, you've got QK sitting in the back, you've got Standy with a streak in the pocket. There is everything and then some for Falcons Academy Green to eat, to feast on the end of this hill. And Bush Gaming refused to go down. They refused to turn around. Abe, 28-31, 18 non-traded kills, 17 for Prelude. But in the end, like, this was... It's tough to say this was a series, this was a game of splitting hairs, but Dan, that's really what it feels like. It was just a couple of big plays from Prelude to keep them involved, and then you just need your breaks to time. You need them to line up at the right moment in the game, and they did.
It was the breaks they really wanted for Bush Gaming. I mean, you look, not a single player went positive, but if you look back at almost every single hard point, every single hill, the last 10 plus seconds went in favor of Bush Gaming. I remember right at the start, one of the first hills, I said these 6 or 7 seconds could be important. And even though I joked around, it was only winning by 3 in the end.
Yeah.
They knew how important every single second was in every single one of those hills, did Bush Gaming. And this is where the experience really shines in from this roster as well. This is what we expect from Bush Gaming, to be able to pull out victories like this despite being outperformed in so many other areas. They made it matter when they needed to. And this final break that they had was absolutely everything. To be able to do that when your back is against the wall, you are about to be sent down to the elimination bracket, I think it just screams volumes of how impressive this Bush Gaming roster is and how much respect we have to put on the names of every single player on this team.
And it, one, to the coaching staff, two, of obviously the organization, the players you said, but it does, again, speak to the resolve of having championship caliber talent. Like, both teams obviously have it. We know statistically, record-wise, empirically, that's the case. But Bush Gaming relying on a player like Prelude specifically, stepping up and meeting the challenge against Standy. That was the one-on-one that mattered most in this game. It was Standy versus Prelude, who's going to make the more impactful break on the hill. A lot of times it was Standy. A lot of times it was Prelude. It always came down to this hill specifically. And in the very end, you just need somebody else to start contributing a little bit. Fire picks up 2, you wipe, and just in time, when your AR start to get there, is when things start to turn around. 250, 247, it was as close as it looks. And to do so, to win this game outright, after the way you played in the round 11, after the way that, again, that overload didn't go your way, it could have been very easy for this Bush to come into Colossus, and after Standy went on a bit of his spree and started kind of getting in groove, it could have been easy for them to recognize that they were getting outgunned in certain areas and to overcommit or overextend some of their progress, some of their resources as a team to try to alleviate that problem. They stuck to the fundamentals. They stuck with what worked. It was Prelude playing to the back and finding breaks. It was keeping Fire and the likes of others either conjoined together or working on creating more traffic in that lane to allow Prelude to do what he does, and just honing in on the respawn capability of this team. We know how good they are. We know that this team could make it to the finals. We know they're here for a reason. Their only question the entire season was the overload. This time, though, they buy themselves a Game 5. Raid, search, and destroy. I know it's a different map than Den. I know it's a different map. But I got a feeling this one's going to be a long one, too. And it's a testament to the resolve of Bush Gaming. And if I'm Standy, I'm a little tilted because you played so well. But I'm so curious if we're going to see counter snipes. I'm sure we will in this raid, Gaskin. This has been a bit of an unpredictable series, man. I don't know how this one's been going, but it's been fun to watch.
And I'm so excited for this being Game 5 because both teams are undefeated in Raid, Search, and Destroy. 4-0 on the side of Bush Gaming, 3-0 on the side of Falcons, but one of those O's has to go, and whoever does lose it is going to have to drop down to that elimination bracket where, of course, there are going to be teams frothing at the mouth to try and chomp at you and take your position away in that grand final. Will it be the likes of P7, for example, who we still have to see how they're going to do on that elimination bracket run? Could they get their revenge against the likes of Falcons? There's only one way to find out. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we will find out the resolution of this series. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite 2, and we're in the winners finals, and it is Game 5, baby. S&D between Falcons Academy Green and Bush Gaming. Gaskin alongside Spaceman, and boy, are we in for a show here.
I need the players to stop moaning in my ears when they plant the bomb, I'm going to be honest with you. First blood, Standy. Oh, baby, we're in for a treat. One of the MVPs of the hard point. The Pro Loot just as good. First blood in favor of Falcons. You know how they're going to play it. Standy won the championship on this map. Back with Minnesota Rocker in Cold War. Surely not the defuse. Surely playing through Spiral. Abe's got to be ready. Standy right behind him.
Just fire left then. And this is too tall an order, I would imagine. And there is just going to be enough time to defuse this one. Nice and comfortable for Falcons Academy Green. So Bush Gaming gonna go behind, and Falcons will start us off, and it is gonna be the 2 kills for Aluka that really made the difference, it would seem. Now, is this gonna be similar to what we saw earlier on in this series, where we have the back and forth showdown of round after round, whether it be the favorites of the defenders? I mean, what do you prefer, Spaceman? Are you an attacker or a defender?
I'm an attacker because if I lose on defense, I get yelled at. But if I lose on offense, at least I tried, you know?
Understandable.
Thank
I was talking about life in general. I'm glad that you
I can apply that as
to
well,
me.
you know? Just I'm a go-getter. If you're in a dark alley, I will be there.
It's concerning and reminds me of where I'm going to be walking home when we are at an event together. Now, we are going to see the bomb just taking this route down in the water. And not only is this a sneaky angle if you catch someone, but now you've just given your position away. And Proloot's going to use that as a chance to take some aggression.
Okay, you pick him up driveways. First blood for Bush, and quite a first blood at that. Luca's gonna play aggressive. Why not? But that spot, that first blood really does help Bush. And Prelude gets out. Now this is a round they should win 99 times out of 99. Come on. Bomb in a tough spot. Doubling up on parking. Got some eyes towards Spiral, but Roxas is gonna have to deal immediately with some 2-2 pressure. Don't shoot your teammate. Well done. 3v1.
I mean, just time alone is going to hurt him here. Your hope is just to try and kill all three. First one's there for you. Still doable. I would split up if I was Bush Gaming.
Yeah.
Get away. Play keep away. Like year 6s taking the ball away from the year 4s. You will only understand that if you're from England, which you're probably not. So I apologize for the reference. 1-1. Bush Gaming. Tie us up. Yes, Messi. There you go. That's the only reference you need to...
Messi. Animating flashbulbs. It's Awakening. Little boy from Rosario.
Sometimes I hate you.
No. If it's sometimes, we're already making progress.
There we go. At least it's not 24/7.
I'll take that. Meet me in the alley.
So it is... God, God's sake. It is going to be the defenders winning out yet again. So who's going to be the first to create said break? Bush Gaming's turn to try and plant this bomb. Initially looking over towards A.
It's nice to know the nades hit for something. Information, if anything, if nothing, is still information. Felo got first blooded in round number 1. Next time, it was Bush in round 2. It'd be the quietest opening round of Raid S&D you're ever going to see. Did you see him? Oh, did he get a little spot? It was either auto-aim through the window or he got a little bit of a pixel that snuck through, and it worked. It's enough for Awakening, and the first blood falls to Bush. Oh my god. What? How? How did he give up 2 kills that quickly?
Doth my eyes deceive me? QK takes down Abe. Awakening now left in a 1v3. I mean, if anyone could do it. I've seen stranger things. Great series, but can Awakening actually do the job? Sadly, his first peek gives away a little bit of an information. I think his hand just showed round the wall. Falcons Academy green take the lead, and again we get our back and forth. So still an attacking team not able to win out yet.
You know what they call stranger things in Europe?
What do they call
odd, isn't it? What do you think about that? I've been working on that one.
By Europe, do you just mean England? Because yeah, okay. Glad you clarified that one.
Yep. I'm American.
Yeah, you don't know your country.
Unfortunately, not the best thing to say these days. Here we go. Bush Gaming. Falcons Academy green. 2-1. The lead continues. Let's remind let me say it's me. Let me remind myself that Awakening found first blood towards Laundry, and then you lose 2 numbers if you're Bush. So Falcons Academy, again, work out of an odd man situation. Still works out. No eyes to Abe, but a lot of map presence positioning for Bush Gaming. Again, they want to encroach. They do. Abe taking the charge. Prelude on your screen. If he gets in for 1 and out, the rest of the team's going to collapse.
It's first blood again. And Awakening was just hovering. Waiting for someone to dare try and push him as well. And at the moment, Falcons Academy look a little bit lost. They don't really know where to go, and they are slowly but surely being surrounded. And look at the position that Abe finds himself in. He is going to be in the perfect spot to deny anything here, especially if he gets a sniff of this. But perhaps they don't smell so much because he's not noticed. But he will be right behind them here, and once he does notice, it might just be GG's on this round. Gets the first, 20 seconds left now, and it's a 2 versus 4.
I don't think you saw Luca at all. I thought he was playing discipline for the 2. He didn't see a Luca at all. Luca just gets on top of him. Pause. Prelude around the bend, and Bush Gaming escape a little bit of a scary round, but they do what they do so well. They tie us up again, 4 rounds in, 2 rounds apiece, and you know it's happening. It's literally written in the Mercury retrograde Gatorade, and we're doing it. It's coming.
other drinks are available. As still, defenders winning outright. Yet to see the attacking team convert a bomb plan. But maybe that changes right now. What do you have in your playbook? Do you go for something a little bit more different?
Yeah.
Because if you are noticing this pattern and noticing where you are in terms of who is going to be starting said round, if it does just keep going 1-for-1 and you end at 5-5, maybe you have to try and change how this pattern is going. Bomb is going to go down from Proloot, so it is a very fast plant, and that is something that's a little bit different, and every member is alive now. So how's your post plan?
I thought that was about to be a godly nade. A read over the Roxas on the far back towards Tiki. I thought that was going to be a godly read from Bush Gaming. Sandy going to go ahead and smoke. He's going to fake the stretch or just go for it. The latter doesn't work. Aluka, no man's land. Almost. Guns Abe. Awakening. Repositioning. Number stack. They spread. They all die. Bush Gaming. Play it to perfection on the quick plant. I thought for a moment we were going to see a bit of a 1v1 parallel fight in the back towards Tiki. Doesn't happen. But absolute perfection for Bush Gaming in this round. Post-plant positioning and patience together. Good lord.
And they break the pattern. How important could that be now? All they have to do, in theory, sounds easy. Convert every defensive round. And you are through to the grand final here in Elite 2. But of course we know Falcons Academy also seem to have something up their sleeve every single time as well. Be a slight split. One player just having a little feeler over towards B before they commit either way, and also seeing if there was going to be any quick pushes on the side of Bush Gaming, but they learned very quickly it's not going to happen. There's one player who's in mid. There might be a problem, and it's going to be Proloot, but there is the trade that's very important. And Standy had to get that kill, otherwise this round could have disappeared from them very quickly indeed.
If Roxas picks up this kill spiral, strong side falls. That's the entire side of the map that opens up, and Awakening reads it to a T. Awakening has had some absolutely massive kills in this S&D.
Did he see him?
Awakening absolutely saw him cross. 1,000,000,000%. If not, knows that clearly the call is going to be split. So that's why you send fire out on the wing. And you wait. And you just post and play both sites. And that's exactly what we're going to get. Back basketball right now for Fire. Standy has to know. Last two alive is going to be an air fight. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Bush Gaming. Precise, controlled, never shaken. That fight over towards Spiral, with Awakening winning that, completely crushed the round. And Awakening and Fire together. The comms are going to be perfect. The setup's even better. Good lord.
We are going to see how evident now the importance of said break was of winning that offensive round for Bush Gaming. They have the advantage. They essentially now have a free attacking round. Sounds silly to say, but they could try something a little bit more risky, a little bit different to try and surprise. You could go for a very aggressive push. Again, the quick plant really worked for them, but maybe Academy will be wise to it. They've committed to middle and to B, so A is actually going to be free here, and it might be a free plant as well.
First few kills that fall, Abe's going to be one to call it. Nate checks. The peek. The tag. Falcons Academy green. They're wind up still. Waiting on that first poke. Abe's not giving nothing away for free, but they still collapse in. All three fall. All four go down. They waited. They baited. They tried. But you are not the master at this. Bush Gaming is, and the beards remain intact. They keep it going. 5-3. 1 round away.
Bush Gaming destined for a grand final then. After some shaky moments, I mean, Falcons Academy were only a few points away from being in said grand final. And now they're going to have to win 4 on the bounce if they would like to progress themselves. Otherwise, it's going to be an elimination bracket run for them, where, of course, they will face the winner of P7 or OMiT, who is going to be our next matchup here. And QK cannot connect with the first, and now they find themselves in a 3 versus 4, and perhaps the writing is on the wall for this one.
Yeah, your load bearing just completely got obliterated. The sniper's out. It's just wall-to-wall gunfights. Who are we taking? I'm thinking Bush. 6-2 could be the call. Luke over the top. Abe going to try to help out. Oh, Luca wins the pistol up onto Prolute and gets away. You have to play time. 7.5 to defuse.
Roxas might have the jump here. Will find one, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2 here. Time ticking, though. Abe sends in. He's going to be with there at the SMG as well, so has the answer, has the opportunity. But now he needs to be aggressive and look for it. Is there anyone to hold? Awakening is there, but does not convert, and Falcons Academy Green will stay alive here. Now they put the 3rd round on the board, and will Bush Gaming rue the day they allowed Falcons Academy to get that round? They had the extra player, but couldn't get the job done. As you said, a huge pistol kill that really changed the fortune there for Falcons Academy Green.
How many times in this Game 5 have we seen a first blood that didn't convert to the win?
Yep.
That led to what it led to. These are situations that these teams don't find themselves in often. Reminder, QK, 2-6. Brought a snipe into the last round. Might look for the peak here. It doesn't look like it. So, should be ARs across the board. Roxas very far out. Gotta think this is gonna be a quick hit and going back out to support. Abe first blood. Abe so good in crunch time. All three. Oh my god! It's like a hot butter through a big knife. It just looks easy.
Sadly, Roxas isn't going to be able to pull off a miracle, and Bush Gaming will be going to the grand finals here in Elite 2, winning the series 3-2 and looking very impressive in that final S&D. There were moments of worry. There were definitely some squeaky bums, but sadly, Falcons Academy will drop down to that elimination bracket where they will face the winner of P7 versus OMiT, and maybe they'll get another shot at the boys of Bush Gaming, but as you say, Bush Gaming just always seem to find a way through.
That S&D, that overload, throw it out the window. That hard point, 250, 247, that is what we will come back to religiously through this season, through next season, so on and so on. That win was enough to instill confidence into this team, especially into Awakening, who has had a bit of a quiet S&D approach today. In general, it feels like on this roster, at times, not always. But it's felt like we were waiting for Abe to make an impact on Den. We were waiting for Awakening to do more than 6-10 if memory serves, 5-10 on Den and S&D. This time, they're the ones who lead the way. 9-3 for Awakening, 10-5 for Abe. The difference of this team, the confidence and the, simply put, structure of their defense and offense when Abe and Awakening are contributing the way they are, it's a night and day difference. It just looks so much more confident.
And I'm sure there were some worries from Bush fans going into this one, especially after what happened in that final match day of group stages where Falcons Academy Green were able to wipe Bush Gaming 3-0. But it has been a very impressive comeback, even if they were moments away from sending themselves down to the elimination bracket. In a game, remind ourselves, where they got completely outgunned. Every single player went negative, but the objective was done right. And that is championship mentality. Winning games where you are being outplayed in most aspects, but still finding a way to get it done. Very impressive from Bush Gaming here. And for Falcons Academy Green, I mean, I think maybe this is how we expected this series to go. If you look at experience between the two sides and some of the kind of fresh faces on this Falcons Academy Green roster, when it comes down to those final moments, those clutch scenarios, Bush Gaming should be winning out here, and they do show and shine through with that experience, and because of that, they find themselves in the grand finals.
Folks, it's been a beautiful series of events to get ourselves towards this point. For Bush Gaming, a lot of worries, a lot of surely it's not going to go down this way. It doesn't. Here's a look at the bracket. They punched their ticket into the grand finals, which you will see tomorrow as Bush Gaming win on winners finals. Falcons Academy Green win 3-2. And they will, Falcons Academy Green lose 3-2, and they will drop down to the elimination final. And they'll have to play the winner. We're doing disinformation. Well, they'll be playing the winner of OMiT versus P7, which you win that series, your reward is going to play Falcons, who will have a day of rest, which is, you know, no small feat. But that lower side of the bracket, I mean, there is no better representation of our top four than P7, Bush, Falcons, and OMiT, who have, I mean, OMiT, there's no doubt OMiT could pull an upset here. Against P7. It's going to be tough for sure, but Dan, closing thoughts on that series as we got ourselves our first grand finals in North America.
I think it's going to hurt Falcons Academy Green, but I do think it's going to be a very valuable lesson learned for them, and I do think they will bounce back, and I'm excited to see just how well they do bounce back in Elimination Bracket when they are seen again tomorrow. But for now, we are going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we will resume the Elimination Bracket. We will have OMiT going up against P7. We'll see you there.
You thought the night was over. You thought incorrectly. You've done a disinformation, and we've caught you for being a naughty boy. Welcome back into more Call of Duty here for North America. OMiT Brooklyn, P7 Notorious, folks. Lower round 3 elimination bracket. We keep going. Winner of this moves on to play Falcons Academy Green. Winner of that punches a ticket to the grand finals. But one more match to go through tonight. Tomorrow we flip over to NA, and you'll be hosted by Study and Shift. Folks, this one is going to be an absolute barn burner. I can't wait. P7 Notorious, OMiT Brooklyn. Let's get into it.
Winner of this gets top 3. Expectation would be P7 Notorious. The expectation was that P7 Notorious should have never been here, and they would get through to those winners' finals and would be in the position that Falcons Academy Green found themselves in. But of course, the upset happened in the early rounds, so now P7 Notorious have had to battle through the hell that is the elimination bracket. But sometimes the elimination bracket run can do you some good, as P7 Notorious have an early lead here. And OMiT Brooklyn only just scraped through getting here as well, winning 3-2 in the end against Death by CABAL, losing out on one of their hardpoints, which they were undefeated on previously. So there's definitely some upsets on the cards here, and maybe they can do the same thing to Notorious.
And a turnaround of static proportions, I feel like, for OMiT Brooklyn in this season, who had a little bit of a unstable start just in terms of putting the pieces together, not so much of the results. And then comes the rest of the season where they're winning close games. They're going battle toe-to-toe against the likes of Falcons Academy Green on maps like Exposure and looking so good when working on a comeback. So OMiT Brooklyn getting represented by not only a good roster, a good organization, but some good talent who have been able to punch their way through to this spot of the playoffs against P7, arguably the #1, if not #2 team in North America across the board. And boy, do they have their work cut out for them. But to begin, again, pretty dead even across the board. Opening time has gone the way of P7, and the opening hill now go the way of Brooklyn.
It's worth noting that P7 Notorious undefeated on this throughout the season. They're 3-0. On the other side, OMiT have yet to win it so far this season. So if you want to hedge your bets and have your favorites, it's clearly pointing one way, but we also know that stats sometimes will be misleading because one team might have practiced a little bit more if they were struggling previously. 63-46 in favor of P7, and they hold this P, and they will make him hold that D. Now we're going to see the 3 players of OMiT try and push out Osborne to see if they can break this setup.
Eric Boom has rotated. That's all I got to add. Eric Boom has rotated. He rotated. Chat. He rotated out. He found one, and he got gunned. Okay. Well, sometimes things just crumble that way. Wear a helmet. Do what you can. Came in 4 and 8. First hit. Not even close. Rotation begins. Goes back. It's cracked. So close to the last. Beans. Benjamin Vance. Not even the same person. Absolutely.
Nice 6.
Oh my goodness, shut down. Contested, still alive, Eric Boom in the hill.
Afro in full flow. Averaging 30 kills per hardpoint game this season is Afro. It's actually 30.8 if you want to be specific. Gone up from 30.2 after we saw them play a little bit earlier. So keep an eye on just how impressive he is in moving around the map and just being a thorn in the side of OMiT. Saying that, just get taken down. Brack also going to work in tandem to win his gunfight. Brack really has actually done very well at being able to find some of the positions he has denied Notorious on their rotation, but it hasn't helped too much in terms of time just yet, as Notorious is still making this difficult, contesting successfully.
Former Luminosity Gaming alumni, Brack. Nice to see again the legacies of Call of Duty still circling through Challenger side. Elite Series has been a staple of Challenger for the last 6 years at this point. Good lord. Nice to see more and more players finding a home here. Putting up some good Call of Duty as Beans puts on a hell of a show. Dips and dives, twists his own neck, picks the fight 124-63. It's a double lead. P7 Notorious quietly, consistently, ruthlessly build their lead at that, get themselves into new, set up for spawns, fighting through the back. Afro won already, and they are putting the kills on the board, folks.
Brack's there again, though. And maybe Brack is the saving grace for OMiT at the moment. Just seems to be finding himself time and time again behind enemy lines and getting some important kills, but Notorious still scoring and Beans still soaring. That's a 3 streak for him before he gets shut down to the grenade from Brack again. Afro now will full send it. And DC is there and says, you know what, I'll just take one with me. Eric Boom goes down, 140-74. They've doubled the lead now.
Look at the pantheon of AR players and challengers elite across the years. Diamondcon has to be in the top 3. Across the board, efficiency, proficient, consistency, slaying ability, route running, picks up on the cross, understands timing. Dude has been there in every single time. It's going to be another breakthrough mid. OMiT Brooklyn working back to P1. They'll get in for early time. Love to hold for a full 40, if not 45. It'd be a tough hill for them. Luckily, though, they will hold their numbers up. And now up to P7 to make something different happen on the other side.
Yeah, one good hold and OMiT are right back into this one, but with the way that Notorious break at the moment, the aggression that they can show, it's like a flip of a switch for Notorious. They almost wait in the shadows for that right moment, just that one entry, and then they all fly together. OMiT have made 3 in a row there in terms of kills. They will get the last little bit of time here, at least a few seconds on the board, if not all 15, depending on how Notorious play this one. But Notorious caught out on their rotation. Means that maybe OMiT can set up for next. And I tell you what, Brack is still going. He really has been the one to try and make this work for OMiT.
And Real's right with them. They're playing this perfectly. They're blocking those spawns. They're keeping their numbers up. Brack pulls back. Real takes position. You can dance all you want. You don't have the gunny. You don't have the thumbs. And still through the back, Asim gonna have to pick up the slack. It's cleared up, and there go the rest of the numbers. Back into this game quickly as ever, down by about 60 or so. And now, just one rotation separates these two teams.
Cammy was dazed, struggling and can't take down Beans, but Real will be at least there to trade. And just like that, OMiT back into this one. As I said, all they needed was 1 point to get a good amount of time. P7 do not want to let this one slip through their fingers, considering the lead that they had. They were up by over 100 at one point. Or close to, anyway. Beans has been the real player to watch for P7. 22 and 15 at the moment. And they're going to leave DC there and start to push towards this new hill.
And we got the first pick. And spawns. Wait a minute. Okay, that's a teammate. But, setup has been there. Don't knock the house of cards down until you try. Great start on that rotation. Opening time. OMiT Brooklyn. 26 and 19 for Brack. Having a monster game. Scamming. Tries to approach the front of the hill. Tagged, bagged. Close to a board. And just guesses incorrectly, but good distractions and chaos. Sleight of hand magic from P7 Notorious in the front of the hill to again stall off that push and hold on to time.
Afro got a double as well. Still surviving. Looking for more. Looking to try and get close to that 30 average kill per game. Does get spotted out, and if it was anyone else other than Brack, maybe Afro had a chance, but Brack is firing on all cylinders at the moment. Notorious have restored their 70-point lead, though. So despite the miraculous effort from OMiT, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough at the moment. P7 did get the last few seconds of that hill before they start to move to next. It's going to be a better hold this time, and Brack is going to be the one who leads the charge for said hold, and they will start to score here.
Like I'm watching Prime Brack again. Dude's back in full form. 2 hills in a row. OMiT Brooklyn have won the rotation. They've won the spawns as well. Now just got to hold. These has been done. Afro wins the first. Pressure in the back. Trying to alleviate. The scene picks up some of the charge there. They'll double up as Cammy finds one in the process. And there goes the clean wipe again. OMiT Brooklyn able to turn on a dime and pivot through their holds. So well done. OMiT Brooklyn hold on to time. Just 1 hill away from getting back in the game.
Eric and DC link up. There's their opener, and now here comes the push. Have to be strong with this SMG. Can't do it. Cammy was there for cover, but could only find one of his own, and the break will happen. And all Notorious really need to do is break for the final few seconds on each of these hard points, and they will successfully find themselves winners. It is maybe a little bit too tall a task for OMiT Brooklyn to win this one.
Just an arm's length away. The stretch too much for that scrap time. Contest is good enough. Perfect hard point necessary for OMiT Brooklyn. First and second and third will fall. There goes the seam. That is the game. It's GG's for game number 1, 250 to 196. Just for good measure, a hell of a comeback, we must say, from OMiT Brooklyn. But a win nonetheless. P7 Notorious take game 1 of lower round 3 on here on Blackheart Hardpoint. 250 for the win. Score. Is the game 1 win for P7. Looked really good from OMiT Brooklyn. Gotta be honest. Like just the ability to hold resolve, play through those P2 spawns, really focus P1 to P2. Those were the moments where OMiT Brooklyn looked like, especially with Brack, they were getting in their flow. It's like, okay, they're hitting their marks. They're online now. You're also still down by about 100.
That Brack streaks back. Because it does feel like it a little bit.
Yeah.
However, didn't work out for them, and they are still unable to find a win on this map and mode. 0-3 throughout the season now are OMiT on Blackheart Hardpoint, but it is a 4-0 for P7. It seems to be one of their favorites. We don't see the 30 average from Afro. It was Beans who steals the plaudits, and he'll be over all of the newspaper headlines after that game one. 28-20, in particular, that 6 streak just set Notorious up perfectly for the rest of the game. And even though there was quite the fight back from Brack, 31-25, very impressive from him considering that his team was struggling at certain times. What I will say, the fact that it was only 250 to 196, yes, it's a fairly comfortable win in the end. I almost expected it to be even more of a commanding scoreline from Notorious, considering how dominant they have been in Blackheart Hardpoint throughout this season. So I think that says that we might be in for a better series than some may think from OMiT Brooklyn, and don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, you keep OMiT, specifically Asim and Real, kind of at bay. You keep Asim at 19, you keep Real at 17. I'm looking at the average hill time for OMiT Brooklyn. 9, 7, 6, 4. You look down to P7 Notorious, average hill time. Not total hill time, average hill time for the players. You have 2 players crossing into double digits. What does that tell you? It just, the math. It just does what it does. Those guys were uncontested, soaking time in the hill. And when you have 2 players, let alone everybody else, when you got 2 players on a team getting double digits average of time, one of them obviously being Eric Boom, the other being DC. Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough if you don't outshoot your problems to be able to compete with that kind of firepower. It's just a difficult road to drive. But luckily, we can settle in and get ourselves to an S&D for Den, because again, this is a series that could be won and lost on 2 and 5s. Kind of feels like it's thrown up in the air with exposure doubling up in 3 and 4, but right now, Den S&D, I mean, this could be, it feels like, I want to say that this is like, I feel that OMIT's going to be fine here, but if you lose this, if you're OMIT, that is going down 0-2 and having to reverse sweep at this stage of the day, at this stage of the tournament, how long you've been playing already, against P7. I just don't know if that's possible.
Well, I mentioned that previously we had one team who was unbeaten on the mode and one team that hadn't won. And we flip it now for Den Search and Destroy. We have not seen P7 Notorious win on Den Search and Destroy so far here in Elite 2. However, OMiT Brooklyn undefeated. So maybe there is something here for you OMiT fans out there. They have been able to go 2-0 so far, whereas it's 0-3 throughout the season for P7. So there's definitely some work to be done here, and maybe this is going to be a fantastic opportunity for P7 to show us what they've been doing in the training room for this one.
Oh.
Will it convert is the real question, because if they do, going into exposure overload, that's when things start to get a little bit dicey.
One might call it the hyperbolic pine chamber. Others might call it a Den S&D. I be the other. This be the game. Let's go! Round 1.
We know what Beans can do off the rip, and how successful his opening duel rate has been with that sniper rifle, but it's going to be Real who takes the opener, and it's going to be Brack who follows up as well. Beans has gone down, and it's a 4 versus 2, and that bomb's going down as well.
Afro and the Spaniard. Shoulder. Thank you for showing up and the donation. Afro slides, burns, absolutely obliterated from a seam. Eric Boom last alive, and a wing and a prayer, but God's not answering. OMiT Brooklyn take round 1.
Very hot start from OMiT. Fearless as well, and I think that's what you have to do against P7. I think earlier when we saw P7 going at it, their opponents maybe were a little bit scared at times and gave P7 too much time to think, too much space to set up. And you can't allow a team like P7 to do that. We've seen the success they have when they're given that room, that freedom to actually reassess how they want to plan, either an offense or a defense. But with that quick hit, OMiT were able to kind of catch P7 off guard a little bit. And despite the Wonder Nade from Afro, it wasn't quite enough to get them back in the round. As now it's going to be flipping sides and P7's chance to try and get a bomb plant.
Okay, interesting from Real, just to kind of take a bull rush to mid. Don't have a lot of cross from Brack, and it leads to a first blood. Okay. Yeah. You know, like slow down when there's a toddler crossing the street and you have an ATV. That's also kind of what happened. Being the rest. Oh, gets gun from Brack. Brack's on a heater this year. What the hell?
Oh,
Cammy for 2. Good lord. 2v1. DC. 1v1. Oh, Brack got him. Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, this is Luminosity, baby. We're way back to Black Ops 4. Brack is that man. Oh, he's playing good.
See, I wish I had saved the Brack Streets back for that. Because, boy, it deserved it there, right? I just threw it in because I didn't know if I'd have an opportunity elsewhere. But Brack really has been on top so far. He has been really the saving grace for OMiT in the early round, but also here in this one. he's going to be a problem for P7. They have to shut him down. Can't allow him that much freedom.
I think we should give them more freedom. I think we should escalate the freedom. I want to see snipes in everybody's hands. I know it breaks the GA. I don't care.
What is it, GA, anyway, you know?
That's true. Supreme Court once said, you know it when you see it. And by God, if these eyes could talk, they'd write in Braille.
Just
I
you
wanna see more
slip a different foregrip on. Just test the waters. No one
Yeah.
notices. Ah, well, then a second sniper comes into the equation.
Just put a
Ah,
long barrel on the
shucks.
pistol, mate.
Of course, I abide by the GA's. Apologies, everyone.
Oh my, what a win. First blood. P7 Notorious walk away unscathed. But player 3, it's Brack. Of course it is. This sneaky little freak. He's looking for your toes. He's got him.
Brack with a chance of a streak. Cammy gets absolutely obliterated by Afro as he continues to dominate and be aggressive and fear no man. He has nothing. He is fearless! But in the face of Brack on the 6th streak, Brack continues to dominate and continues to be the headliner here for OMiT as they are now 3 to the good. And can P7 even get around at this point? This was my worry when I looked at this map and mode and I looked at the 0 and 3 on the side of P7. There's just something about this map and mode which just doesn't go their way. I don't know whether it's the speed of it, the rotations they're unable to do. Perhaps there's a couple of flanks that they're not able to be as successful with as they would be on other maps. Maybe there's not the sight lines that they would like as a sniper for Beans. Whatever way you want to shape it, it's 3-0 to OMiT Brooklyn. Brack is on a 6th streak.
You know how you fix those sight lines? You introduce 5 extra snipers. All at once. And you stack the right side of the map. I'm going A, you're going A. We're all going there. Find a moving buddy. Don't go alone. Andy's coming, get down. Brack. Go for it. There goes the nade. All right. Not a bad position for P7 to be in here. They could really start to shove towards that back line if they would so choose. Cammy would be the first one up to take the fight. What's going on here?
Left shoulder peek. Little wiggle. A little info. Speaking of info, none gained from the grenade, but oh boy, did he have walls? Oh, he's definitely teeing it up. Doesn't want to give it away just yet. Cammy does escape the sight lines. Still no first blood. Hesitancy as the bomb goes down. And now we start to get some warfare. But no, it pauses. Everyone backs off.
There's been 50 mags unleashed and 0 kills. Smoke down. Screw it! I'm running into sight. That is I'm putting my helmet on and I'm being a bonobo. I'm going full in. Well, he's able to trade. Afro tried to pick up the cut and dipped out of dodge. Eric Boom and Beans combined for 2, and there is P7 Notorious to take care of the rest of the conversation. Well, they get the first round, and that was a full 45-second hit into plant, into 10 seconds, excuse me, off the ground clock. That was 4-4 up until the last 15. You don't get too much of that on dead.
It was OMiT giving P7 too much time. And that's what I said. They can't afford to do it. Even in the previous round where you saw a questionable push into middle, that yes, OMiT, they went down initially as we get an end of the game, so we'll reset and make sure we get that one started again soon, as sadly, Spaceman, we're going to have to reassess how that one goes. But I'm sure the admins will get it. It was actually your fault. You mentioned the GAs, and then it turns out that everyone's using a different foregrip.
God forbid a white boy get a little bit of motion with the snipers, you know? I want to see more of it. I want 5 snipes. We'll get an update for you guys on what's happening. Currently, it was 3-1 was the lead for last time we checked for OMiT Brooklyn on Den S&D. Gotta be honest. Really impressed by OMiT Brooklyn. Nothing there. But more so surprised that a lot of these kind of stalled, sustained fights from P7, specifically around the 4v4 situations, have led to very lackluster awareness of mid-map, very much being broken from the side at times. And like the one-on-ones that usually favor DC, not so much happening today. It's been more of Brack taking over control. So while we get things figured out on this side of the island, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna continue on here with this match. Guys, don't go anywhere. It's been a fun one. OMiT versus P7. We'll get you guys an update after the break, and we're back. We'll see you then. Welcome back into our partial restart of map number 2. OMiT Brooklyn currently up 3-1 in this S&D. P7 Notorious right back into the swing of things. We appreciate your patience, folks, and welcome into the last match of the night. It's lower semis. Winner of this moves on to the lower finals to play the likes of Falcons Academy Green. Again, OMiT Brooklyn, 3-1 lead. They need 3 rounds. 5 for P7 Notorious. Bomb and planted. In we go.
Cammy gets the first. Doesn't quite get the second, but just taking down Beans alone is going to be a very difficult push now for P7 Notorious. They don't want to push into this sniper, but they sadly have to try and create an angle, to try and give a position for the rest to push in. But it is going to be as easy as that as OMiT Brooklyn make it 4-1. And before I was rudely interrupted by the host ending this session, what I was saying is that OMiT gave that time to P7, and P7 were able to capitalize from it. However, when they were able to discombobulate them a little bit by being aggressive through middle, by shaking things up, being unpredictable, P7 weren't necessarily able to deal with it as much. So I think that is one of the biggest takeaways so far that OMiT have to learn, is they just don't want to give P7 that freedom. As you mentioned, you want more freedom. I think we deny it here for P7, as it's now 4-1.
I want everything on the GA list. It's elimination day. No team wins. They call this one the Miles Ross. Let's see how it works. Usually requires the first blood. Okay, there we go. Miles Ross hit continues. Afro first blood. DC, peeking, challenge, swinging, diving. Got him. 2 in a row. P7 swinging back hard.
Brack and Cammy, though, they've done this before. Can they do it again? It all starts with Cammy and his sniper, to be honest. If he can get that first pick, he's being aggressive with it. Was very close. Opens up for Brack, but even with what we've seen so far from Brack, he's not going to be able to do that. That makes it 4-2 on the rounds. And the Miles Ross hit was a success?
A success.
Question mark? I haven't seen the Miles Ross hit since I was 13 years old. That's how long I've known that, man. Just to let you know.
You know what? I know that. And it's wild that that was unlocked in my memory. Wow.
Well, there's a picture of Miles and I as 2 young, strapping boys.
It's great. I've seen young you.
Oh, that's terrifying as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you only have to go a few years back.
I'm the flat circle, buddy. I'm everywhere.
Don't start the Flat Earthers off as
4-2,
4-2, remember, as we restarted this one at 3-1 in favor of OMiT Brooklyn, just in case you haven't got your calculators out. And you're going to see 3-man push through middle. Going for something a little bit different, a little bit more spicy. Real's going to be the one who presses up to try and be the difference maker, but as I say that, Afro also is being a little bit adventurous here.
It's on your shoulder, buddy. Brack has the angle, but Beans had the look. DC behind him. DC's behind Real. At A. We're split. DC, the linchpin. Real. Sitting duck. Quack, quack. Waiting. Baiting. I feel like I'm being edged right now. Somebody make a move. Real,
Again,
please.
Too much time maybe being given to P7 here.
Somebody
Will
do something.
the theory actually prove to be right here? Cammy gets denied. DC had the freedom, and he gets the first. And now you see the follow-up. P7 flying through to take down the second. And again, we see a 2 versus 4 for OMiT.
Surely not. Surely not. Snipe doesn't land. Beans wants it back. TSA versus Beans. One of the most restored legacy 1v1s in Call of Duty history. Brack. Not even close. So much tried to swing it. Just doesn't happen. P7 Notorious. 4-3. Buckle your seatbelts and your socks. We got a lot going on.
Again, though, all jokes aside, just giving too much time to P7.
Yep, too much.
They were able to put themselves in those positions where they're really not going to lose out on those kills because they got into spots where it was almost unmissable angles. In particular, DC just finding himself crouched in that corner, able to convert the first comfortably. And whilst Beans hasn't been able to have the freedom of getting the opening kills, he's only died once as well. So far in these first 3 after the restart. Afro trying to be aggressive, push through. Get some info off of this one. And there's your info. That's a player. Remember that angle? Well, a lot of players like to sit there now. It's quite a common knowledge spot.
B's wide open. It's just a guessing game. When do they decide to push? Good read from Brack. Just awareness out the wazoo. Spider sense was tingling. Bombs going down. Round count currently 4-3. OMiT Brooklyn off the reset. That'd be a tie game if P7 can take this. Cammy on the wrap. Eric Boom knows it.
Does he, though? I think Eric is definitely aware that it could be happening. But he's spinning on a dime at the moment. And Cammy successfully wraps, and Eric was not able to find him. And now Cammy has been able to work with Brack to find two. And suddenly P7 down to just Eric. But can the defuse happen, or can Eric do something a little bit special here? There's the first. You've got to hold whilst you defuse. Eric just needs to time this one. Spray through, and Eric does the job, surely. Has done it, and P7 get the round, and Eric Boom shows his experience once more.
You are threading a needle through a haystack made of electron shells in an unstable state. That is the tightest window possible. I'm talking 10 parsec Kessel run. Tightest window possible to make that happen from Eric Boom, and he got it. 4-4. Unbelievable poise from Eric Boom in crunch time. We're all tied up. Oh, baby.
I mean, just like earlier when we saw P7 on S&D, the experience is shining through. This time Eric Boom is not going to be the last alive as he tries to get an angle onto cuts and gets immediately ripped out of the map. And it's a change of pace here for OMiT, perhaps recognizing their woes of giving P7 too much freedom. Beans through the smoke, but surely must have seen something. And that's what that man's capable of.
Everything you own in your skull. So close, Beans gets responded to. Shots ring out from Cammy, and those are true. DC and Afro, last alive. Afro in the hook/Shotzi position. Jumping back and forth is Real. Gets one. Dives for two. Caught. 1v2 across the map. Diamond Con. Tie game 4-4. What do you got in you?
Going the long way. Just making sure no one's in any of these sneaky spots. Does have a little bit of time to work with. Surely OMiT don't throw away another position like this. The spray through the wall was almost perfect. Forces Cammy away. The DC has to be aggressive now. Brack and Cammy, though, they've worked so well as a two so often throughout this map, and now they're getting aggressive at just the right time, and they will put their fifth on the board. And they find themselves 5-4 up now, just one round away from taking S&D.
I gotta be honest, Diamond Con played that extremely well. In terms of the angles you have available to you, that's all you got. He played it really well. If he's able to pick up Cammy on that hit on the spray, he gets those hit markers to land. Different conversation. 1v1's a lot different, but credit to Diamond Con. Good patience from OMiT Brooklyn to, again, recognize once they had the advantage, they capitalize, they swing. They play the bait. Real off the reset. Still looking for his first kill. 4-3 for Diamond Con. Bomb in the hands of Eric Boom. And Brack's going to peek through bottom mid for now. He's no one towards P1. Oh, got some eyes. And Eric Boom goes ahead and chows for one.
I mean, Real will be frustrated with that one. I think letting that one go by, giving away his position and allowing Eric, but Afro is always quick for the trade. And now Notorious find themselves in a 3 versus 2, in a must-win round. Otherwise, this one goes in favor of OMiT. Remember, it's 3-1 starting this reset. Can we do something special? They are pushing, they're getting aggressive. And DC goes down, but the response is there from Notorious to tie us up and send us to technically around 11.
Ain't no technically about it, baby. We got ourselves a third round 11 of the night. I love it. Big match, big stakes, big payout. Sure. Round 11. Let's get into it. P7 Notorious. OMiT Brooklyn off the reset. Notorious fight back. Beans at 1-3. Might see the snipe in this round. OMiT Brooklyn. They've done so well to have eyes at mid-map and been able to force some engagements at A, but at B, different situation. This time, it's Notorious who take the advantage to A. They went for a counter blind. They guessed incorrectly.
B's open. It's going to be an easy plan. And instantly you see those little yellow arrows quickly moving and scarpering towards B. How do you try and hit this? And also keep an eye on that number one, Real. 0-5 since the reset, but could be in one of the best positions of the game at the moment because he's going to have a chance to backstab.
You have a smoke and an nade to work with. Afro's got to stay up. He tagged his teammate. It delays the push just by half a second. Is that enough? It might be. Eric Boom goes down. Asim for 1. Brack for 2. Afro in no man's land and gets gone. Brack has been phenomenal in this series. And they'll take it 6-5 in the end in game 2. We got a 1-1 ball game.
Again, though, you look at that on paper, and it would be hard to tell yourself that one of those teams was undefeated on that mode and the other had yet to win it. But those records will still continue. It is going to be a 0-4 now for P7 on Den S&D, sadly. Just seems to be one of their weak points. But, oh boy, were they close to trying to find it. That means we tie up the series 1-1 here, Space, as both of these teams fighting for top 3.
We will be seeing you into the wee hours of the morning because these teams fighting for top 3. Not just about the fact that we have 2 stout squads, highlights, but your reward for winning this is playing Falcons Academy Green, so you better bring the best gunnies you have available to you and then some, because if you don't, it's only going to be a tougher uphill climb from here on out. But the fact that this goes 11 off the reset, 1, caliber the teams, 2, credit to Brack again. 3 in round 11, holding up irons, doesn't relinquish that spot at all. Blind counter pick from OMiT Brooklyn, P7. Went for it all. And OMiT Brooklyn take it. It just, again, when you need somebody to step up and make a play, who is it? It was Brack. In game 1, now in game 2. The dude's on fire.
And if you want to know how to play Overload, I think this is going to be one of the best series to watch because both these teams 7-1 in Overload throughout the season. It seems to be one of their favorite modes in general. We'll have to see how it actually works out for them when it comes to going up against each other. Will they butt heads and just struggle a little bit to find the same kind of game plan they found against other teams just because they both found so much winning amount on it? The real question is, who's going to be able to take the lead in this series? And do P7 start to worry a little bit with OMiT now coming back into it as we go into Exposure Overload? 2-1 for P7 across the season, 2-0 for OMiT. So OMiT yet to lose it, but of course that is limited data. How do you find Exposure Overload, Space? I personally like watching it, however I don't enjoy playing it.
It's the same way I feel about caves. A little uneasy, but not opposed. The big thing I have to think about, though, is that we double up here for exposure. So, your ARs are going to have a field day. Don't think too much about that. Your ARs are going to have a field day. I think if Bean's coming in from that S&D, same situation we've had many times, many conversations, almost ad nauseum, we're killing the horse here, is that the ARs need to have a presence, obviously, on this map. But if Brack is having this kind of performance, folks, OMiT Brooklyn might just do it. We'll continue that conversation in a moment. We're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the last series of the night here for North American Playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, welcome back into the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Series. Season 2, Week 3. Playoffs begins now. North American Call of Duty on your screens. OMiT Brooklyn versus P7 Notorious in the lower semis. Winner of this moves on to play Falcons Academy Green, and Asim off the start on Overload has a 4-piece.
Alright, can't quite find any more. There will be the EMP in control of OMiT. It's whether you actually commit to this. Brack says, maybe I go for a little dipsy doodle, a little back and forth. Remember, the enemy team can see where the EMP is, but it's a little bit delayed in how it works. So sometimes you can have a little mega dance and just try and throw them off a little bit by going one way and then teasing them the other. Hasn't worked out, though, in this way. P7 have been able to gain control of it, and now Eric Boom is going to lead the charge here and try and just carve the way, but is not able to do so because Real is going to be behind enemy lines.
Well, that EMP is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Eric Boom. And everybody's going every single way. We're watching uplink for a moment. Back for 2, again. Say that a couple of times in this series. And the numbers will filter back for P7 Notorious. We're going to focus right now on trying to get back control of mid as the EMP will respawn. And with it, pressure, attention swung over.
Ugh. DC. Can he keep this run going? No, Cammy denies. And it is a huge battle just for control of this EMP at the moment. No one's really got close to scoring. And this is what I was talking about. With two teams who have been so successful in Overload, just butting heads, do you just get this standoff where neither team really can take control? It is going to come down to one of those big moments where someone pulls off something, and maybe it could be something here, as there is going to be just that amount of control, enough for Brack to send it home, and OMiT will take the lead.
And to hit on that point, you got to wonder if this is going to be one of those games where we see back earlier a Falcons Academy versus Bush, where Falcons took advantage of 2 small lapses from Bush's defense. Picks up the EMP, moves it through, finds 2 goals. It was enough to get the job done. They do lose that series, but the point stands. This could be a situation, a match where OMiT Brooklyn are not going to be given many opportunities. They're either going to have to create them through the kills alone, or get granted an open route that they might take advantage of, like here. They'll try to push their numbers up towards B and see what they can find.
Beans hides his head and is able to just pop up. Ugh,
Oh
Beans!
my God.
Stop it! Filthy, filthy man, as now the EMP is going to start to head towards B, but the EMP is the leading player right now. Finally, someone is able to get ahead. And also, it's going to be Eric Boom in position to try and be the pinch. And they've actually sent the EMP the other way around. If Eric can stop the cross, but he can't. But is it enough just to create space for Afro? But Afro hesitates with the pistol. If he had jumped there, maybe he's able to put it home. Afro went down the iron sights and thought better of himself, thought he could take the win. And now OMiT can look to try and push this EMP themselves.
Can't blame him too much. I didn't know Cameron was going to be back there to back it up as quickly as he was. Unfortunately, team nades are worth double. Playing Overload just makes it more and more difficult to spread the numbers like we see here. Pull the map a bit laterally now. Work off the sideline. Derek Boom waits for the info and the update on the live ping. Has some understanding. So it's going to be a problem. 7 and 8 looking for his 8. Got it. The 9th, not this time. Riel almost puts him on a highlight reel and picks up EMP for good measure. And we are moving.
Go, 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 go! Ah, they don't know as well. They would have no idea of those spawns, but they had an opening there. And will the hesitancy come back to bite them? They're trying to carve that space now. This time the pistol is good, and it won't matter in the end. P7 Notorious will tie us up 1-1. I was a little bit worried, but I think it's the right play if you consider the fact of where the spawns could have been. It's always easier when you can literally see the map and see the spawn.
I mean, so much of it is one, playing through the 2 wipes. You need the first team wipe, you need the second. You're playing a lot of 2v2s up close. But simply patience and fundamentals is the name of the game. When a game is this close, you don't want to give dumb stuff away for free. P7 recognized that they had the wins in the back. They won through the second team fight. Gunnies are good enough. They get their first point through. The EMP gonna rally? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it won't. Eric Boom shut him down. Eric Boom got him. Doesn't matter. We're gonna punch it through. 2-1. Goal lead for OMiT Brooklyn. Time dwindling away. EMP gonna respawn. Do we have an OT in our hands for the first half?
OMiT will just happily take the 2-1 lead going into the dressing room, where the conversation will be, all right, keep it up. Let's keep this going. They seem to be showing us what they're made of, and it would be an upset if OMiT were able to take down P7 in this series, but I think we learned during that first map, to be honest, that OMiT were going to bring this game to P7. And I'm not really surprised. Throughout the season, we saw glimpses of how well OMiT had been playing, whether it's on an individual or a team basis. But at the moment, they just look so excellent working together. And then every now and then, someone steps up to be that hero for them. Whether it was Brack in previous games, whether it's Cammy doing it, it's Real on the flanks, and SM doing a fantastic job in the early stages of this game. 14-11 right now, and P7 Notorious need to respond.
They had to do it in the S&D. They almost did. Almost did. OMiT hanging on by just a hair. Some of these gunfights, and yet again, P7 will open up proceedings with 3. For now, the boys in yellow. Real gets gunned quickly. There's a trade. EMP moves. Brack behind. And we settle the dust as quickly as it starts. Back to 1. EMP stays in no man's land, and Eric Boom continues to be a nuisance in the back as numbers splint. And with it, more pressure than ever.
DC has no right. And it just means that, again, it's going to be a little bit of a mess in mid and no one able to gain control of the EMP. There is a flank happening at the moment from Brack. Keep an eye on 3. Is he just going to get caught on timing here, though, is the real question. He's being chased. He's being hassled. He's being harried. And he does get taken down by Beans in the end. And now the EMP will be grabbed by P7 Notorious. And they can look to try and push here towards B.
There's really not much you can do when you're getting a groin jumped in your face and then getting baited into an AR shot. You heard me. 2 in a row. Beans. Try to punch it through. There it is. Just need a little bit of pressure, a little bit of support from the front blockers, and they do get it. Eric Boom and DC combined for 3, combined for 4. The spawns are there, and we're playing shipment. Tied up 2-2 with a lot of time on the clock, and EMP in the hands of P7.
Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm Eric.
I am
Boom! There we go. God, he had to tease me. But he was just waiting, making sure people were in position. They didn't want the counter cap to happen. And it is going to be a 3-2 lead now for P7.
literally hear the diamond forming in here. What a time to be alive. Double fine on the outer wing. We'll slow it down here. Subs out in front. Afro going to lead the charge behind. Rather oxymoronic sentence. Good for one. On the heady. Almost. Tags Brack. Beans dipping out of dodge, but that's another 2 dead. P7 going to push the advantage here. They have numbers. They have the will. And boy, do they have the gunny.
I mean, when P7 are playing like this, they look like the best team in the league without a shadow of a doubt. It's just tapping into this particular state of play, which is what they need to be doing against the teams like Falcons Academy Green, for example, and when they potentially face off against Push, if they get that far. That being said, it's still not job done here against OMiT, but maybe there's a chance to slide this one into B, and it should be an easy touchdown home, and it's now going to be a 4-2 lead. This is what I'm talking about from P7. This is how you play Overload.
Yeah, and that, I got to think that health zone is not just to secure the goal, obviously, but to, again, make spawns more unpredictable and more difficult for OMiT Brooklyn to break out of. You got them in a stranglehold now. Look at how much pressure you have on their side of the map. How much control you have in mid. Through solar, you have routes available, options to you. Your progressions can be as dangerous as you want them to be, or as simple as you'd like. Another streak comes in. Eric Boom, with help from Beans, will at least convert for one. Beans for a second. Front sub goes down. Cammy on deck. Tag. Aaron Judge under bright lights. Not going to do much. Real on your screen. Trying to shut him down defensively, but none of the kills are landing until Asim has to come over the top with Brack's help and the AR in hand. He finds 3. The help from Asim and the assists are all good. Punch him through, and that EMP stays alive.
I say P7 should just be careful about a counter cap here, but they did position themselves in a way that they had the fallback plan, and the EMP does get reset in the end. 1 minute 10 left on the clock then for OMiT to try and find 2 scores here. You know it can change very quickly if you find those kills, but with Afro playing this way, are you even going to get the chance? Maybe.
No, you play TDM. I say that. Oh, full knowing what can happen. It's it. You play TDM. You play clock. You waste time. You kill the game where it stands. You take a knee at the 44 seconds. A decent amount of time. But trying to rally into a game mode that ends at 0.1 if that thing is on the ground, good luck. DC just has to bait, gives himself away for free. That's another 3 dead. Wait a minute. The lane's open. Can they rally this?
I mean, the back-to-back-to-backs, albeit unlikely, is possible if now we see Sin actually take the route over towards the spawn. Maybe, just maybe. I think it's just a little bit too much to do. Have to be flawless at this point. Someone has to break and get the initial kill onto DC, and then you've got to be there fast and quick. They do get it in. Can anyone be there for the touch, though? That's the real question. Look at Real. Does he get a touch and the kills? The answer is probably going to be no. It's denied, and P7 Notorious will win Overload in what was 2 of our best Overload teams against each other. They did butt heads, but P7 outclassed them.
That is a statement win from P7. To come into Exposure knowing you're doubling up at the latter half of this series, to lose that round 11 off the reset on 10, to play the way you did in the opening half. Blackheart was its own situation. A very important win from P7 in this series, let alone the fact that there were multiple opportunities, like you had just mentioned prior, where we're watching 2 of the best teams go at it on Overload Exposure, 2 teams that looked like they had broken open the game at multiple times. But P7 consistently, they did this in their prior series earlier today against Felo. They've done this now, or when they get that lead, all right, we'll play TDM, we'll kill the clock, like we'll just do what we have to do to win. And like you said, they were able to tap into kind of that reserve of put on the afterburners, get a couple of kills, a team wipe, push those points through, and once they do, when they pull back, quote unquote, they rest on the laurels of the best subs and ARs you currently have probably in North America. So it's just everything works, and it doesn't ever not for this team.
I mean, the more I see of both of these teams, the more impressed I am. The hard work they put into certain scenarios. In particular, I think Overload is one of the harder modes to try and master, and I don't think anyone is still there. I mean, even with the introduction of it into the CDL, everyone is still learning, and we're seeing new things as we go. We're starting to get there now. We are seeing a lot tighter games. We're also seeing people manipulate the clock a little bit as well, which maybe didn't happen right at the beginning. And we're also seeing people just sneak away with that EMP and being able to catch people off spawn, being brave enough to assume that the spawns aren't going to beat you there as well. There is so much to Overload, and it really has been a pleasure to watch both of these 2 throughout the season. But it is P7 Notorious who come out on top. They find themselves leading this series now, and 1 map away from getting into those elimination finals where they would have a date with the Falcon Academy Green.
Only negative of this series. One of these teams has to go home. 2, the way that they've been playing, you wouldn't have been able to convince me outside of this sample size that OMiT Brooklyn and P7 would be in the lower bracket at this stage of the tournament. They've been playing so good. OMiT Brooklyn specifically might have had one of the best jump ups in individual proficiency, talent, execution, along the likes of Falcons Green Academy. They just keep getting better. The longer they play, the better they play. OMiT Brooklyn, so close, so close, but P7 continue to stand strong. This organization looking for back-to-back championships here in the Elite. Obviously different roster, different situation, but nonetheless, Exposure Hardpoint could be where P7 punch their ticket into the lower finals and get a nice little chance to run it back against Falcons Green Academy. But OMiT are not going to roll over, man. This is a very strong team. It would only be right if we end tonight on Raid. Like, it just, we've seen so many round 11s today already.
Give me Raid.
You know,
give me Raid all
Raid.
day long. Give me a game 5, give me a round 11, and I'm sure I'd be happy, and the people watching at home also, I'm sure, would be happy. Well, good news if you're an OMiT fan. P7 Notorious, well, maybe bad news at first, 11-1 on Hardpoint. That one loss, though, Exposure Hardpoint, is where it came. They are 0-1 on Exposure. On the flip side, we are 2-1 for Exposure Hardpoint on OMiT Brooklyn, and they are 10-4 across the season on all of the Hardpoint maps. So the fact that the only loss for Notorious on Hardpoint thus far has been this map, perhaps is the saving grace for this OMiT team, and maybe, just maybe, might mean that we could end up with a game 5.
So I'm watching Eric Boom drop a single donut today on the Exposure Hardpoint is what you're telling me. My sample size says, wink, wink, nod, nod. Spider senses are tingling. These guys are getting cooked. We'll make sure that we get our players in the lobby, of course. Exposure Hardpoint up for map 4. Raid, S&D. You guys know the deal. You've been here for 15 years. If you haven't, what happened? You missed out on the greatest childhood of all time. 360 era. It was great. PS3 as well, if you wanted to be weird. Great time. P7 Notorious. OMiT Brooklyn. 2-1. Remember, this was a series that had a reset in the Den S&D. It did not last long. Went the distance. OMiT take it. P7, 1 game away. We're going to the lower finals. And for Gaskin being proven right, that once again, P7 Notorious is the best team in NA. He called it in the start of the season. He tweeted about it. He put a Reddit post out about it. He made a YouTube video. Go check it out. It was all about P7, and he was right. And now we wait.
YouTube.com/Spaceman. But exposure hardpoint is where we head, and you know, if P7 Notorious do win this one, they have a date with Destiny against Falcons Academy Green, who, remember, knocked them down into said elimination bracket. And I'm sure that P7 will want a chance to redeem themselves in that matchup as well.
Absolutely.
So maybe there's just a little bit of extra want and need behind this series. It's not just about getting into the top 3. It's not about just beating OMiT. It is about proving that you are not just one of the best teams in NA here in Challengers, but the best is what they will want to prove it. But to find out if they are the best team, well, we'll have to go for a break. Because when we come back, we will conclude this series and find out who is going to be heading into those elimination bracket and getting to top 3. So let's see. We'll see you after this break.
It's Challengers Elite. It's playoffs time, folks. It's day 1. We conclude tomorrow as we sunset here Season 2. But for now, OMiT Brooklyn, P7 Notorious into map 4. You know the deal. Exposure hardpoint. Let's get it going.
Get me in it. Get me amongst it.
Get him in.
Get me to game 5. I'm not biased. I promise. Brax, 2-0 to start things off. He has done some dirty things this series, but this time he is contained for now. And OMiT find themselves with just one player alive, so P7 will have the chance to try and control this hill. And the Barrels of Doom will be the position that DC takes. And that's why it's called the Barrels of Doom.
That's right.
No one else calls it that. Just me.
No, you can coin that now if you want.
I will.
Yeah,
Trademark.
I think you should go for it. Nice.
Cammy's got 3-piece, by the way.
Yeah, just that little rotational 3-piece from the big C. Love to see that. Sustain, contain, refrain, and
Big
blank.
C. That means something
Yeah.
different in my country. But
Oh.
Cammy maybe is proving that he can change whatever he wants. DC is going to get 2, and DC gets 3 of his own. So 3-for-3 trade on either side, DC or Cammy.
Think about Kier Starmer. 30 and 17. DC gets absolutely obliterated. Good lord. Another 2-piece. Trades, pinstripes, folks. All yellow. Eric Boom basically shows up to the party late. Still gets rewarded for coming and hanging out. As another break-in for P7, but OMiT Brooklyn there to P2 early. They win the opening time. This time now, off the back foot, having a break.
It's like turning up to the party and there's still beers that are cold. An absolute delight to see. DC gets a double. So even though points were being scored for Notorious, we are seeing the rotation round from OMiT, but maybe they're going to be beaten, and they will. P7 are going to be there, and now this is going to be tough to break. Beans in prime position to deny anyone push from mid, and Afro is going to be the first point of contact to provide the information. There's Beans with a follow-up exactly as planned.
And he's picking 2v2s at a time. They are so tight together. It's all about timing. Through the window, not even a chance. DC. Nowhere to be found. Beans in the pinch. Picks it up. Oh, Beans. Oh, Beans. Oh, bake him. Put him in a jar. Make him full of cinnamon. Beans. absolutely frying inside the hard point. Cammy for 2. The break in for 3. Why not? It's another triple for Cammy. And still with these kills, Women's Brooklyn down by about 30. And it keeps on going. We can test over the last 15, but already rotating the new, thinking about that new hill. It's player 3. It's Cammy already out waiting.
If you ever talk about cinnamon and beans ever again, disown me.
I don't want to hear Mr. We put toast on top of our beans, okay?
It's the other way around, and it's delightful. Try it before you slander
You lost
it.
the war. Remember that.
Well, Notorious, maybe they can win theirs as they find themselves still ahead, 28 points, but counting towards OMiT. And we're going to see a streak fired on in. No kills, but plenty of info, and the info now followed up. Eric is able to get the opener, but Real and Brack follow with 2 of their own.
What a streak. Got a little bit of info. I'm sure they're in there. They absolutely were. That's 3 dead. And back in we go. P7 for time. Never mind. Cammy just burning. Good lord. We talked about Brack early in the series, and rightfully so. Cammy having a similar performance. I do need to point out, as much as I love Asim, and boy do I love Asim. Dude's had a storied career. Absolute phenomenal player. Wonderful guy. He's 2-10. For a dude who is 2-10, by the way, Hill Demon. Hill time. Once he starts to step up, expect the game to be looking a little bit different. But 2-11 for Asim. We're getting closer to like Zoom territory. Like, we gotta Asim, I've seen you at Challengers, man. I know what you do. I know what your legacy is. We gotta turn that around.
And sadly, as a player, I mean, I can say this for when I used to compete as well, in the back of your mind, when you are struggling a little bit, you start to worry that you are going to be the problem, and maybe fingers will be pointed if you don't turn it around, and that can change your playstyle drastically. You start to take different routes, you start to try and gain some easy kills to get back on things. It's a very difficult thing to try and overcome as a player with mentality, so we'll have to see how he deals with it. But they need him to kind of wake up a little bit if they want to get back into this game. They're down by 30 now, and it is another hill being held here by P7.
Ooh. I mean, they're having to drag this front line forward. These ARs are putting in work. No overtime, no extra pay, no days off. They are putting in work for this team. OMiT Brooklyn are staying involved in this game because of the likes of the AR, Brack, Real, Cammy. P7, no apply the pressure, and I think if you're P7 in this situation, obviously the players know it better than us, but when you recognize that you have the opposing sub Asim down, almost triple negative, you've gotten him on the back foot, you've pressured him out of some of these close hills, this is the time to apply pressure. There is no reason to pull off the gas when you have this kind of lead.
Pummel them into the ground. That being said, OMiT were able to still score some big points, and we have learned today that even if the team is leading in kills, it doesn't always mean it's going to give them the win. We've seen some fantastic matches thus far. And now the man in question right now goes down. Beans gets the kill. But it's still time going in favor of OMiT. As long as you play this scrap time correctly, sometimes the kills don't necessarily matter. Although saying that, Afro did just get 3. That's definitely going to matter.
It feels like we're back kind of towards the Blackheart hardpoint again, where we watch scrap time take away the clock, and vice versa. P7 Notorious can just play slow when they have to, and play through the kills when it seems most appropriate. It tends to be the theory that works best for their run in Season 2. And yet again, it's paid dividends on P1. We're going to rotate out towards our next hill. They're already out, and DC is there, ready and waiting.
It's not looking good for OMiT now. 2 off spawn. Gonna have to try and break. They do convert 1, but it's not gonna matter because Beans is there, as he has been all game, by the way, to trade these kills out. He's played so well at putting himself in a support position where he can get the trades, but he does get shut down eventually. Time still being scored, and there has to be a push soon here from OMiT. They can't allow too much time to go in favor of P7.
Yeah, this game's not over, but this hill could set the table. Oh my god! Oh my god! Sign the adoption papers, never show up to collect. Make them raise themselves and see them on draft day. It's just over. Afro 6 in a row. Good lord. Yeah, this is the hill where things get bad. Money hills that lead from 2 to 3. We're in that situation now. 175 to 96. Folks, oh boy. P7 Notorious starting to run away with it.
Give me, if it's not a P7 skinning game, give me an Afro skinning game at this point.
Okay, I'll take a P7 skin. That'd be kind of cool.
Right? Oh, but with the direction the Challengers is going at the moment,
Oh, come
up
on.
is the only way. You never really know. Perhaps
is-
we see some Challenger skins in our lifetime. Beans and Eric. And Beans again. Oh, it's just flawless. What a break from Notorious. OMiT had everything. They had trophies down, they had the positions, and Notorious were just able to rip this hard point away from them.
What a hop from Eric Boom. It's just small things like that. The movement was just, I mean, a two-piece, the three-piece, Eric Boom. Eric Boom! He backpedals, hits the wall jump, repositions, avoids the stuns, and gets a wipe. An overkill. Jeff Seitzer is somewhere just feeling the touch of God. Because my goodness, Eric Boom is on his free. 199 to 123. Let's keep in mind, though, this game's not over. New hill, new time, new opportunities. But so far, it's been P7 with all of the say and advantage.
The ability for P7 to break, though, just might be too much for OMiT to try and overturn here. Because even if OMiT do get a setup, P7 have just done so well at cracking their shell time and time again. And now we will see this streak used. And quickly, you find the hidey hole to deny any kills. But there is so much info you can provide now to the rest. As I say that, actually, he does get 2 with it. And now they can push up, and it will be a successful break if they can take down Real, which at the moment is looking difficult, but DC finally converts.
Credit to Real for actually drawing this gunfight out. Not only did P7 break the back, they had 2v1 in that hill for about 13 seconds on the hit. Real stays alive. Yeah, the kills still fall. It's not over yet. They're inching closer. P7 are absolutely within striking distance of going into the lower semis. Excuse me, lower finals. I'm having a stroke. Sometimes you wonder, what will it take for a team to bounce back? Other times, you know, it just needs a little bit more firepower. 13-25 first team. He has a minute 17 in the hill. That's good. But it just needs a little bit more slang from OMiT Brooklyn to keep up with the pace of P7, because it could end on this hill, and it just might.
It should, with the way that they're all playing at the moment. Now P7, it is so impressive to watch, and they do look like a team that can compete for the title here in Elite 2 with how they've been playing. They just need 15 more points, they just need 1 more hold, and they will be heading into the Elimination Finals.
We expect them to make it this far. Many had wondered what P7 would look like with a new roster, a new season. Would TSA win again against Beans? This time, not so much. We're shutting it all down for a 251-59 win. And with that, a lower finals appearance for P7 Notorious. They will punch their ticket through for the rest of the bracket, taking on Falcons Academy Green, and a chance to fight for a title later on tomorrow. What a play. Here's the final highlight from Eric Boom. I mean, all 4 bounces off the nade. Just next level gunny. Eric Boom, a lot like we've given Standy much credit over the years, and especially this season with his progression from Black Ops 6 specifically to Black Ops 7. Eric Boom, same situation. Been watching this kid for a long time, many years. The fact that he has continued to get better and better and better. I mean, he plays in the same kind of speed as, oh god, what's a good example? He plays in the same kind of speed as like a prime. I'm gonna go with a Beezy, because I'm blanking on names and I don't want to rattle my brain too much. Here's a look at the overall scoreboard. 29-20, Eric Boom. 3,600 damage, by the way. 3,600 damage in that game. A minute 51 as well. The dude has the highest hill time of any sub in the Elite Series. Has it there again. When we looked at his percentile, it's at 99%. It's disgusting. And again, we get into another conversation, Dan, where I look at the average hill time. We're getting closer to 2 players on P7 having double digits. That tells you everything you need to know.
I mean, Eric, not only the leading sub, he is the leading player in the league in general when it comes to hill time. And whilst he can make sure he is putting his body on the line, being in that hill, but also providing that much damage output as well, just shows how impressive a player he really is. And in particular, this game, that 4-piece that he was able to get, unbelievable, was a highlight reel for sure. And we had a few of them in this game, has to be said. There were some incredible moments back and forth. And let's not forget just how impressive OMiT Brooklyn have been this season. I think they should be proud of a top 4, and whilst they might feel a little bit disappointed right now, it is something to build from, indeed. And I do think that they have been very impressive to watch right from the get-go when we started. That was the first one from Afro, the 4, and then later on we saw it from Eric Boom, of course. But what a day of Call of Duty we've had today, and what an even better day it's going to be tomorrow. The matchups tomorrow are mouth-watering, to say the least. We have 3 of the best teams in NA, all going at it to try and take this trophy. Sadly, OMiT Brooklyn will not make it to tomorrow. They fall 3-1 to P7 Notorious.
We got a bracket to show you. We got games to cover. Push Gaming, Winners Finals, took it in 5 over Falcons Academy Green. A close one, a very close one. At one point, that series was 2-1 Falcons. Bush punch their ticket to the grand finals and do so in resounding fashion. On the lower side, Death by CABAL lose to OMiT Brooklyn. Very tight series. P7 win over Fun and Felo in a sweep. And then from there on, we found ourselves here, where P7 take it in 4 on exposure. Hardpoint. Remember, it's not just pride and ego and challengers points that are on the line. It's also that cash. We want to see what kind of bands you got in your pocket. What kind of racks you have in these trying times of economic pressure. $20,000 on the line for first place, $10K for second, $6K for third, so on and so on. OMiT, for their credit, will walk away with $4K apiece, 1 per person. But this is a team that I hope, 1, sticks together because I think there's something special brewing there, and 2, rightfully top 4. Would love to see them again compete next season. But that top 3, that difference between third place and first place is like 2 months of rent, if not 3. Oh my God. It's going to be a fun one tomorrow, Gaskin.
Depends where you live, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one indeed. Will we see maybe the chance for P7 Notorious to break through Falcons, get their revenge, and get that dream matchup of P7 versus Bush? Or will we see Falcons Academy Green continue their impressive run and continue to surprise us, and perhaps they can find their way back into those grand finals? But it has been an incredible day of Call of Duty challenges. I have thoroughly enjoyed this season, Spaceman. Sadly, I will not be able to conclude at the LAN finals. I'm not able to be there, but I just want to say a massive thank you to the community and, of course, the whole team behind production for having me. I have very much enjoyed my stay, and alongside you, Spaceman, you've been okay as well.
There, people love you. I'll give you that. Dude, it's absolutely wonderful. Amazing season of games to watch. Really good storylines, like we said in the start of the season. The fact that Challengers Elite has turned into MLG H 2.0, it's turned into CDL at night. It's been a really, really fun evolution for a series that we started with back in 2020 that, you know, was trying to skate alongside CDL for a bit. And a lot of questions about what's going to happen with 5 rosters. What are pros going to do when they come down here? It's nice to see that the scene is still thriving and things are looking good. And again, congratulations to P7, Bush, and Falcons Academy Green for punching their ticket into Championship Thursday. Have fun. Have a great time. You're going to be with Study and Shift tomorrow. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Again, from all of us here, Dan, I had a pleasure this season. Can't wait to hopefully do it again with you soon. Closing thoughts, brother. Who are you picking? Now, we're not on the cast. Who cares? Who are you picking to win it all?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to throw a curveball, and I think Falcons Academy Green are going to pull it out and upset everyone and get the victory, because QK is the second coming of the best player in the world. I think he is going to be a name that we will remember for quite some time in Call of Duty.
Yeah. He might be. Folks. He might be Haaland with that right leg that can just hit it from midfield. You know what I'm talking about? From all production, from myself here on the desk, Spaceman, Gaskin, legendary caster, from all the production, from Doug, everybody on the back end, observing team, best in the world, bar none. Quinton, Prosper, Cleaner, Waldo, everybody, love you all. Congratulations to our teams who have punched it through to tomorrow. If you want to stay involved and check out the action tomorrow, please do so, because we got a championship to crown and a team to put a crown on. Again, P7, Bush, Falcons Academy fighting for the #1 spot. We thank you all so much for watching here on the regular season. We conclude tomorrow with grand finals. We'll see you at the same time. Take care.